ये नॉमिनेशन आया,
ये गलत लिख रहे हैं, इसकी मेल ही नहीं
ये
आई।
विकास जैन।
अहुजा।
Applause for our dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good evening to each one of you. And our dignitaries are here. So I would welcome all our dignitaries and I pay my sincere regards to them. So before we proceed, let me introduce to all our dignitaries. Small and medium enterprises. I request my colleague to present him a planter. It is my pleasure to welcome Shri Animesh Bharti, Economic Advisor, Department of Public Enterprises. Again, I request my colleague to please honor sir with the planter. We all are very glad to welcome Shri Atul Sobati, Director General Scope, and I request my colleague to present him a planter. Thank you so much. Welcome to each and your phones. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I request Shri Atul Sobati, Director General Scope, to give his welcome address. Please welcome, sir. Thank you.
Respected Secretary MSME, Shri B.B. Swain, Economic Advisor, Department of Public Enterprises, Ministry of Finance, Shri Animesh Bharti ji, senior officials from MSME, Department of Public Enterprises, representatives from industry associations, resource persons from trades, GEM, representatives and participants from various public sector enterprises, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this one-day interactive workshop on procurement by CPSEs, a very important topic. And this particular workshop provides you a unique platform where policy makers are also here, PSEs are also here, MSMEs, associations are also here. And I'm pleased to share with you that we have got very overwhelming response for this particular workshop, and more than 73 public sector enterprises, they have registered for the workshop, and more than 200 participants are going to be there from the public sector enterprise. Welcome to all of you. All of you are well aware that procurement is one of the most important aspects for any business, and not only for the financial prudence, but also for the sustainability of any business. And it becomes more important when India stands at a unique vantage point from where it is poised to become the Vishwa Guru. And we are moving in a big way towards the Atmanirbharta, towards Make in India. And public sector enterprise towards the Atmanirbharta have been playing a major role since very beginning. As you are aware, that public sector enterprises contribute close to 12% of the GDP of this country, with annual turnover of 25 lakh crores and profit of almost 1.58 crores, and contributing to the government exchequer by way of duties, taxes, etc., close to 5 lakh crores. And against a popular belief that public sector enterprises, many of the public sector enterprises are loss-making, I like to share with you that almost 70% of public sector enterprises are profit-making, which is much comparable to any other business in any other country also. giving the presence of public sector enterprises in the strategic sector, effective procurement becomes a very important thing for the cost optimization as well as the quality products which they have to manufacture, as well as to pursue the mandate for the socio-economic development of the country. A very important mandate which has been given to the public sector enterprises. And for this, it's very important to have an effective collaboration between the public sector enterprise and MSME. And then, you know that MSME, they are the drivers of the economy, and as per the data available, they are contributing close to 30% of Indian GDP, 40% in the manufacturing, and 50% to the exports. In the public sectors, a lot of procurement is being done from all these MSME. And if we talk about the world scenario also, close to 50% of GDP in the world is contributed by MSME. In fact, we have been participating as an apex body of the public sector enterprises or the state-owned enterprises in various forums, United Nations, International Labour Organizations, IOE, etc. Everywhere, a lot of importance is being given to the procurement from the MSME world over. In fact, just to share with you, yesterday only a document was signed by Ministry of Labour and Employment, United Nations, International Labour Organizations, as well as the various representatives from the Workers Association, as well as the Employers Association. SCOPE was also signatory to that particular document. It talks about there are various, this is a document which has been prepared for the country level 5-year decent work country program of India, 2023 to 27. And one of the important outcomes, many outcomes have been envisaged in that document, and one of the important outcome which has been envisaged is for MSMEs to benefit from improved productivity, innovation, and sustainability by creating the enabling environment. Government of India, as you know, has been giving a lot of importance to this particular segment, and the testimony is that our senior most officials, Secretary Saab is present here along with his team here, and the senior officials from other areas are also present here. And effective steps have been taken for the procurement from them. We will be listening to all those steps, as well as the financing, as well as the expeditious payment to MSME. Government e-marketplace has also been created, which is an innovative platform. We will be interacting during this workshop with the officials from GEM also. I know that at SCOPE we have been getting a lot of requests that on this particular subject they want to discuss. They have got some issues or suggestions also. I'll request all of you to come forward and have the free and frank discussions of this, so that if any improvements are required to be done, those improvements can be done in that area also. If we talk about the public sector enterprises, they have been procuring close to 50,000 crores every year from the MSMEs, a very big sum of the procurement which is there. So basically the cost, the quality, as well as the timely delivery becomes very important for them also. And in fact, last year, that in 2021, the procurement was 25% from MSME, which has gone up in 2021, as per one of the document, 32%, and 36% up to date during the current financial year. So basically, procurement from MSME is going up from the public sector enterprises. Public sector enterprises are also playing a major role in development of the ancillaries around that area, not only for their own procurement, but for the procurement by other people also. And in fact, there are a lot of expectations from MSMEs also by the public sector enterprises. There are associations which are present here. For example, they need to strengthen their skill. They need to have more innovation. They need to invest more in the R&D and creation of digital platforms. And the technology-driven actions have to be taken to make them more sustainable. The point is that onus lies on both MSME also, public sector enterprise also. MSME have to develop their skills which are aligned to the international benchmarks and to engage in the R&D and innovation, which I mentioned, and to make the quality products and upgrade their processes and the technology. And from the public sector enterprises, in fact, they need to appreciate the efforts which are being given by MSME and to enhance the procurement further, continuous enhancement from the MSME, as well as do some kind of hand-holding to them for upgradation of their technology, upgradation of their processes, as well as upgradation of skills also. In the light of above, what I mentioned, this particular workshop is being held today so that we listen to MSME associations also, we listen to public sector enterprises also, we listen to the policy makers also, the highest level policy makers are here in that field. And definitely this is a platform which will enable you to have free and frank interaction on the subjects. For this purpose, it's my honor and pleasure to have a blend of policymakers, industry experience, the users, the public sector enterprises, the suppliers, the industry associations. I take this opportunity once again to welcome respected Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary MSME, who is with us with his team to guide the participants on how opportunities for MSME can be maximized. We also welcome Economic Advisor, DPE Shri Animesh Bharti, and other senior officials from Department of Public Enterprises, who under the overall guidance of Secretary DPE envisioned, conceptualized, and organized this program along with the MSME in association with SCOPE. We also welcome the resource persons from Ministry of MSME, TRADS platform, GEMS for providing insights into the various policies and experience sharing, and also welcome to the representatives from various MSME associations. I am confident that today's deliberations would immensely benefit the participants present here. With these words, I once again would like to welcome all of you for the fruitful and interactive workshop today. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Now, I would be glad to invite Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, for his keynotes address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. My dear friends, Mr. Atul Sopti, Mr. Animesh Bharti, my colleagues from the ministries of MSME and DPE, senior representatives from the CPSEs present here, representatives from trades, GEM, industries associations, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by congratulating the Department of Public Enterprises and SCOPE for organizing this workshop. I'm happy to note that the theme of the workshop addresses practical aspects and operational issues faced by CPSEs, which can be addressed through policy interventions. MSMEs have shown tremendous resilience during the COVID period in facing all adversities, thanks to their inherent entrepreneurial abilities and coupled with supportive government interventions. One aspect I would like to mention here is that after the COVID pandemic broke, government took a very conscious decision of tracking out the payments from government and all CPSEs to MSMEs. We got tremendous interventions and help from both the Department of Finance and Department of Public Enterprises, which was, I believe, done a week-to-week tracking of these payments. And the figure which finally has come up, I think, in a period of starting with middle of 20, it's about 160,000 crore, that kind of a figure, not necessarily all were delayed payments, but payments which was made to the MSME sector. This is something which I think contributed hugely to sustain their working capital, helped definitely them in combating the issues during pandemic. So my congratulations to all the CPSEs who are present here, and my genuine thanks to DPE and Department of Finance for really taking it up during the COVID period, which helped out our industries, our enterprises. I'd just like to mention one little thing about the formulation project which we have started for MSMEs. Within 29 months of the Udyam registration, the portal was launched sometime in the middle of 20. As many as 1.28 crore MSMEs with an employment of 9.32 crore have registered. This shows the phenomenal capacity of MSMEs to rise to become, at some point of time, the largest employer of all sectors. And what we are working towards is an implementation of a project called the Formulation Project, which we are working with SIDBI, where we'll see a large number of informal micro enterprises to be brought under the formal ambit. This is expected to enhance their access to affordable credit. I'm happy to share with you that some positive interventions are also being envisaged in the public procurement policy for micro and small enterprises. We are currently working on finalizing the MSME policy, marketing being one of the critical issues faced by MSMEs. In India and globally too, public procurement is a major market for the MSMEs. To provide support and enhance participation of the micro and small enterprises in government procurement, Government of India notified public procurement policies 2012, and the amendment in 2018 was an affirmative step which not only raised the minimum procurement level from 20% to 25%, but also mandated 3% procurement from women-owned enterprises and vis-a-vis the target of 25%. It's really gives me immense pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to report that this year, against a target of 25%, a very ambitious, the CPSEs have actually done 36%. This is an all-time record which we are legitimately proud of, and my congratulations from the heart on behalf of my ministry to all the CPSEs for achieving something which is, I think, before 1 or 2 years would have looked extremely ambitious. 36% is a very, very huge figure, and my congratulations to all participants here. I believe that policies need to evolve with changing scenarios, which is why it is important to be in constant touch with the stakeholders. In this context, today's workshop holds tremendous importance for all of us. My request, please do participate, please do come up with the issues. Today, the arrangement includes procurement, JM, trades, I think all very, very important issues for all the participants here. Please do participate well, please raise the issues, and I'm quite sure the policy directions would definitely take cognizance of the issues which are being undertaken here. I look forward to constructive discussions today. I have gone through the program. My very close friend and my batchmate, Mr. Rizvi, the Secretary of DPE, would actually be summing it up. I think there cannot be a better person to sum it up. So we'll all look forward to his concluding things early, but particularly I look forward to the extremely intense deliberation which we are hoping for. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Now, I would like to invite Shri Animesh Bharti, Economic Advisor, Department of Public Enterprises, to propose the vote of thanks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks in the inaugural session of the workshop on procurement of CPSEs from MSMEs. We are all gladdened to see such large number of participants, both from CPSEs as well as the associations of the MSME. And we sincerely hope that this workshop will benefit all of you immensely and also help us in proposing a proper policy direction for the problems that are being faced by you. I express my sincere gratitude to Sri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, for his kind acceptance to grace the occasion and deliver the keynote address on this occasion. I am grateful for his constant support, for smooth organization of the workshop, and also to his team, especially Ms. Nitisha Mann, Deputy Director, for effective coordination with DPE. I am extremely grateful to Sri Ali Raja Rizvi, Secretary DPE, for his valuable guidance and constant encouragement in guiding us to meticulously plan and organize this workshop. I thank Director General Scope for promptly responding to DPE's request to conduct this workshop on procurement. I also thank GEM, RBI, MSME Association and trust platforms who would be participating in the workshop to deliberate on various issues relevant to procurement from MSEs later in the day. My thanks also to DPE and Scope team for their hard work and dedication in making this workshop a successful one. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the participating delegates from CPSEs who have come to be a part of this workshop. On behalf of DPE, I thank all of you and extend you and your families wishes for a very happy Christmas and a happy New Year in advance. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and I extend very warm regards to the dignitaries to taking time out of their busy schedules. Thank you, dignitaries, for your gracious presence. We are happy to have you here. I request the audience to have a round of applause for our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, let's welcome speakers to start the first technical session. We have with us Ms. Nitisha Mann, Deputy Director, Enterprises, Shri Vipin Kumar, Assistant Director, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. They are going to share the key insights, salient features, and recent announcements of public procurement policy regarding MSEs. And we are also having here a presentation on MSME Sambandh and MSME Samadhan portals, for which I welcome Shri Shubhendu Kumar, Senior Director, IT NIC, Shri Vivek Kumar, Team Lead, NIC MSME, and Shri Ashwani Kumar, Software Developer, NIC MSME. Can we have the PPT? Please welcome our speakers with round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
A very good morning to all the esteemed seniors, my colleagues, representatives from all the different CPSEs and the MSME fraternity. I would like to first begin by thanking DPE for giving us this opportunity to spread awareness about the various policies and the initiatives that the government takes and is taking on a continuous basis for the benefit of MSMEs. Now, sir has already talked about the importance of this sector and its significance for the economy, be it in terms of exports, in terms of employment or contribution to GDP, which is why this sector has always received a lot of priority by all the policy makers also. It has always been prioritized. So when finally MSMED Act, it came in the year 2006. Now, marketing remains one of the biggest stumbling blocks for our MSME sector. And in order to help our MSEs, our micro, small, medium enterprises to deal with this issue, the government notified the Public Procurement Policy Order, which is called the PPP for Micro and Small Enterprises Order 2012. Now, why public procurement and how can we help our micro and small enterprises when I say that we meant to tackle the issue of marketing through this policy? See, we wanted to come up with an assured market for our micro and small enterprises, and we wanted to provide a fillip to the marketing needs of our micro and small enterprises. And why public procurement? Because as the word itself suggests, first of all, public procurement. It is called public procurement because public money is involved in it. And secondly, it is a huge market. It has been pegged from a range of 13 to 20% for all the economies in the world. For India, tentatively, it has been put at 20 to 22% of our GDP. So given that this huge market existed, why not give a small piece of it to our micro and small enterprises, which have an immense potential? They produce so many products, render so many services, and have the benefit of actually being spread out right into the hinterlands. It really gives me pleasure to say that more than 50% of our micro and small enterprises are in the rural areas. So what better way to assist them in their marketing needs other than providing a market to them in this public procurement market that exists? So the government notified the public procurement policy for the micro and small enterprises. Now I'll keep on, while giving my presentation, I'll keep on highlighting some of the caveats or important things, because dealing with this, we keep getting a lot of grievances, a lot of queries from our MSMEs and CPSEs simultaneously, and there are some common issues that we deal with, so I would like to shed light on it so that, a lot of clarity comes on it simultaneously. So first of all, the policy is only applicable for our micro and small enterprises, which actually they together form about 99% of our total MSME sector. But for the purpose of this policy, the medium enterprises are not included. They do not get the benefits under this policy. Before I begin talking about what are the benefits that are given or entailed through this policy, let's talk about what are the micro and small enterprises. I'm sure a lot of it would sound repetition, but while going over these, I would also talk about what are the recent initiatives that have been taken in this regard. So in June 2020, we came up with a new definition for our micro and small enterprises. It is a common definition for both service and manufacturing sector. And how do we classify our enterprises according to this? So if your investment in plant and machinery is up to 1 crore and your annual turnover is up to 5 crore, you are a micro, or in Hindi we call it the Sukshma Udyam. Secondly, then we move on, and if your investment increases by more than 1 crore but remains less than 10 crores and simultaneously your turnover is less than 50 crores, you are a small enterprise. And if it exceeds that, and if your investment, however, remains less than 50 crores and your turnover does not exceed 250 crores, then you are a medium category enterprise. Now, the important thing to know here is that both the criteria have to be met. Even if one of them is not being met, then you move on to the higher category. And this is a common definition. Now, for the benefit of our MSME friends who are here, देखिए MSME registration पाने के लिए इकलौता एकमात्र जो हमारा पोर्टल है, that is the udyamregistration.gov.in. इसका लिंक भी हमने यहाँ पर शेयर किया है. We get a lot of grievances. लोग हमारे पास भेजते हैं कि हमने किसी कंसल्टेंसी को पैसा दे दिया, 5,000 रुपये दे दिए, 10,000 रुपये दे दिए, हमसे पैसे ले लिए. आपको किसी को कोई पैसे देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. This is an absolutely free of cost registration which can be done. आप अपने आप से भी इस वेबसाइट, इस लिंक पे जाकर इस वेबसाइट के माध्यम से अपने आप को रजिस्टर करवा सकते हैं. Now, इसका बेनिफिट क्या है उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन का? देखिए, एक तो सबसे पहले मैंने बताया कि इसके लिए कोई भी आपको पैसे देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. इट इज़ कम्प्लीटली कॉस्टलेस. सेकेंडली, ये सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन पे बेस्ड है. इसमें सिर्फ इकलौता जो मैंडेटरी जो आपका डॉक्यूमेंट है, दैट इज़ पैन. अब आप इसमें किसी भी तरीके का फॉर्म ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं। आप सोल प्रोप्राइटर हो सकते हैं, आप एक पार्टनरशिप फर्म हो सकते हैं, आप एक हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली हो सकते हैं, आप एक कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी हो सकते हैं। एसएचजीज को भी अलाउड है रजिस्टर करना। किसी भी फॉर्म ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को इसमें रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं, बस आपके पास पैन होना ज़रूरी है। एंड जो भी रजिस्टर करता है, हम एक उसको वेरीफाई करने के लिए आधार कार्ड जो होता है उसी के वो भी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक ओटीपी जाता है इसके लिए, और हम उसके लिए आपका कंसेंट भी लेते हैं। तो दैट इज़ वाई आधार कार्ड इज़ ऑल्सो मैंडेटरी। एंड इफ़ योर बिजनेस फॉल्स अंडर द पर्व्यू ऑफ जीएसटी, तो आपके लिए जीएसटी भी मैंडेटरी है। सो ओनली दीज 3 डॉक्यूमेंट्स, एंड इन तीनों के बेसिस पे आप सारी डिटेल्स वहाँ फिल करेंगे, अपनी कैटेगरीज लिखेंगे कि आप क्या क्या प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, क्या क्या सर्विस टेंडर कर सकते हैं, आप कितनी भी इसमें एक्टिविटीज़ ऐड कर सकते हैं, सिर्फ एक ही नहीं, जितनी भी आप चाहें उसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की भी ऐड कर सकते हैं, सर्विसेज की भी ऐड कर सकते हैं। सो मेनी कैटेगरीज कैन बी क्लब्ड टुगेदर व्हाइल यू आर डूइंग योर उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन। वंस यू हैव डन इट, तो आपके पास ऑटोमेटिकली आपका जो उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट है वो जनरेट हो जाता है, एंड यू गेट इट इन अ फ्यू डेज, इन रियल टाइम ऑल्सो एट टाइम्स। एंड एक चीज़ जो मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि इससे पहले जो अर्स्टवाइल उद्योग आधार मेमोरेंडम था उद्यम से पहले, बट अब वो डिसकंटिन्यू हो चुका है। उसकी वैलिडिटी एज ऑन 30th June 2022 इट हैज़ फिनिश्ड। दिस गोज फॉर बोथ द CPSEs एंड MSMEs ऑल्सो। प्लीज नोट दैट UAM की अब कोई वैलिडिटी नहीं है फॉर गेटिंग benefit under any of the schemes of our ministry of a purpose of any policy। अगर आपसे कोई पूछता है कि आप MSME हैं या नहीं, तो आई वुड पुट इट लाइक दिस, जैसे आपकी नेशनल आइडेंटिटी क्या है, आप एक आधार कार्ड दिखाते हैं साइमल्टेनियसली, अगर आप MSME हैं तो उसके लिए आपका आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्या है, ये उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट। तो अगर आपने नहीं किया है, सो प्लीज़ गो अहेड एंड डू इट। दिस सर्टिफिकेट हैज़ अ QR कोड ऑल्सो, उसके थ्रू आप हमारी वेबसाइट पे भी जा सकते हैं। एंड इसके अंदर आपके जो भी एक्टिविटीज़ होते हैं मेजर एंड माइनर, वो भी मेंशन रहते हैं। एंड हमने ट्रेडर्स को भी अलाउ किया है। ट्रेडर्स कैन ऑल्सो रजिस्टर, हाउएवर फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ गेटिंग बेनिफिट सिर्फ प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग में ही हम ट्रेडर्स को बेनिफिट देते हैं। हमारी और स्कीम्स के बेनिफिट्स ट्रेडर्स को अवेलेबल नहीं हैं। I'm sorry, ये पूरा डिस्प्ले नहीं हो रहा है। We wanted to show what an उद्यम registration certificate looks like. So while the other sessions are going on, I'll try to correct this and we can display एक blank उद्यम registration certificate for your benefit. Now highlights of the public procurement policy for MSE। ये policy basically क्या क्या benefit जो है वो हमारे micro and small enterprises को, यानी कि सूक्ष्म और लघु उद्यमियों को क्या क्या benefits जो हैं इस policy के तहत मिलता है। देखिए, सबसे पहले तो ये 2012 में इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ, 2015 से ये पॉलिसी मैंडेटरी है, 2018 में अमेंडमेंट लाया गया, 2021 में लाया गया। This is not to say that there is a fault with the policy, but I would say that this is actually the best thing कि हमारे सारे policies जो होते हैं बहुत ही dynamic होते हैं and they are highly representation based। तो जैसी हमारे पास representations आती हैं, जैसी लोगों के हमारे MSMEs की CPSEs की need होती है, we really consider those and try to adapt and bring them within the purview of our policy, which is why we keep coming up with these notifications and we also put them out in the public domain। All the notifications, कोई भी changes आते हैं, कुछ भी new आता है, everything is out there in the public domain। हमारे मंत्रालय की वेबसाइट पर, DC ऑफिस की वेबसाइट पर, सभी जगह आपको इनका एक्सेस आराम से मिल सकता है। तो 2015 से पॉलिसी मैंडेटरी हुई एंड व्हाट डज दिस पॉलिसी से, देखिए इसको दो तरीके से देखा जा सकता है। फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ CPSEs, आप लोगों के लिए इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट to achieve a target of 25% of your annual procurement from micro and small enterprises only। तो साल में अगर आप लेट्स से 100 करोड़ का प्रोक्योरमेंट कर रहे हैं तो उसमें से 25 करोड़ आपको सूक्ष्म और लघु उद्यमियों से ही करना है। एंड दिस इज नॉट अ टेंडर स्पेसिफिक पॉलिसी, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि एक टेंडर में आपको देना है, बट दिस इज योर एनुअल टारगेट। तो आपको एनुअली इस तरीके से अपना प्रोक्योरमेंट करना है कि आप ये टारगेट मीट कर पा रहे हैं। द सेकेंड थिंग, पॉलिसी को इंक्लूसिव बनाने के लिए एंड टू हेल्प द मार्जिनलाइज सेक्शंस मोर एंड हेल्प देम कम टू द फोरफ्रंट, हमारे इसके अंदर 2 सब टारगेट्स हैं। वो सब टारगेट्स ये हैं कि आप 4% जो प्रोक्योरमेंट हैं वो SC/ST वेंडर्स, SC/ST माइक्रो स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस से करेंगे और 3% जो है वो आप विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर से करेंगे, विमेन माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस। ना हमारे पास जो बहुत डाउट आता है वो ये आता है कि ये जो 3 और 4% है, इज दिस 3% 4% ऑफ 25% और 3 और 4% ऑफ 100%? इसको एक बहुत ही सिंपल न्यूमेरिकल एग्जाम्पल से समझते हैं। जैसे मैंने बोला, अगर आपको 100 करोड़ का प्रोक्योरमेंट करना है, उसमें से 25 करोड़ आपने माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस से लिया, उस 25 करोड़ में से 3 करोड़ आपको विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर से लेना है और 4% जो है वो SC ST एंटरप्रेन्योर से लेना है। ओके, सो 3 and 4% out of 25%, not of the 25%. So I hope अगर इसमें कोई भी अगर आपको ambiguity थी तो it has been clarified. Moving on, ये था CPSEs की साइड से। फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ MSEs नाउ आपके लिए क्या है कि देखिए, सबसे पहले आप किसी भी टेंडर में जब पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं तो टेंडर पेपर जो होता है या टेंडर फीस होती है, बट इफ़ यू आर अ माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज तो आपको उसके लिए दैट टेंडर सेट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट फॉर यू, आपको वो देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो एक अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट होता है विच इज़ लाइक अ सर्टन परसेंटेज, यूजुअली 3 to 5% ऑफ योर टेंडर वैल्यू, आपको वो देना पड़ता है, पहले सबमिट करना पड़ता है, आपको उससे भी एग्जेम्पशन मिल जाता है। सो यू डोंट नीड टू पे द EMD ऑल्सो। नाउ आई रिपीट, दिस डज नॉट इंक्लूड द परफॉर्मेंस बैंक गारंटी। बहुत सारे MSMEs का क्वेरी आता है कि हमें ये नहीं मिला है, दैट इज़ नॉट इंक्लूडेड, बट अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट से आपको एग्जेम्पशन पॉलिसी के अंडर मिलता है। उसके अलावा एक प्राइस मैचिंग फैसिलिटी होती है। देखिए, L1 किसको बोलते हैं? जिसका सबसे लोएस्ट बिड आता है। कोई भी टेंडर निकलता है, आप बिड करते हैं उसके लिए, जो लोएस्ट कॉस्ट होती है दैट इज़ कॉल्ड द L1 बिड। नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस इज, अगर L1 बिड जो है वो एक माइक्रो और स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज से है तो ऑटोमेटिकली टेंडर उनको दिया जाएगा। बट इवन इफ L1 MSE नहीं है, but there is a margin of purchase preference that we have, which is L1 plus 15%. तो मान लीजिए L1 100 रुपये था, तो 100 से 115 के बीच में अगर किसी माइक्रो और स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज ने बिड किया है तो आप उसको ऑप्शन देंगे कि वो टेंडर वैल्यू का 25%, 25% जो है वो सप्लाई कर सकता है, अगर वो अपना प्राइस लोअर करके L1 तक ले आएगा तो। Now this goes for those tenders जहाँ पर आप टेंडर वैल्यू स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं, बट देर आर सर्टन टेंडर्स जिसमें द टेंडर वैल्यू या फिर इस तरीके की रिक्वायरमेंट है आपकी जो स्प्लिट नहीं हो सकती। लेट्स से द नंबर ऑफ कंप्यूटर्स, अगर आपको 3 कंप्यूटर्स लेने हैं या 5-7 लेने हैं, 1 लेना है, दैट कैनॉट बी स्प्लिट। सो इन दोज केसेस व्हाट विल हैपन इज कि आप 100% ऑफ द टेंडर ही अगर परचेज प्रेफरेंस की मार्जिन में कोई माइक्रो स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज है तो उसको देंगे। ओके, सो दिस इज़ द प्राइस मैचिंग फैसिलिटी। अदर देन दैट हमने एक 358 आइटम्स की लिस्ट बनाई हुई है। वो 358 आइटम्स जो हैं दे आर एक्सक्लूसिवली रिजर्व्ड फॉर द प्रोक्योरमेंट फ्रॉम आर माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस। उस लिस्ट में से अगर आपको कुछ भी प्रोक्योर करना है तो आप उसको माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस से ही लेंगे, यू कैनॉट प्रोक्योर इट फ्रॉम एल्सवेयर। These are just the details of what I'm talking about. Another important benefit is that exemption from prior experience and prior turnover. देखिए, again इस पे we get a lot of queries, so I'd like to address this issue. Prior experience and prior turnover से MSMEs and startups दोनों को exemption दे सकते हैं subject to meeting the technical and quality certification. अगर आप satisfied हैं कि वो ये meet कर रहे हैं, in that case जो है आप ये exemption उनको दे सकते हैं, but again this is subject to meeting. So बहुत सारे MSMEs write to us, हमें नहीं मिला है, तो हम उसको take up करते हैं CPSEs के साथ, and if they give us a justification that no, this is a particular tender, it's a sensitive matter, sensitive item, or some kind of expertise is required, then in that case they may decide not to give you that exemption. अब एक इसी टारगेट को अचीव करने के लिए और प्रोसेस को सिंप्लीफाई और ट्रांसपेरेंट करने के लिए द गवर्नमेंट हैज़ लॉन्च द गवर्नमेंट ई-मार्केट प्लेस विच इज़ द जेम पोर्टल। नाउ ऑफ कोर्स जेम के थ्रू बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्ट सेविंग्स भी हैं एंड इट इज़ अ वेरी ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसेस। तो इसके लिए हमने जो है एंड दिस ऑब्वियसली हेल्प्स अस अचीव द टारगेट्स अंडर द पॉलिसी ऑल्सो। इट इज़ अ वेरी सिंपल पोर्टल. So that is why we have even signed MOUs with GEM, we have signed MOUs with MIT for the use of their common service centers, so that हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारे MSEs को GEM portal पे onboard करा सकें, so that they can also become a part of the public procurement process. अब हमने इसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए कुछ स्टेप्स लिए, जैसे कि हमने एक रिव्यू कमेटी बनाई हुई है. यू नो, इफ़ देर इज़ एनी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द पॉलिसी दैट नीड्स टू बी लुक्ड इनटू, किसी को कुछ ऑल्टरेशन चाहिए, एट टाइम्स यू नो वी हैव रिसीव्ड रिक्वेस्ट्स फ्रॉम CPSEs दैट उनका प्रोक्योरमेंट इस नेचर का होता है दैट दे आर नॉट एबल टू मीट इट फ्रॉम द माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस. वी गेट दोज काइंड ऑफ रिक्वेस्ट्स ऑल्सो. So there is the provision of the formation of a review committee under this policy, and it looks into such requests that if any particular aspect needs tweaking, changing or modification. Then, for the purpose of achieving the target of 4% procurement from SC/ST micro and small enterprises, the ministry launched the National SC/ST Hub, which is a dedicated hub focused on developing the SC/ST vendors and to achieve the target of 4% procurement from the SC/ST entrepreneurs. Then, अब इसको मॉनिटर कैसे करें कि क्या CPSEs ये टारगेट मीट कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे हैं, कितना प्रोक्योरमेंट हमने MSC क्षेत्र से कर लिया है. फॉर दैट पर्पस आवर मिनिस्ट्री लॉन्च द संबंध पोर्टल इन 2017. We have a technical session. Our director sir is here from NIC team. He will be talking about that portal, but I'm just giving you a very basic of why Sambandh portal was launched. Then Udyam registration has been launched. इससे पहले UAM था, EM था. There were so many registration processes, but this was the first time that you came up with a completely costless and a single window system for getting your MSME registration. Now there's no human intervention. Nobody needs to visit your site and see what you're producing or how you're producing it. It is based on self-certification. देन हम लोग रूटीनली बहुत सारे वेंडर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स भी ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, जिससे कि हम वेंडर्स को डेवलप कर सके. हम एक तरीके से मैच मेकिंग एक्सरसाइज करवाते हैं बिटवीन CPSEs एंड MSMEs. CPSEs बताते हैं कि उनका रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, व्हाट आर दे लुकिंग फॉर, एंड MSEs गेट टू नो कि व्हाट इज़ द लाइकली प्रोक्योरमेंट टू बी डन बाय द CPSE, सो दैट दे कैन ऑल्सो प्लान देयर प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेसेस अकॉर्डिंगली. उसके अलावा हमने एक चैम्पियन सेल लॉन्च किया है, विच इज़ आर ग्रीवेंस पोर्टल, एंड इसके अंदर जैसे ही भी कोई ग्रीवेंस आता है, वी आर मैंडेटेड टू डिस्पोज ऑफ दैट ग्रीवेंस विद इन 3 days, एंड इट इज़ टेकन वेरी सीरियसली एंड मॉनिटर्ड एट द हाइस्ट लेवल्स. सो एंड वी डू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ grievances from our MSEs, and I'm happy to say that we are able to resolve most of them timely. Then at times what happens is कि there are certain aspects जो कि clear नहीं होते at the time of implementation, and you can't change something very easily. These things are not easily done. It's a long process. Therefore we come up with frequently asked questions that at times किसी चीज़ को समझने के लिए one particular aspect or a clause of the policy needs better understanding. So for that purpose, we've come up with the frequently asked questions. The last ones were revised and circulated on March 2025 this year itself, and it is also available on the portal. Now I repeat, we don't just put things out in the portal. Whenever we come up with something, we also make it a point to circulate it amongst all our associations and our CPSEs and their parent ministries also. Then workshops, जैसे आज का एक workshop है, this has been a routine affair, and this year itself, I think this is the 4th or 5th online and offline workshop that we have done for this purpose, to make all the stakeholders aware of what is happening in the policy, where are we headed, and what are the recent initiatives or the likely changes that are going to come soon, and to interact with you all, so that we get an idea of what it is that you are, what are the issues that you are facing while you are, implementing this policy, while doing your procurement, or what is the problem that our MSEs are facing when they are interacting with the CPSEs. So we are continuously engaged. Our field offices are also engaged. We engage with the state governments also to onboard as many people as possible on the Udyam registration portal, on the GEM portal. Then we have reduced a lot of compliance burden also for our CPSEs also. Earlier there were many things that you had to do. आपको एक annual procurement plan बनाना होता था, उसको upload अपनी website पे करना होता था, उसमें कितना आपने achieve किया वो भी देना होता था. Now for all of that, Sambandh portal is there, and we can just have a look at what are your requirements and targets and how far you've been meeting them from that portal itself. And as Secretary Sir has already mentioned, कि recently, growth is something that needs to be applauded. However, what was happening was in case of transition or upgradation, our MSMEs were fearing that they will lose out on the benefits that they were getting. So that was kind of hindering their growth. They were not very happy to move on to higher levels. So to counter that, we came up with this notification on 18th of October this year itself, which says that अगर किसी भी MSME का upgradation higher category में हो गया है, तो एंडिंग ऑफ दैट फाइनेंशियल ईयर से लेके फॉर द नेक्स्ट 3 years ऑल्सो उनको सारे बेनिफिट्स मिलेंगे जो उनको अपनी ओरिजिनल कैटेगरी में मिल रहे थे. पहले दिस वाज अवेलेबल ओनली फॉर 1 year. 1 साल तक ही वो होता था. नाउ इट हैज बीन डन फॉर 3 years. सो अगेन अ वेरी a great incentive for our MSMEs to move forward without any kind of fear of losing out on the benefits. Is it okay if we take the questions, sir? How do we plan to do it? At the end of the session, हम एक interactive session रखें हैं, and you can ask your doubts, all your clarifications then. Sambandh portal, we already have a technical session on that. This is the status of procurement, and Secretary Sir very happily shared and congratulated you on the marvelous achievements by our CPSEs this year itself. And even if we look for the last 3-4 years, of course, there has been a tremendous progress in terms of procurement from MSEs. हम लोग 26% से लेकर 35% तक आ गए हैं, and there has been an absolute increase in the number of beneficiaries under the SC, ST and women entrepreneurs category also, though we are still lagging behind in terms of the percentage. So that is something that we all need to together work on. Now the way forward. What is it कि अब हम लोग क्या है जो policy के लिए कर रहे हैं for its better or more effective implementation? See, first of all, we understand that there is a simultaneous PPP for Make in India order also. And our CPSEs and MSMEs also at large, they are very, they get very confused about which order to apply in which situation, what is the order of preference. So I'm happy to share with you that for the concurrent application of both the orders, the ministries have come to an understanding, and we will soon be coming out with an OM and a clarification. And we have identified certain cases also, so that उसको देखकर आप easily जो है दोनों orders को follow कर सकते हैं without getting any confusion. So that will be taken care of very soon. जो list of 358 items के बारे में मैंने आपको बताया, that list has been revised, and we have come up with a new list of 469 items, which includes both goods, and for the first time we have also included services in that list. That list is available on our website. We had circulated it, and today actually is the last date for you to give the comments on this draft list. This is a revised date. Initially, it had been out there for 1 month. The date was 30th November. We extended it. So in case any of you have still not looked at it, then you please go ahead and look at it, and please आपके जो भी comments in case you want a change in category, you want, our MSMEs also, आप भी अपने जो है कोई भी उसको लेकर suggestions हैं, तो please हमें इसके बारे में दीजिए. Then जो मैंने L1 plus 15% की बात करी थी, margin of purchase preference, that is also going to be soon revised, and हम उसको बढ़ाने वाले हैं, likely L1 plus 20, but it has still not been done, though it is in the pipeline. And see, the important thing is that this policy is applicable only on the Government of India tender. So all the CPSEs which are under the aegis of Government of India, जो state government के tenders होते हैं, तो उसके ऊपर हम उनके state government के policies होते हैं, and they have separate procurement policies. Till now 21 states ऐसे हैं और union territories जिनकी अपनी public procurement policies हैं, which are in line but not the same. तो कुछ states इससे ज़्यादा benefits भी दे रहे हैं, कुछ इससे कम भी दे रहे हैं. So when it comes to any tender which is floated by the state government, you have to refer कि आपकी state government आपको क्या incentives दे रही है. These are the new services which we have identified, 16 services. And as regards with payments, तो देखिए within 45 days it is mandatory for any CPSE to make the payment to our micro and small enterprises. अगर नहीं मिलता है तो वो अपना grievance समाधान portal पे डाल सकते हैं, and after 15 days of which it gets converted into a case जो कि MSEFC Micro Small Enterprise Facilitation Council, which is a quasi judicial body, उसके अंदर चला जाता है. So with the help of this portal we have been able to resolve a lot of issues And 2017 से जो 8,000 crores का amount pending था, that has been dispersed, and 1,72,400 crore का payment has been made to MSME since the onset of the COVID pandemic, which is again a huge achievement, and we laud the efforts of our CPSCs for that. So I will end my technical presentation here, and I would request Director Shubhendu sir to please give a presentation on the working of Sambandh and Samadhan portal. Thank you. Any questions we'll take up in the interactive session.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well explained. So now we have Shri Shubhendu Kumar, Senior Director, IT NIC. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, and good morning, everybody. Without getting into formalities, I will just come to the presentation directly. As explained by Madam Nishita, I am going to present you Sambandh and Samadhan. Sambandh is related to the policy which deals with the public procurement and how we monitor it through our portal. It's a very simple portal, and the figures which were quoted by Secretary Sir, MSME Secretary Sir, was actually basically taken from this, that how we are increasingly gaining the traction of MSME procurement in this, through this portal. So yes, as we go, I will show you. And after that, Sambandh is done. I'll show you the Samadhan portal, which deals with the delayed payment. Yeah. So Sambandh is more focused towards CPSEs because they all have logins into this. Even ministries also have, because all are covered under the PPP. So it's more focused towards this, but nevertheless, the MSMEs also have a stake in this, because I will show you that how, as a vendor, they can register in one of their CPSEs, and then CPSEs can take them for their vendor development and many other trainings and all. So yeah. So this is the home page. Actually, it's sambandh.msme.gov.in. Basically, CPSEs has to put their annual procurement first at the initial beginning of the year, so that there is a benchmark of how much they are going to procure in the coming 12 months. So that is the one-time public procurement, annual procurement they have to do. It's not, it's the entire procurement, not only MSMEs, but entire procurement plan, basically, what they have. They have to put it once at the beginning of the year. And then every month they have to keep on putting how much they are doing every month. So there is a monthly updation is required in this portal. And then there is annual procurement, which I just mentioned. There are many other things which relates to what items you are purchasing, that has to be uploaded. Whether you are on trades or not, that has to be uploaded. Whether, and there are many facilities which we have recently done for women particularly, because CPSEs were saying that they are not able to get hold of women entrepreneurs from which supplies can be taken from. So we have given that feature. A CPSE through its login can reach out to a women entrepreneur, not only women, but SC/ST entrepreneur also. So what activities they are into it, and probably take them in their supply chain. Yeah. So this is just the figure that the portal started in 17-18, but you can see that 16-17 figure is just 17% of the PPP, while the target was 20% then. So we were behind target, because basically maybe they were doing the targets, but monitoring was not there, so data was not there. So this we used to get through emails, through letters and various other modes, and put it in our Excel and do all those. 17 October, we put this in the portal. All CPSEs were given logins, and they started giving their data on a monthly basis. So we see that there is a sudden jump from 18% to 23% procurement is visible in the moment the portal comes up. It increases to 18, 19 to 26%. then every successive year it is increasing. The latest figure till yesterday, it was 35.69%, which Mr. Secretary also mentioned. So this is how we analyze the data and also modify the policy. I tell you how this data helped, because earlier the policy was to have 20% target for all CPSEs. Based on this data, actually it was seen that the target can be enhanced to 25%. And there could be a sub-target for SC and ST also. SC was already there, but women target was added to that. So this data really helps us. So I request that any CPSE who might not be loading data monthly due to some reason that they have lost track of their login ID, we can help. I will just share the email ID at the end of the session. You can contact us. Yeah. So this is a very simple portal. All CPSEs given login ID. They log in on a monthly basis on this portal. They first put their annual procurement. There are a few more things that we ask, that what's their web address where the items of purchases are put. So I request that at your back end on your portal, you can enrich your content by the item list, so that MSME, when they come to this portal, can see what are the items being purchased and probably optimize their businesses according to your supplies, your requirements. There is a facility for vendor registration also. I'll get into that later on. Then you have a monthly procurement updation module is there. You log in, you go to that link of monthly procurement, and all the pre-filled data of annual procurement will be shown to you, so that you can keep monitoring how much you are ahead or behind of the target of 25%. And you also give many other data about how many SC/ST are being target benefited. I think it's very simple. I did not explain it much, because very simple fields are whatever is required in the MSME policy, and little beyond that, like I said, that items purchased, whether you are on trades or not, which trades platform you are. So that kind of simple information is being asked here. So now I come to the one good feature which we added recently, that since the target for, if you see that this figure, you see that target for SC/ST and women are not being met, 4% and 3%. So you know the latest figure is 0.83, while it's almost 5 times that we have to make a jump in the case of SC/ST, and maybe around 3 times in the case of women purchases from women entrepreneurs. So this search facility actually helps in developing those vendors. So we have, this is integrated with the Udyam portal directly. In the real time, you can know which Udyam is into which line of business, and probably take their into your vendor program, development program, and probably enhance their capability and capacity for your requirement. So we have searched for SC/ST similarly, and yes, so that was it. Before I forget, while I was listening to Nishita ji, GEM, she was mentioning about GEM. GEM integration is on the real-time basis. The moment Udyam is registered on our portal, which Secretary Sir mentioned that we have crossed around 1.28 crores in around 2 months' time, 2.5 months' time. So in real time, the GEM registration also happens. So we have a API real-time integration with GEM. So almost it has crossed a figure of around, if I'm not wrong, 35 lakh units who have registered, and they have consented to be on the GEM. They are directly onboarded there. Post that, they have to do their thing of loading their businesses, what do you call, items and rates and all. That is beyond the scope of Udyam, but on GEM, they are verified from Udyam. So, and the second thing which is very good, which has come up in last 2 months, is the DigiLocker. All Udyam associations can take note of this, that they can tell their members that DigiLocker can be used for Udyam. So their what do you call, verification part for banks, for any other government bodies is made very easy. So I think this is a good opportunity for MSMEs to use this DigiLocker. So both GEM and DigiLocker we have integrated, so can be used. Now I come to the vendor registration. This is to be done by the MSMEs. All MSMEs who have a valid Udyam can register through this. Already, whatever their data is there on the Udyam is directly pulled here, and just a click of 2-3 buttons they are registered on the Sambandh portal. And I would request that CPSC should log in and see those vendors. If they are good enough to be part of your business chain, probably you can call them, and all the addresses and contacts are there through this. So I'm just showing how CPSC can see their name, addresses are all there. So you can contact them for their. Yeah. So that was for the Sambandh part, which dealt with the public procurement by the CPSEs and ministries. So I can go to the Samadhan portal. Samadhan is basically delayed payment related. The stakeholders are again, the biggest stakeholders there are the MSMEs, so association may take note of it. But nevertheless, CPSEs are also ministries, CPSEs and various other railways bodies are all part of this. And basically, it is a very simple portal in which Udyam registered MSE can log in because they have valid Udyam. They need not have a special login for this Samadhan, and they can put up their applications for delayed payment resolution. The first phase is the application part where they put up their information that my payment is not due, has not been paid even after 45 days of mandated the minimum. So they give, and we have a set of MSE FC, MSE Facilitation Councils. It is now at every state. Obviously, it is there at the capital or their headquarters. But now ministry has written to all state governments, and many have actually put their effort to have councils at the district level. So I am very happy to share that many states have gone, all the districts have been covered under to open their councils at the district level, so that the travel and many other logistics you can understand that is made easy when it is at the district level headquarters. So I think 113 now have come up, while we had only around 36 states and UTs councils, but now we have 113 because many states have come up and put their council at the district level. So all councils have given their login ID and password. So what happens the moment entrepreneur files his or her case on the portal, based on the Udyam, we pick their state and district and push the data to the dashboard of that particular district and state and district councils. So the councils have to basically log in almost on the daily basis and see that how many cases are new have come up, or if there is some hearing is needed, they can give those hearing notice and all. All facilities are there. I'll just show you. Yeah. Basically, I told you how this MSME Samadhan portal, delayed payment monitoring portal works. Yeah, it's almost more than 5 years that, very interesting figure I will tell you, that before we launched this portal in 2017, the data which we were able to collect through various means, offline mode or email and all, there were only 2,000 cases that we were able to capture throughout the year. But after this portal has come up, almost 1.3 lakh applications has been filed. So it's a quantum jump from the mode of offline. People used to go to councils, travel, take their papers and all. So now everything has been done away with, and almost everything is online. This is the home page of this. Incidentally, Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned this in one of the MSMEs support and outreach program in 2018. I think it was November 2018. So, so, yeah. So this is the dashboard that you can see that, as I mentioned, 1.3 lakh applications have been filed. And the good, one of the side benefits of this portal, I would say, was the mutual settlement. We never expected that 10% would be mutually settled. What happens the moment MSME registers his application here, immediately notice through SMS and email goes to the buyer party also. So they come forward and settle their amongst, even before going to the council. So we were surprised that mutual settlement, almost 10% mutual settlement was happening. So this is the benefit. Yeah. So I don't want to bog down you into the data, but broadly I have told you that there is a quantum jump in the offline mode, and then this. Then there is a benefit of monitoring even at the principal secretary level, at the secretary level, at the central government level. So all levels have been given to monitor their cases pendency. CPSEs login has been given. So facility for CPSEs are there that they can reply to the applications filed by the MSEs. So they need not bother to go to the council for, if they can mutually settle, they can do that without even going to that, and they can put up their replies and settlement here also. I have already mentioned most of the things here, that there are features for entrepreneur. This is basically entrepreneur-centric and MSEFC council-centric. But for monitoring purposes, CPSEs top officials and the nodal officers have been given login ID. They can go by logging to the dashboard and see the cases pendencies, the applications which has come up against them for the delayed payment, and probably they can talk to the person and settle it. Or if they are not happy, they can rightly so write on the portal that the quality was not up to the mark, or whatever their this thing is, dispute is, and probably council will take cognizance when this converts to the case. So, as you can see that entrepreneur can file the cases, and they keep getting the status whenever there is a mutual settlement is happening, or when the cases hearing. We have seen that cases are heard multiple times, multiple days. One hearing happens and then there is no settlement amongst them. The council gives a date. So they keep getting the notification about the dates, likely dates of hearing and all, the exact date of hearing and all. So those facilities are there. So council, the second biggest stakeholder is the council. They can see the applications, and based on the merit of the application can convert it to a case and issue a notice for the hearing date, and then probably have a what do you call, talk between the two parties and probably try to come to a solution or say settlement, and probably can issue pass and orders. Everything is captured here, the hearing dates, what all the deliberations went, what was the outcome of that hearing, and if finally if the settlement has happened, what amount has been finally settled for is also written, captured in this, so we can know from there. So I told you about CPSEs feature. They have also login, and one feature which we have recently added, which at some point it is connected with delayed payment, that we are now on a monthly basis asking for all amounts which is due for MSMEs. So there is a special module which was introduced around 2 years back. So probably I would request CPSEs to monthly log into this Samadhan portal and put up their overdue amount here. They may not be delayed, but overdue amount as on that cutoff date of month. So what happens that at any level time, at any point of time, the secretary or other ministries can know that this much is due. So probably that can be taken up by the concerned competent authority. So most of the things I've already talked. I did not read out those things. There are tens and dozens of MIS which are available. There are age report. You can know that how many applications are pending for 0 to 15 days, 15 to 30 days, more than a year. There are certain hearings going on for for years. So that is also available through this MIS and all. Yeah. And the good point is that we have all the reports, most of the reports which doesn't directly pinpoint the MSA, MSME or the CPSEs is available in the public platform. Like this report you can see from your public without login. So it is always available. That you can know that which central ministries, how much is due and how much was rejected, how much was amount settled, everything, all MISs are there. Respondent means basically basically buyers. If MSME, if CPSE is a buyer, so this will be of their interest because they have to respond to those delayed payment applications by them. It's a drill down report. You can go to any ministry you want, like, and any CPSE you like. So we have also report on this CPSE wise, so you can know that which CPSE is having how many cases against them, so how much amount is due, and so on and so forth. It also shows how much is settled also. So lot of rich MIS is available here. This I just mentioned that there is a age-wise how many applications are pending for how many days. So this I also just mentioned 2 minutes back that every month CPSEs has to give their amount dues. So these features you should use. This is the last slide, and what I am pointing here that in July, Honorable Prime Minister announced a RAM program for MSMEs, which is raising and accelerating MSME performance. So in that, new concepts are being taken into considerations. These are the world best practices. That is not only the policy and act which should be taken into consideration. There are many other ways, alternate dispute resolutions and online digital resolution that we are trying to make use in the Samadhan portal very soon. It is likely to come. I cannot commit any date as of now. So yeah, so that's all for this. I'll just write one email ID so that you can know. For any query, you can reach us. Is at the rate. It's not on the screen. It's not showing at the rate on the keyboard, but you can note this. Can you? I will just make it. I'll just increase the font size. So for any query, you can probably policy-dcmsme @dcmsme.gov.in. Yeah. With this, I close my session, and thank you very much for.
Sir, policy division. Division.
Policy division. Sorry. Please. Please note this. Thank you.
Thank you for a well-spoken presentation, sir. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers, ladies and gentlemen? So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Shri K.K. Sharma, General Manager, National SCST Hub, to give a presentation on inclusive procurement. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Respected Director General Shri Sopti Sir, Economic Advisor DP Shri Animesh Bharti Sir, senior officials from CPSEs, representatives from industry associations, good morning. I'm going to give a brief information about National SCST Hub. It's a central sector scheme of Ministry of MSME, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2016. The main objective of this scheme is to provide professional support to the SCST entrepreneurs so that their participation in public procurement increases, provide them exposure to the industry best practices, and leverage Stand Up India scheme. Over the year, we have introduced many interventions with the objective to provide them financial assistance, capacity building, and market linkages to the SCST entrepreneurs. We have set up 15 national SCST hub offices across the country so that ground level support is being provided to them. This is the figure regarding public procurement from SCST MSEs. You can see in 2015-16, the total procurement was hardly 99 crore rupees from all CPSEs put together. It was less than 0.07%, and over the years now in 21-22, it has gone to 0.78% with a value of 1,291 crore rupees. There is growth in this, but there's a long way to go and achieving this mandate of 4% procurement from SCST MSEs. These are the interventions under National SCST Hub scheme introduced with consultation of various stakeholders. The major intervention is Special Credit Linked Capital Subsidy Scheme, which was leveraged with original CLCSS scheme of Ministry of MSME. There is 25% capital subsidy for the SCST MSEs for procurement of plant and machinery through bank loan. This helps the existing enterprise in their capacity building and also for setting up of new enterprise by SCST MSEs. So far, we have provided subsidy of 134 crore rupees under this intervention. Another intervention is capacity building training programs, which we conduct through 45 government and autonomous institutions across the country. We have trained 32,000 SCST entrepreneurs and 126 type of training programs. We provide toolkits after completion of training to these SCST candidates. For market linkage, we help them to participate in 4 domestic and 2 international exhibitions in a financial year. We provide subsidy to the SCST MSEs for registration under single point registration scheme of NSIC, SPRS. They need to pay only 100 rupees as a token amount. There is subsidy of 80% subject to maximum of 20,000 rupees for membership of a fee of export promotion councils. We reimburse 80% or 1 lakh rupees per annum for the testing charges for their raw material or finished products. We subsidize up to 80% or 1 lakh rupees for the bank loan processing fee of SCST entrepreneurs. There is a reimbursement of 80% or up to 1 lakh rupees for bank charges on performance bank guarantee, because they have to provide performance bank guarantee once they get the work order. We subsidize 80% up to 25,000 rupees of the government promoted e-commerce portals, including GEM or MSME Mart or e-commerce portals of KVIC, TriFed. There is subsidy up to 90% or 1 lakh rupees for participation in short-term training programs of top 50 and IRF ranked management institutions. We have 15 hub offices, as I told you. We help them in tender participation because most of the SCST entrepreneurs are first generation entrepreneurs and they are not averse to, they're not familiar with the online tendering bid preparation. So we help them in tender participation, we help them in JAM registration, bank loan. We conduct e-tendering workshops. We regularly organize vendor development programs for them. So far, we have organized 491 vendor development programs for, especially for SST entrepreneurs. Awareness programs are being organized. We facilitate their vendor registration with CPSEs and exhibition in under SMAS scheme. We had CPSE conclave on 18th November at Vigyan Bhavan, where top achievers of, from among CPSEs were facilitated by Honorable Secretary Sir. These are the top CPSEs whose procurement from SST was more than 10 crore rupees. But there are many CPSEs who are not uploading their procurement data on this Sambandh portal. As Mr. Shumendu sir has already explained about Sambandh portal of our ministry. So there are many CPSEs who are yet to upload their procurement data. These are few CPSEs which have not uploaded procurement data on Sambandh portal. Our request will be to upload your procurement data on Sambandh portal on monthly basis. These are 45 CPSEs which have not uploaded procurement data. These are the CPSEs which have been conducting special VDPs for SST MSEs. You can see the figure. Food Corporation of India has organized a maximum number of VDPs. But there are many CPSEs which have not conducted any VDP at all. Like these are the CPSEs which have not conducted any VDP. So our request would be to organize vendor development programs for SST MSEs. Our hub offices are there to help you out in mobilizing SST entrepreneurs. But please do organize these VDPs as plant level or field level. These are the expectations from CPSEs. Like as I told you, please regularly update your data on Sambandh portal. Organize vendor development programs specific to the SST entrepreneurs at plant level. And another grievance we oftenly receive from SST entrepreneurs and industry associations that CPSEs organize vendor development programs, but after the event, whenever these SST entrepreneurs approaches the CPSEs, their attitude changes. They don't provide them supporting guidance or help to them. Please share the contact details of nodal officers nominated for procurement from SST MSEs. We received details of 136 nodal officers from CPSEs, but please update those details to our ministry. As I told you, we have hub offices who can help you in getting organizing the vendor development programs. We can coordinate with them for holding these events. Our contact details are sshub@nsic.co.in. Toll-free number is there, and you can note down my mobile number also. I'm KK Sharma, General Manager. My mobile number is 7023 101 911. Thank you. Should I repeat that? 7023 101 911. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the excellent presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a short question and answer session. If you may have a query or concern, our speakers are here on the dais. Over to you, speakers.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Shankarao from HPCL, GM Procurement. We are happy to inform that we are exceeding all the targets. Our MSME procurement is more than 32%. We all complying to the whatever the policy. Only one or two small queries. Regarding these 469 items, which is exclusively to be procured from the MSEs, is there any exceptions? See, particularly when the quantity of the requirement ours is used and naturally maybe only exclusive MSEs, then the price may be more what we our estimate. In that cases, is there any exceptions to go other than MSEs or not? And another is regarding the performance of the MSME vendors. When we place orders, they may not perform at the back out or at the critical moment they may not supply. So what is the action MSME like to have it, and what do you expect from our CPSEs?
To answer your first question, yes, those 358 and now the 469 list, once it is approved, it is exclusively reserved for procurement from MSCs. See, there's a reason why we reserve certain items for micro and small. And, the very fact that they are micro and small means that they are not, they do not have that cost competitiveness which the large enterprises have. So that is why those items in the first place have been reserved for them. Yes, till now we do not give any exemption if you have to procure from any of those 358 items. The policy does not have it. However, we recently came up with a notification. There were 1 or 2 instances where CPSEs had floated tenders and they had like participation or bid by only 1 or 2 people. And they were kind of practicing, discriminatory or predatory pricing. So to take care of that, recently we've come up with this amendment in our policy, and now the review committee, which I talked about, it will consider such, tenders or such cases, individual basis pay. If there is a need, or why in a particular tender, if you need to get an exemption from procuring those items from MSCs, then you can write to us and the review committee will look into it. And for what was the second question?
Performance of vendors, MSME.
Yes, so right now the policy does not have any provision for taking action against the erring MSCs. However, you can take action as per your own terms and conditions. If you have certain conditions that, if found guilty or have not met the target, and you come up with certain steps that you would like to take, you can take it. But no, the policy does not provide for cancelling the status or blacklisting the MSC.
Thank you, madam. Only one thing, the description of items, whatever that 469, are very, very generic. So what will happen generally, the MSC vendor, when we float the tender, they will come and argue, no, as per this is this exclusion list.
Yes.
That too we have to look into.
That happens, and we do get such queries, and then you can write to us and we will clarify it for you that whether this item falls under the purview of that list or not.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, good morning, madam. I am Sukumar from Chennai Petroleum. Here, madam.
Yeah. Yes.
Madam, first, what is the validity of Udyam certificate, madam? Is there any validity?
Validity Udyam.
Udyam certificate validity?
No, you don't need to. There's no expiry of registration, no, sir.
There is no expiry for that. There is no expiry of year, because I tell you.
So use this one.
Actually, if you read that Udyam certificate memorandum and the act notification, every year the data is updated by fetching it from the CBDT's income tax data for turnover and the plant and machinery value. So every year it is getting refreshed on its own. So entrepreneur need not be bothered about that. So, answering your question, the validity is for all the times to come. Unless the DIC or the designated offices see that that is actually not there on the ground, or some other cases, they can be discontinued from the Udyam's portal.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, second thing is the MSC bidder registered under manufacturing category. But on the list of activities includes the services also. He has applied for service tender, whether we should give benefit to that MSC vendor.
You are saying that you floated a tender for
service category.
For service. Yeah. And in the Udyam, the person has mentioned that he is a manufacturer.
Under which list of activities, there actually they have mentioned services also.
In minor or major?
Minor.
In minor. In minor, he has mentioned services. Yeah. In major, he has mentioned goods, manufacturing. And your tender is for services. See, the benefit of free tender sets and the EMD exemption, it has to be given to all the MSEs. Of course, not to the traders. But other than that, you have to give these two benefits to everyone. However, while in the further stages of scrutiny, while you open, and if you have any further, quality requirements or any kind of technical requirements, at that stage, if you feel that this person is not rendering the services or if he's outsourcing, then you may, not include him in that process.
Okay.
Yes.
Third thing, madam, actually, for L1 bidder is for non-divisible item. L1 bidder is a non-MSE.
Okay.
L2 is class 1 supplier.
Okay.
L3 is general MSE. L4 is SC/ST. L5 is women. The preference should be given to first women and then SC/ST. What is the procedure?
No, first of all, I'm assuming that all these L2, 3, 4, 5 you've mentioned, they're all in the margin of purchase preference.
Within 15%.
So, see, right now, until we come up with that OM which I mentioned for the concurrent application of PPP for Make in India and PPP for MSEs, the order of preference is that first preference has to be given to the PPP for MSE order. So, you have to give the first preference to the MSC.
Yeah, under MSE,
Yes.
which category, madam? First women and then SC/ST and then general category.
And they're all in the margin of purchase preference.
yeah.
So, first you will ask the person who has the lowest bid.
Lowest bid means, less than 10%.
It can be the woman entrepreneur or SC/ST or MSC, but it has to be an MSC basically.
Okay.
So whoever out of these three is quoting the lowest, you first ask him to match the L1 price. If he's willing to do it, then you give it to him.
Thank you, madam. And then fourth is, we are conducting reverse auction, madam. After finalizing...
If it's a GEM specific question, so I think, sir, there is a session on GEM and it can be taken then.
No, not GEM, madam, it's MSE only.
Okay.
Reverse auction, after conducting reverse auction, the benefit should be passed on to the MSE bidders if they are within the matching. Or we should actually, during the process of reverse auction, H1 bidder will get eliminated, madam. If they are MSE bidders within the price matching 15%.
I understood your question. So what you're saying is that once you opened the bid, you determined L1 and the margin of purchase preference, and then you kind of negotiated with the L1 supplier to bring down the price. That is, I'm assuming, what you mean by reverse auction, right? No, in that case, once you've already identified L1 plus 15% margin preference, if there are MSCs, and if he has been given the option, then you have to give the tender to him at that price only, at L1.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Srikanth, I'm representing Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, subsidiary of Coal India Limited.
Okay.
In continuation to what sir has asked regarding the purchase preference to MSE and MII.
Right.
Like if the persons or like if the L2, L3 bidders comes under the L1 plus 15 or L1 plus 20 as per the policy.
Right.
Then how to share the policy? Like you have mentioned that 25% should be given to the MSE.
Yes.
And 50% we have for the MII.
Right. So in that case, until we come with the order of preference is first the MSC. So what you'll do is in L1 plus 15%, you identify the micro and small enterprise. You identify the micro and small enterprise, and as per the order, you give him 25% of the tender value. So what remains is 75%. So on that 75%, you will apply the PPP for Make in India order, and if within L1 plus 20%, there is a class 1 supplier, you give him 37.5%. Yes. Remaining will go to the L1, whoever is the L1, irrespective of whether he's MSc or class 1.
In continuation to the EMD clause again, as you have mentioned, the traders are exempted from the, traders are not exempted from the submission of EMD.
Yes.
There are so many bids we are receiving where bidders are, they are the traders, like they are the MSE manufacturers of some product categories.
Okay.
They are registered in Vijay registration.
Okay.
But they are not the manufacturers for the tender item.
For the tendered item. So basically they are traders, you mean?
Yes, yes. They become the traders in that case.
Yes, yes.
But many of the MSEs are...
But that can only be identified in the second stage once you do the further scrutiny.
Yeah, we do that.
So at that stage you have to eliminate, but in the initial stage, since he is a manufacturer or a service provider and not a trader per se, then you have to give him the EMD exemption.
MSEs are claiming that they are representing us and they are asking us to exempt it based on the policies. I request you to give clear guidelines to the MSEs who are traders so that they won't ask us repeatedly regarding this case. And they won't apply for this EMD exemption.
This is very well taken. We'll try to incorporate, a lot of what we get here in our FAQs or the subsequent amendments that we come.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Monica Singh from TCIL.
From?
From TCIL, Telecom Consultants India Limited. Ma'am, my first question is, I may be mistaken, but in the policy there is nothing written about what to do in case the tender is not splittable. But in the FAQ circulated in March 22, in the answer of question number 21, it states that in case of tender item cannot be split or divided, the MSE quoting a price within the band L1 plus 15% may be awarded for full or complete supply.
That word may is, conditional on the fact whether he is willing to bring down his price to L1 or not.
If he is willing,
Yes, then you give him the entire quantity.
it is mandatory for us to give.
Yes.
There is no circular making this seem like.
If it's a goods or services contract, not a works contract. Another important caveat is that our policy is not applicable on the works contract. But if it's a goods contract or a services contract, assuming you're talking about a goods contract, where you have to procure something in the item tender value, or it cannot be split in 25% and 75%. In that case, if within the margin of purchase preference, you have an MSC who's willing to lower his price to L1, you will give him the entire tender.
Can you please put it in a circular so that it is more clear?
I thought it is self-explanatory, but if you want us to make the language a little better, we'll do that.
The other one is, we are a project-based organization, so in our contracts with all the vendors, whether MSEs or not, most of the time our payment terms are on back-to-back basis.
Okay.
So when we get the payment from our clients, we give it to the vendors. So most of the times MSE vendors, they agree to back-to-back payments, and later after 45 or 60 days, they complain that they have not received their payment on time according to the act.
Yes.
So what should we do in that case?
Do they give it in writing that they are agreeing to
They
back-to-back?
accept the contract terms and decide.
If you have any specific case like that, then please write to us so that we can, scrutinize it further.
All the contracts, all the complaints that are registered
Since-
on the Samadhan portal against TCIL, I can say at least 90% of them fall under this clause.
Since this is specific to your organization, please write to us and we'll look into it how we can take this up.
Thank you. I'm Neera Sood from Steel Authority of
Thank you
India.
so much, participants, for the questions
I
and
have
queries.
one question. I have a couple of questions, please.
Yes, hi.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much for your presentation. And like you said, the whole MSME thing is basically to assure a market for the MSME sectors. And we in Steel Authority of India, let me tell you, are actually identifying items across in the plants, which we can now buy from not only MSMEs, but also the SC/ST MSMEs and this. So my first question is, like when you said mandatory, is 25% mandatory or is 4 and 3% also mandatory? That's my first question. Okay. Second is, there is no order distribution policy, so to say, there's no order distribution given in the policy. So we on our own are trying to, formulate an order distribution policy in our own organization so that to ensure that 4% or 3% bhi ho jata hai. Like you just said ki you have to give it to the lowest MSME bidder, but they may not be an SC/ST or a women end. Right. But when we have to meet that 4% and 3%, we are now making a policy ki 4%, you give it to the women first, and a women SC/ST first, and then, so on and so forth. I don't know whether that's correct or not correct, but we are trying to do that so that we achieve the targets of 3 to 4%. So that's the order distribution priority which we are trying to fit in. I don't know whether that's correct or not. I'd like your comments on that. And the other thing is that you also, there is now this MII policy which is now going to be, this. So again, there'll be a order distribution priorities which we'll have to fix in. So I hope when you're making that OM, MII, MSME, SC/ST and women, that priority on who has to get preference within that price band should be there so that we are able to achieve targets and we are able to meet our, so that's something which I request you to do. Then there is also, like when you said about the validity, what we understood from your presentation was that there's a 3-year validity because wo turnover actually wo 3 years ke rehta hai uske baad, because we are facing a lot of problems कि अगर हम लोग ने tender issue किया in the month of suppose February, right, and it's not gotten concluded before the turn of the financial year, तो वो अगर you know, medium हो जाता है तो हम उसको दे सकते हैं कि नहीं. So in our internal policies, we've said that at the date of tender opening, if he's an MSc, we'll get it. But now you said 3 years, so that there is a comfort level obviously there. So we assume that, because there was a question asked about the validity, we assume that it's about 3 years. And the other thing is that with regard to that 469 items, these are not items, actually they are category of items, and we are all a technology-based organization in which we need to buy certain items where, you know, purity and वो सब बहुत important हो जाता है. ये मैंने last time भी एक बार raise किया था conclave में. And the thing is that और capacities of the vendor भी नहीं पता. जैसे for instance ferrosilicon, for instance aluminium, हमें refractories, हमें capacity of the vendor भी नहीं मालूम है, हमारा कितना requirement है. So that list as it is, which is not of items, which is actually of categories, and उसमें बहुत से nuts and bolts हैं जो हम बहुत critical applications में use करते हैं. So we cannot sometimes, you know, reserve it. While we may buy it from an MSME, if they are, you know, जैसे आपने बोला quality and ये, we may buy it, but you know that the thing reservation kind of will be very difficult for us. We may write to you and you know whole procurement process हमारा vitiate हो जाता है और बहुत लंबा रहेगा. So if you are taking out a list of whatever number of items, if it is with a data bank of who are the MSCBs who can supply this, what is the specification that they can supply, what is the capacity they have, because हमारी requirement बहुत ज़्यादा होगी, क्या पता MSME वो कर ही नहीं सकता. So if you can do it with certain disclaimers, it will be really beneficial, क्योंकि case on case basis के लिए हमें आपके पास नहीं आना पड़ेगा इस चीज़ के लिए. That's my request. And I have also a request from Mr. Vivek. Sir, आपने वो बहुत ही अच्छा जो संबंध पोर्टल में that vendor list of data of SC/ST vendors जो आप लोगों ने ये state wise और ये रखा हुआ है, that's very very good. But we in Steel Authority, we are a multi-locational organization और हमारे पास एक ही ID और एक ही password है, which is at the corporate level to fill in that data on the Samadhan portal. But everybody in the plant who is a procurement officer will want to look at that list of SC/ST vendors or the vendor database which is available. So वो आप login based ना करके आप please उसको portal पे डाल दीजिए ताकि people at our plant locations who are actually doing procurement can look at that data on a real time basis. This is a request ही हम लोगों ने लिख के भी दिया था. So this is something which, yeah, and further.
Just supplement that, 2 more points. I think it's a very long list of points, but 2 more points. One to Nitisha. We also have certain state government agreements which come under, which give us, you know, local industry comes into play. So they are MSEs, but they are also local, which means that I have to buy from possibly the district, or there is certain ancillary development authority at the plant. So we have to go to them first before we can go outside. So there are items under the state agreement which are reserved for these vendors. They are MSEs, but they get more of a preference. Can we implement that also? Because those are state government agreements. Another point that Neera asked Vivek ji was about these lists. I would also request that you put the social category as well as the women entrepreneurs on that list, so that when we scan this list, apart from it being available outside the login, it should also have the women and SC/ST category in the database itself, which should be downloadable without actually logging into the portal itself. So these are 2 additions. If you can answer those, that would help. Thank you.
Okay, starting with and trying to answer all your questions and points. So the 25% target is mandatory, and so is 3 and 4%. However, in case you are not able to meet the 3 and 4%, we say that you also try to meet that target from the MSC. So basically the first focus is 25% itself. Now, coming to a question of order of preference. So see, the policy right now is very clear that in case L1 is MSC, you give him the tender. In case it is not, then you go for the margin of purchase preference. I am assuming that you're talking about certain specific cases where L1 is, there are multiple L1 bidders, being woman entrepreneur, SC/ST entrepreneur, a non out of these 2 but still an MSC, and a class or a local class 1 supplier also. So you know, however, if they're all within the margin of purchase preference and have not necessarily quoted the same value, in that case of course it's simple. You have to go to the first to the bidder who has quoted the lowest. irrespective of whether it's a woman, SC/ST, or a micro or small enterprise. So you go to the one who is the lowest in that margin of purchase preference. If in those rare instances where everybody has quoted the same, all are L1, in that case, it would be, I mean, it's good that you already have an internal order preference policy. So you can just mention that in your tender when you float it. So that once you decide that, okay, now this is our, order of preference in case we have multiple annual bidders, there's clarity and there's no further, scope for any kind of court cases or any legal repercussions of the same. Then coming to your question of state government contracts, that needs to be looked into, sir. But first of all, since you are a central government, you're under the aegis of the government of India. So the first duty would be, of course, to follow this order. If you do sign any kind of a contract with the state government, of course, I'll get back to you, and if you could give it in writing, it would be better. But as of now, I would say that while signing any such MOU or contract, you need to take these things into mind that, you already have certain targets that need to be fulfilled under this policy. So that should be given the preference. If it's very specific, maybe you can write, because I can see a lot of raised hands.
I'll just clarify, there is no agreement, there's no MOU that we've entered.
Okay.
It's an agreement which is done by the Ancillary Development Authority, which is the Deputy Commissioner of the district.
Okay.
And it is a body which is by the state government defined for our different plants and units.
Right.
So there the agreement is done with those authorities because it is a state level intervention which has been done.
Right.
It is not that we have gone to them.
Right.
So there, the only point I wanted to make was, there is, apart from MSEs, we giving preference to MSEs, there is no violation of this policy, but there is also a local industry which has to be given preference before we give to outside MSEs. So local MSEs get preference over outside MSEs.
Right.
That is the only difference.
I understand. And this is like, quite an analogy to the PPP for Make in India also. You raised that question. So, when we come up with that OM or that notification, there is a very it is going to be a very comprehensive OM. So it will have a lot of categories. You will, we have tried to identify all possible cases and try to include all kind of case scenarios. So hopefully that would help. That was in response to your PPP for Make in India and PPP for MSE. And for this state government thing, maybe you can write to us and we'll, get back to you after some deliberation. I will.
Yeah, ma'am.
Sure.
Yeah, this is Deep Chauhan from HPCL. Number one, in case of...
So just the questions left.
Hello. Yeah, on the data being on public basis, there is some data privacy issue in that. So probably the way around is the giving login to your unit wise, your sales, you are from sale. So probably you can write to us, and then probably how many units you might be having there, in hundreds or okay, we can look into that we can try to give login to the unit wise to your this thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But giving publicly on the platform would be some data privacy issue may come in. So the way around is that.
Right. Yeah, sir. Ma'am, first, it is regarding upward graduation.
Yes.
What recently OM has come, that we have to consider last year position will be applicable. So under such circumstances, probably we may have to seek the previous status of the party, because earlier it was Udyog registration. So
no, see, this applicability of upgradation, this does not apply in case of a change when he has moved from UAM to Udyam. Right, sir? This is only applicable when he has done this Udyam, and after coming to Udyam portal, if there is an upgradation, then this applies.
But that clarity, probably it is not there.
Okay.
So a lot of confusion there. Thank you very much. Second thing is, what is about NSIC? Is it EMD, can we give exemption? Because now we are saying Udyam registration certificate is the only thing where everybody has to get registered. It is something like this, you have to pass class 10 before going to 12th, and we are seeking class 10 certificate, everything. So people are giving NSIC certificate, and where validity is mentioned. So question is it, can based on the NSIC certificate, Can we extend the EMD exemption or other benefits?
Yeah, you can supplement that.
Okay, sir, you answer.
If you go through the public procurement policy, it is mentioned that this EMD exemption is applicable for, at that time it was Udyog Aadhar.
Now
And,
only for Udyam.
Other than Udyog Aadhar, other possibilities were like that MSEs, MSEs which are registered with NSIC, KVIC or other ministry, other organizations of ministry. So NSIC registered units can be given EMD exemption. And validity of NSIC registration is 2 years, so you have to take the only valid certificate.
No, sir.
I understand your question and I understand what sir is saying. So, you know, in our FAQs also were very clearly mentioned that even though they may have NSIC registration or पहले जैसे उद्योग आधार था जिसका validity has expired as on 30th June, right now for any kind of benefit, first thing that you have to check is the Udyam registration. After that, if there is any particular policy of NSIC that needs to be applied or benefit, then probably NSIC registration. That sir can answer, I'm sure. But for the purpose of EMD, first you have to look, first please do look for the Udyam registration certificate.
Ajit, thank you. Second, from Shri Kumar sir, Shubhendu sir. Sir, as madam has suggested regarding the Sambandh portal, you provide a password or officer login is given, and with the help of that officer login, we have number one, we update the data. Number two, as you have informed that list of MSME women, SCST or other vendor list, it is also under following that. So what is happening, only if you have a control of one person, it is very difficult. So my suggestion would be the data updation part. Kindly, it should be under officer login. However, data pertaining to list of MSC women or other, probably it should be with anybody can access that part. So,
you are saying for the updation?
Not updation, sir. I am talking about the details provided in the Sambandh portal pertaining to the list of MSC women available. SCST, as you said, it is there.
Okay.
So it is falling probably under officer login.
Yeah. Because
So,
I said this relates to data privacy issues.
no, but why, sir? Sir, my question is, if data is available there, how it can be private data?
No. I'm saying whoever has desired to share their data, only those are shown to you. Or the vendors who are interested in your vendor development program, they register under your dashboard.
No, sir. Sorry. I have a different view. Reason being, the list of MSc women or SCST, entire list is available. It is first drop-down menu is there. It is state-wise, it's a district-wise. And you are probably, as informed, taking directly from the your Udyam portal. So what is happening here, sir? Number one, we have a limited access, like one fellow is having the password. Number two, the issue is coming, I have to drop down up to the district level. And in that district level, I have to select. So although my requirement is probably, and if you see the item, probably women, which is not of my spectrum where I look for, or the item. So you should have a provision to give Excel sheet export. I can download entire data and I can work on my Excel and select.
Yeah.
So that option probably you can look for, sir. Coming to the third thing, sir, Samadhan portal.
Sir, I request participants to please write or email their queries. We will be providing the email IDs and numbers of the speaker to you. And also we will be sharing the soft copies of the presentation after the event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you all the participants for asking such good queries to our speakers, and thank you speakers for your valuable time. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a 10 minutes break, 10 minutes tea break, and after that we will be reassembling here for the next session. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight change in the program on account of officials' commitments of the GEM team. So, we are having the Q&A session of half an hour with the GEM team. And if we are not able to cover the queries, you may email to GEM with copy to DP. We will share the email IDs during the lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our GEM team who is already on the dais? A very, very warm welcome, Shri Prakash Mirani, Additional CEO, GEM. Shri Vineet Bansal, Director Services, GEM. Shri Rajesh Meena, Director Product, GEM. Shri Ayush Agarwal, Director Ministries of CPSEs, GEM. A very, very warm and heartily welcome all the GEM team. Thank you. So now we will be having the Q&A session with the GEM team. You may ask the questions and queries from the team.
Yes. You talk.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Myself, Indu from Hindustan Petroleum. Recently, actually, we have placed one order in cable for supply of cables. So, in this tender, one condition was there from our user end, like cable to be supplied in the drum of 300, 900, like that. That was the additional condition. And that MSE preference was also one of the conditions in the tender. So, what happened, sir, after the evolution, price fit opening ke baad, the L1 meter was non-MSE and second one was MSE, and the rates of MSE was within 15%. So as per these policies, if the MSE vendors are meeting the L1 meter, then we have to give the 25% to MSE vendors. But by doing things, sir, that first of all, the GEM was not accepting the decimal point. We have to give the quantity in only the round off. And second condition was that cable drum was to be supplied in the 300 meter or 900 meter. That was not fulfilling the tender condition. So, sir, in that case, we have issue in order. We should have some flexibility in the GEM. कि GEM है जो जैसे split करना है तो we have to MSC को देना है, then we will not able to give the order as per the cable drum conditions. So at least we should have given some flexibility in the GEM. We can order as per our tender condition if any special condition is put in the tender. So first of all, though it is not accepting the decimal quantity, we have to give the round off. And second one is the additional condition that is required by our user department.
Okay, basically आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आइटम का पैकिंग ऐसा है कि जिसकी वजह से 25% क्वांटिटी शायद न दे सके.
करेक्ट. एक्चुअली
हो सकता है 20% दिया जाए, हो सकता है 22 दिया जाए, 27% दिया जाए. तो इस किस्म की फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आप चाहते हैं कि बायर पे छोड़ दी जाए.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Particularly the items like cables, mainly where the giving the preference, packing length, say pipes, where double length pipes will purchase 12 meters like that, where the standard length is 4 to 6 meters. That time the MSME preference we are not able to give it. The GEM system is not allowing. So, and it is coming into the middle, it is a hang. Neither I can cancel the order, nor I have to cancel the tender. That flexibility you have to see.
You want to add? Yeah. So basically,
चला गया, इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन था मेरा, उधर लेके चला गया, टाइम एक आदमी इतना टाइम क्यों बोल
Am I audible? Basically in GEM system, once you go for price matching, after price matching, there is no restriction in quantity allocation because this will be determined by your terms and conditions in the tender. So you can allocate as per your criteria during the quantity allocation stage. So there is no restriction kept at that stage.
And further, MSC policy itself.
Yeah.
So
that fraction, and it is coming to the, then percentage I have to fix it, 500 meters. Then my percentage will be 22.5% MSEB. But 25% I have to meet it. So both matching GEM is not allowing restriction. This is 1.5 months back. I don't know if we have modified something.
Sir, policy itself doesn't say you need to give minimum for 25%. So you can go for beyond 25%. Second, coming to GEM system, we are not giving any, or we are not putting any restriction on the quantity. So if your value is coming like 350 and something, and it is not meeting your 25%, you may increase about 25%. So. But policy says minimum 25%.
That also we have to see, it is not that MSME preference I am giving. Original L1 vendor always fight with us. You, as per policy you give 25 only. Why you are originally I am L1?
Sir,
convincing that vendor will be a difficult.
As long as you are complying with the tender conditions with respect to packing, nobody will object.
No, when we see 25% non-MSC vendor also will not create a problem or argue. But when I am telling I will give 30% to MSC, 35% MSC, non-MSC vendor will always tell it because of your GEM or your my system problem.
Why should
this
you?
Is the
listen, why should you go from 25 to 35?
Because that quantity adjustment.
Some issues in the packing or length or all those things, no? So those conditions are a part of the bid document, so nobody will object.
Okay.
I will just inform you that GEM also gives you flexibility when you get the acceptance from the MSCs, the system will also show you which MSC is women entrepreneur, which is SC/ST and which is general. So as per your organization's procurement practices, you can place order on anyone, SC/ST or women or general.
नमस्कार, मैं सेंट्रल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से हेमंत। मैं पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि जिम पे स्प्लिटिंग अलाउड नहीं है, तो कुछ सारे जो टेंडर्स होते हैं जिसमें कि हम चाहते हैं कि 2 या 3 वेंडरों के ऊपर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करें सो दैट वी गेट ए स्मूथ सप्लाई, जैसे पूरे साल का हम एक बार में टेंडर प्लेस करते हैं। तो
किसने बोला कि स्प्लिटिंग अलाउड नहीं है?
जैसे हमने तो देखा नहीं उसमें अभी तक।
स्प्लिटिंग तो पिछले 2 साल से अलाउड है।
Can we distribute in 2 to 3 vendors?
Yes, you can distribute 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 vendors.
Okay. Then the
splitting. Let me further clarify. If it is a case of products, you can do it on the system itself. If it is a case of services, the splitting is not available at the buyer dashboard. You can decide the bid, let us know, and we'll split from backend.
Okay. Sir, the second question is this. Most of some of the times we find in GEM the price is very high. At in 2 to 3 cases we found that the bidders in the GEM, they quoted almost 10 times higher price than the market prices. What do you do then?
Please report to us. We'll take action against them.
Okay, can we in that case can we buy from the local bidder, because we cannot wait for that long to get the queries resolved. मतलब दोबारा टेंडर करना पड़ता है।
ये तो आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कॉल है, मैं नहीं बोलूँगा कुछ, बट कम से कम आप हमें बताइए तो हम मार्केट तो सैनिटाइज कर देंगे।
ओके, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
Sir, myself, South Pali. I am from Garden Shipbuilders, Kolkata. In the first session, we are discussing one issue. Let's say in one tender, the L1 vendor is a non-MSME, and L2 vendor is the MSC general, L3 is the MSC woman, and L4 is the MSC SC/ST, and L5 is the local supplier. In case of GEM, the call will go only once to the vendor for the price matching. Let's say we are sending this price match call to L2 and L2 is not agreeing, then automatically the 100% orders will go to the L1 who is a non-MSME vendor. So can we say, is there any...
The counter offer goes to all those who are falling in L1 plus 15% bracket. And then you can take a call on whom you want to place the order. Am I clear?
Okay, but we're just getting response from L2 vendors only. That's why we're not sure whether the call is going to the all vendors or not.
L1 is non-MSC.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what you will do is, you will find out which MSEs entities are falling within L1 plus 15%.
Yes, sir.
All those entities will get a counter offer. And among those who have accepted the counter offer, you can take a call on whom to place the order or distribute the order.
Sir, second question, this is not pertaining to the MSE. So what is the target to implement the input tax credit module on BOQ bit, sir?
Sorry, I couldn't get it.
Input tax credit module, sir.
It is already working?
No, it's not working in BOQ bit, sir.
BOQ mein it is not working, yes.
Sir, so what is the target to implement this? Because we are the project-based company. We are facing immense problem because our L1 consideration is without tax, sir.
Yes, we are working on it. It will take some time.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I am Shahid from Western Coalfields Limited. Sir, this side. Yeah. Sir, I have one specific case regarding like MSEs. So we had a tender. L1 bidder is a MSE firm. As per the document submitted by him on GEM portal, like not in a MSE category certificate tab. For that reason, GEM is not treating it as an MSE. I mean, he did not claim MSE purchase preference. For that reason, GEM is not treating that firm as a MSE itself. And I am like bound to give offer to the other L1 plus MSE, I mean those MSE firms which are in L1 plus 15 bracket. Like how do you want to take this? Like, I mean, are you able to understand my question? Yeah? सर मैं हिंदी में बताता हूँ. एक्चुअली क्या है, वो फर्म एमएससी है, उसके पास वो उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट है उसके पास में. वो क्या है, जब मैं एमएससी कैटेगरी सर्टिफिकेट करके मतलब सेलर साइड से बोल रहा हूँ, सेलर साइड को ऑप्शन आता है टैब एमएससी कैटेगरी सर्टिफिकेट. अगर वो वहाँ पे वो सर्टिफिकेट अपलोड नहीं किया तो इट जम ट्रीट्स इट्स एज नॉट क्लेमिंग एमएससी परचेस प्रेफरेंस. एंड जब मैं अगर वो L1 आया, वो एमएससी माना नहीं जाता है, लेकिन उसका डॉक्यूमेंट है एमएससी है, दैट फर्म इज एमएससी.
सर इस केस में एक्चुअली seller itself don't want to participate as a preference for MSc, right? So उसने claim नहीं किया उसको.
तो मतलब हम लोग उसको MSc ट्रीट नहीं करना है. नहीं
करना चाहिए उसको basically. If he
तो अगर कोई कहीं दूसरी जगह डॉक्यूमेंट्स दे दिया, डॉक्यूमेंट्स देखने का काफी जगह है.
Let's suppose he is uploading the document and he does not want to explicitly accept that MSc purchase preference, then that order that preference should not be given to him.
Okay sir, वो preference claim करना अलग है और वो MSc firm रहना अलग है. Those are two different things, right?
We need to understand why he is not considering or claiming MSc preference clause. There may be issues because in GEM we are not allowing a person, if that person or that seller is not belonging to particular category, we are not allowing him to claim that MSc preference, right? And MSc preference itself says the supplier or the manufacturer of MSc should be given preferences in the procurement. So that might be the case where seller is having MSc certificate for different item, but he is uploading in different
actually like we had two cases. In both the cases, both are MSCs for the like tendered item, and at the time of uploading, by somehow that the person who uploads, they don't know. I mean, they are not properly educated. By mistake, they did not upload. That was the case. That's what happened, and we were bound to give preference for other bidders also. So that's what happened. I mean, I think GEM should deal with this because as per policy,
I'm just telling you the process of from seller's perspective. When seller is participating in the bid, he is given an option to mark the tick whether I want to opt for the MSc preference or not.
Okay.
So if in case he missed, then he is not confirming, then he will not consider for MSc preference. But if he says, yes, I want MSc preference under this clause, so they will...
Sir, like I want to add one more thing here. As per our MSc purchase policy, if L1 bidder is not an MSc, then we will go for MSc firm. Here in the documents, I know that firm is an MSc firm. then why should I go and give a purchase preference to claiming purchase preference is something different from being an MSc perform, right?
If there are two things, let's suppose if that document is perfectly fine, then you let us know. We will arrange you. But the point, if that document is not correct, as per the item or as per the policy, let's suppose that MSc certificate belongs to some different item while tendered item is different.
Sir, we will in that case we will disqualify him because if it does
Yes.
not meet, that's a different story. What I am telling is like that
आप
firm is
ये समझने की कोशिश कीजिए कि जब एक बिडर पार्टिसिपेट करने आता है तो सिस्टम उससे पूछता है आर यू एलिजिबल फॉर एमएससी परचेस प्रेफरेंस इफ ही सेज यस देन सिस्टम प्रॉम्प्ट्स हिम टू अपलोड द डॉक्यूमेंट
ओके
इफ ही सेज नो तो सिस्टम कुछ नहीं पूछता तो जब वो इंसान परचेस प्रेफरेंस चाहता ही नहीं है
सर आप ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि अगर वो परचेस प्रेफरेंस मान रहा मतलब क्लेम कर रहा है देन ही इज एन एमएससी फर्म अगर वो क्लेम नहीं कर रहा है तो देन ही इज नॉट एन एमएससी फर्म दैट मींस ऑल एमएससी फर्म्स शुड क्लेम एमएससी परचेस प्रेफरेंस ऑन जेम टू बी ट्रीटेड एज एमएससी फर्म्स
करेक्ट
वो वाला आना चाहिए ना राइट ओके ठीक है लाइक आई थिंक दिस शुड इंक्लूड इन जेम टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस आल्सो बिकॉज़ इट मे कॉस्ट
Sir, he is saying that by chance if it is a mistake, can't we think of some action at the corrective action?
No, you see, if a MSc of furniture wants to supply laptop, I mean, there is an issue.
No, sir. I want to intervene here. We have just referred this issue to the MSc as well as DOE. Against this thing, we are, as a GEM per se, we have taken the stand that MSc, if he is the OEM or the manufacturer of that item, then preference is given. Traders, if you go through those FAQ, you will again find there is conflict in this FAQs, where it says, at one question, he says ki you need to give the preference to traders too, while in other it says you need to give preference only to OEM manufacturers. So that requires clarification. We already sent a reference to DOE as well as MSc.
Good afternoon, sir.
मैं नहीं बोल सकता आप बोलने से बेटर मैं बोलता हूँ
Right, sir. Right. Sir, these things we have already referred to DOE for clarification and further action. As of now, we are not allowing, if that seller is not OEM of that item, we are not allowing.
Good afternoon, sir.
He is not going.
No, if he says he doesn't want MSc purchase preference, then matter ends there. It is yes. नहीं ऑफर नॉन एमएससी की तरह कंसीडर होगा इसमें क्या है ऑफर क्यों नहीं कंसीडर होगा करेक्ट
Right.
Agreed. You see, ultimately it is buyer's call. Okay, if you, whatever decision you want to take, you take.
We cannot take because the order is coming from GEM. We have to annul the bidding
You see,
document.
GEM has laid down a process.
Can I just simplify this? Actually, there is a problem. The URC certificate is a self-certified thing. And like Madam said, he can put on a lot of services, manufacturing activity, वो सब कुछ डाल सकता है. And sometimes it so happens that we know कि कल तो वो trader था, पर आज उसने manufacturer लिखा हुआ है URC certificate में, ये होता है. In fact, today I'm very glad to know that actually GEM is asking them whether they need a preference or not and asking them to upload that category. So this will take care of that. What we are doing in Steel Authority of India is we are not only looking at the URC certificate, which is self-certified, we are also looking at the GSTN certificate because वो clearly बोलता है कि वो trader है, manufacturer है, क्या क्या चीज़. तो हम दो certificate देखते हैं before giving him a preference. But Nishita madam in the morning said कि वो EMD और वो tender fees सब MSME को माफ है, चाहे वो trader हो, पर purchase preference उसी को मिलेगा जो नहीं हाँ. So पर purchase preference उसी को मिलेगा जो actually वो manufacture करता हो. And if GEM is taking care of this fact कि वो category upload करने के लिए कह रहा है, तो it's actually good for us. So we are not.
No, you see, if he has opted not to take the purchase preference, to decide the bid as per this, what is wrong in it?
Because actually PPLC में 50% मिलता है ना उसको अगर L1 vendor है, PPLC हाँ. हाँ. So I think this is something which I think the policy makers here.
Hello, I am PK Mishra from Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. We had a particular case in supplying of manpower in service category.
Hello sir.
हम लोग जब दिए थे ये टेंडर तो उसमें हमको we have to achieve that 4% for SC/ST and 3% for women. In additional terms and condition we have mentioned that this specifically desirable is SC/ST to achieve the target. But unfortunately GEM selected on its own the vendor who is from not from SC/ST category.
नहीं, सर्विसेज में जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि अभी स्प्लिटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, स्प्लिटिंग बात कर रहा हूँ. GEM awarded on its own.
नहीं सर.
Yes, it has happened. I spoke to the person and he told me to send a mail regarding this. I sent a mail a month back, but reply is still awaited.
हाँ नहीं, आज की डेट में अगर आप अपफ्रंट डिक्लेयर कर दें कि हम खाली MSc को देखना चाहते हैं या MSc में आप सिर्फ SC/ST को देना चाहते हैं, अगर आप ऐसा डिक्लेयर करें तो विल फैसिलिटेट.
No, that option is not there in the GEM portal.
That option, because those some of the functionalities which are available on products are still not available in services.
But we have, since we have mentioned the ATC, I think portal should have taken care of the conditions mentioned in the ATC.
No sir, ATC में जो आप condition डालते हो, those are not system driven and validated. Those are what you have mentioned in the bid document. In case if you have added that condition in your bid document, you please let us know. We will facilitate that your order will be given to SC/ST.
Before we have sent a mail.
Sorry.
We have sent a mail.
Please reshare through your nodal officer. We will take care of it.
Okay.
ठीक है.
Hello.
Sir. Yes, right. Right, sir.
नहीं, आप मल्टीपल L1 की बात कर रहे हैं. हाँ, ये it is in pipeline. It It will be developed very soon.
हेलो सर, अभी उसका ऑफर कंसिडर करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए?
देखिए ये
EMD exemption वाले का।
please understand, we are not going to discuss the individual bits. Okay?
You are not talking about the individual bit, sir. हम लोग EMD exemption एक MSE फॉर्म को प्रोवाइड करते हैं. He has put up this correct certificate for EMD exemption on the GEM portal.
भाई ये आपका कॉल है, दे दीजिए ये एमडी एग्जामिशन, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
हमारा कॉल कैसे होगा सर? आपने अभी बोला कि अगर वो परचेस प्रेफरेंस नहीं लेता है तो आप उसको कॉल
सर,
मत कीजिए,
सर जब
उसको नॉन एमएससी ट्रीट कीजिए. अगर उसको नॉन एमएससी ट्रीट करेंगे तो उसका ऑफर रिजेक्ट करना पड़ेगा.
कर दीजिए.
कैसे करोगे सर?
अरे
गवर्नमेंट
आई एम टेलिंग यू, it is your call. It is your call. No further discussion.
क्लियर कीजिए उसको.
We cannot discuss individual tenders here.
Hello sir, myself from NSIC. I have a few suggestions. So for support, it is very difficult to get support, directly support, because instant support sometimes while preparing the bids we require. We need to know the nodal officers.
आप कौन सी organization से?
NSIC sir. National Small Industries Corporation Limited. It's a PSU.
We have a nominated nodal officer.
Yes, but it is not visible on the website. GEM portal पे हमें ministry wise nodal officers नहीं, we do not come to know about.
We'll check.
We know GEM facilitators, training facilitators are there on the portal, but immediately while preparing the bid, if we need the support, we do not get it.
On the portal, there is a list of all the officers. Against them, the name of ministries as well as CPSEs is mentioned. So in who's who tab, if you go there, there is a list of all the officers and what is the responsibility of each officer. So there will be a nodal officer for Ministry of MSME most probably. I think.
It is not, we couldn't find it. It is not very evident.
So we'll let you know. We'll let you know.
And I request to include the Udyam number, because for a primary user, when we see the reports, and we need to know the MSC's Udyam number to upload on the Sambandh portal. And we do not come to know about the Udyam number of the MSCs. We request you to include the Udyam number in the reports.
So ma'am, you want Udyam number during their against the offer or what?
Anyways.
So you want...
We want, when we get the reports, we take the Excel output from the reports. On the dashboard we get to, download the reports for the month, how much procurement has been done. So we get the Excel output with the exhaustive columns.
We'll discuss. I'm noting down your suggestion.
Basically, you want to know the details of those entities on whom you have placed the contracts.
Yes. If I see the order-wise details, how many orders have been placed, how much procurement has been done.
You are getting as of now the share of
MSC, share of SCST, we are getting.
Yes.
But we have to upload the Udyam numbers on the Sambandh portal.
Ma'am, noted your suggestion.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, myself Nishikant Kante from Moil Limited, Nagpur. सर जब हम जेम पे बीट क्रिएट करते हैं वहाँ दो ऑप्शन आता है. पेज नंबर 3 डिटेल्स में उसमें एमएसएमई और स्टार्टअप हम जब सिलेक्ट करते हैं तो सर जब हम एमएसएमई का ऑप्शन सिलेक्ट करते हैं तो जब बीट पूरा क्रिएट हो जाता है, बीट डॉक्यूमेंट जनरेट हो जाता है, वहाँ एग्जम्पशन करके आता है सर, और हम लोग रिलैक्सेशन देते हैं उनको. तो ये दोनों चीज़ कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी है. ये हमारा इस वजह से डेली हमें ये क्वेरी सॉल्व करते रहना पड़ता है. बिडर बोलता है जेम बिडिंग डॉक्यूमेंट पे एग्जम्पशन लिखा है और आप रिलैक्सेशन कैसे दे रहे हैं. वो बोलते हैं मेरे पास वर्क ऑर्डर नहीं है, मेरा टर्नओवर नहीं है, मुझे आप टेक्निकल में सिलेक्ट कीजिए. ये सर पेज नंबर 2 पे लिख के आता है, पॉइंट नंबर 1 and 2.
कौन से? Can you elaborate the? Can you repeat your question, please?
Do you have some screenshot or some?
हाँ सर, हमने कम्युनिकेट भी किया है. ये दे दूँ सर मैं आपको?
हाँ
ठीक, आप दे दीजिएगा, विल लेट यू.
हाँ सर, तो ये सबसे बड़ा ये है कि सर आप एक तो उसको हटा दीजिए या वहाँ रिलैक्सेशन वर्ड कर दीजिए.
नहीं, देख लेते हैं, वी विल सॉल्व इट, नो प्रॉब्लम. समझ में?
हाँ सर, और एक क्वेश्चन है, जब आप बोले कि स्प्लिटिंग आप बैकएंड से कर देंगे तो सर जब हम टेंडर जेम पे अपलोड करेंगे तो L1 तो एक ही आएगा, तो उस केस में वहाँ तक तो कोई स्प्लिटिंग का कोई चांस ही नहीं है सर.
आप डिक्लेयर कर देंगे कि आप इस टेंडर को 2 या 3 में स्प्लिट करेंगे.
अच्छा
अपफ्रंट डिक्लेयर कर दीजिए।
तो
उसके
एडिशनल
बाद जब फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट ओपन हो जाता है, देन यू कैन कन्वे टू अस थ्रू ईमेल कि ऐसे ऐसे ऑर्डर डालना है, विल फैसिलिटेट थ्रू ब्रैकेट।
तो सर लेकिन उसमें L1
सर्विसेज में, प्रोडक्ट में
हाँ,
नहीं,
मैं
प्रोडक्ट में
सर्विसेज की बात कर रहा हूँ सर, उसमें L1 तो एक ही रहेगा लेकिन।
हाँ L1 एक ही आएगा।
हाँ L1 एक ही आएगा, तो फिर स्प्लिटिंग कैसे होगा वो?
नहीं, वो उनसे प्राइस मैच करा के L2 L3 से।
ओके ओके,
फिर आप हमें बता दीजिए कि इतना परसेंट इसको, इतना परसेंट इसको।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
Sir, this is Sanjeev from NEPCO. First, I would like to request you that the facilities for ticket generate ticket, that facility should be improved, sir. Probably you get this request from many others also.
Sir.
That facility, on 99% cases, we do not get a proper reply. I mean, they reply very
Sir.
promptly, but the reply is of no use.
Sir,
Most of the time this is happening.
sir, you have given that option to raise the ticket, right?
Yes.
Just suggestion to that option, you are getting escalate your ticket. Let's suppose you have not get the appropriate reply within defined time frame, you please escalate the that ticket. In case if you escalate the ticket, that will be raised to us, or we'll see that. So definitely we'll get the appropriate reply within the due time.
Sir, kindly share one particular email ID for everyone
No,
here.
email ID will definitely be there. I'm telling you, in case if you already raised the ticket.
Okay.
Let's suppose today you raised the you are expected to get the reply within 72 hours.
Okay.
Let's suppose you have not get the reply. Then post that 70 hours, you please escalate that ticket.
Escalate to whom?
On the portal itself, you just raise, I want to escalate this ticket because it has not been resolved.
Okay, okay, okay.
So automatically that will reach, or that ticket will be assigned to some higher authority.
Okay.
So your concern will be addressed.
Okay, that's my first point. Second thing, that the provision for empanelment of consultants or this auditors should be there in the portal. Suppose we have some proposal for empanelment of consultant or auditors for a fixed amount. For that we have to go to CPP. Those things can be probably for empanelment of consultant can be done in GEM.
For a fixed amount, what do you mean by fixed amount?
No, suppose for a particular period of 2 years we want to hire, we want to have a list of empaneled contractors or consultant, whatever. So the provision of floating that bid in GEM, that should be incorporated.
So you want to hire a consultant out of the list of empaneled consultant, right?
We want to maintain a list of selected 10 people, say 10 consultant, and that bid we will do it in GEM. It's not that we will award someone from them.
Yeah,
but
it is only empanelment.
Only empanelment.
No, that is not available.
Okay, that is not
You
available.
can do it offline or CPPP, but when it comes to issuing bid to those people, those can be done on GEM.
Okay, so that won't be...
Initial empanelment is not allowed.
Okay. Then the second is that, you know, in bid creation, it might take maybe 2 or 3 days for creation of a particular bid. And since it's only human intervention only, so just before publishing the bid, we can see the draft bid document, and we come to know that there is some mistake in it. We have made some mistake on it. So there should be a provision that we can go back to any of the previous steps without nullifying whatever has been done in between. Okay. Suppose I have done a mistake in page 2 or page 3. Not in the bid document, in the GEM portal.
Sir, you are talking about pre-floating or pre-publishing of the bid, right?
No, we just at the step when we can see the draft bid document, just before publishing. We notice that some mistake has been made there.
So during draft, you can change any of the parameter you want to.
No, sir.
Suppose at step 2, he has done a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. Then after correcting that, then he has to redo everything in step 3 and step 4 also.
Because ATC takes a lot of time. There are 50 number of ATC.
Okay,
So
got it.
that is
Yes.
just a...
Sir,
So that is a technical thing. Probably that can be done. All the things will remain saved only at particular step.
We are working on it. Maybe within next month you will get that
Yeah,
thing.
that will
So
be
you will
okay.
able to change particular thing, and all the remaining field will be saved, and you will move forward. So that will take care.
And one more thing is that, we get queries from bidder after publishing a bid. So he has to make the query within the first 4 days of publishing the bid.
Yes, right, sir.
Sometimes it becomes the time period is very less sometimes.
No, sir, it's not that. He is not allowed to raise the representation in the last 4 days of the bid opening.
No, sir.
day. Yes.
Within the first 4 days he has to raise.
So basically, it's you want to increase that time.
Yeah. Firstly that. Second thing is that unless that issue has been resolved from buyer side, he cannot raise a second query. It might so happen that while going through the bid document twice or thrice, he might notice that there are some other...
he is given an option to raise multiple, provided he should, that previous one is replied one.
So that thing consumes a lot of time from our side also, from them also. Let them allow multiple queries, no?
Sir, उसमें दोनों side से problem है. Let's suppose there might be the buyers who has raised that competitive concern कि you should not give that option, because in case if we are giving that option to seller, then again he may have different intention and raising representation and again. So that may hamper the procurement process. That's why this decision has been taken. We may discuss this at appropriate level and we can take a call about it.
Okay, one particular query, it's a very small tender, it's the hiring of vehicles. Two parties has participated, both of them are MSME, one is L1, one become obviously the L2. The L1 bidder his services list doesn't contain hiring of vehicles. That sort of thing is not there in his with them criteria. And the other one, the L2, he is having that service specified in there. So what will happen now? What we will do? L1 is the one who hasn't specified that he is the service provider of that, but he is MSME.
But he has participated as...
नहीं, ये ऑलरेडी है उसमें. जब वो बिड सबमिट करता है तो उससे अंडरटेकिंग ली जाती है कि जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन...
Sir, validity and those things we are just verifying through Udyam integration.
नहीं, बायर को क्या चेक करना है तो बायर बताएगा ना, हम कैसे बताएंगे? You can ask any document which you want. When you seek clarification, you ask any document from him.
सर
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये कि जो भी ऑटो पीआरएसी या ऑटो सीआरएसी है उसको रिजेक्ट करने का ऑप्शन कंसाइनी के पास है, ठीक है ना. कंसाइनी अगर सोता रहेगा, एक्शन नहीं लेगा तो उस नहीं, आपको अगर गुड्स रिसीव हो गया है तो पीआरसी एक्सेप्ट कीजिए। गुड्स रिसीव नहीं हुआ है,
नहीं
नहीं तो एग्रीड, नहीं आप बिड उस हिसाब से क्रिएट कीजिए ना। सप्लाई का एक डिलीवरेबल होना चाहिए, इंस्टॉलेशन कमीशनिंग का
Yes,
दूसरा
I am
deliverable
coming to
चाहिए।
that point, sir. I have given you the one option where the bid, initially you don't have that supply installation commissioning option. I am talking about that bids wherein interest has been charged. Now you have configured the option of installation, testing and commissioning concept, wherein we need to go for 80% payment for product delivery, then 20% payment will be against the installation commissioning. This option is workable only in case of only where item wise evaluation is available for single item. I have got the screenshot with me wherein I have gone for a bunching bid where 2 or 3 bids items have been clubbed, where the GM is showing the message that this configuration of IT is not available for multiple bunching of items.
Obviously, you have bunched 5 items.
One side GM is dictating the term that you should not split the items in different bids, and the other side it is giving the advisory that you should.
No, please understand, you have bunched 5 items. All 5 items may not need installation and commissioning.
Yes, sir, they
So
are.
you bunch those items where, where
Sir, I will give the
all
example
items
like-
would not need installation and commissioning.
During the battery loco of 3 ton and 4 ton, the atom is the same atom where the loco is a battery loco having the capacity of different 3 tons, 4 tons. Where I need to go for a single bid where my first line item is 3 ton loco and second item is a 4 ton loco. Item is being purchased same, but with little bit capacity configuration changes. So it is a bunching bid and I need for installation commissioning in both the items. I need installation commissioning.
In batteries you need installation and commissioning.
Yes, for both the items.
Sir,
Locomotive.
better solution to this issue would be if you have opened GPA account, then in case you will be able to define your own timeline, your own delivery period. So that will take care.
It is still under process, but now
once-
we are having the offline mode option available for we are making the payment. But till that time, it is configuring in stage. So, but what about the bits which we are now?
You please give a reference, we'll discuss with the appropriate levels.
And one more thing, like there is an option of offline mode payment. In MOIL, we have not configured the GPA account till now. So we are operating the offline mode.
Yes,
But
sir.
some contracts are there where cyclic mode payment is been reflecting in the payment mode, where when the CRS is done by the consignee, the bill is forwarded to the buyer, where the buyer drafts the bill and then it is processed to the paying authority for making the payment. It is the process which is given in the offline mode. But in one or two contracts, it is showing that cyclic payment mode, where the buyer is drafting the bill and again that bill is coming for making the updating the payment details to buyer only, and that contract is not visible.
आप
in our pay.
ये जो 2-4 बिट्स में जिनमें आपको प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, इनकी डिटेल
Sir,
दे
I have
दीजिए।
already recovered the issues and since last 1 month I am following, giving continuous screenshots every call.
किनको
I
भेज रहे
receive
हैं
from
आप?
the JM, I have
Who is your nodal officer?
Mr. Sanjay Chaudhary, sir. Sanjay Chaudhary, sir.
Sanjay
Sorry,
Chaudhary?
from JM. Ashish Saxena, sir.
Ashish Saxena. Okay, we'll find out. We'll find. You are from MOIL. MOIL. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. I am from Mineral Exploration Consultancy Limited, sir. I have one query in sir optional clause. हम लोगों ने एक बिड पे सर ऑप्शनल क्लॉज डाला था, उसमें 25% क्वांटिटी एडिशनल बिडर को दिया था, बट सर उसमें डिलीवरी का कमेंसमेंट डेट नहीं स्टार्ट डेट नहीं आ रहा था, तो ऑटोमेटिकली सर वो आफ्टर 6 मंथ डिलीवरी शो करने लगा। जो ऑप्शनल क्लॉज में डिलीवरी एडिशनल क्वांटिटी दी थी सर 25%, वो ऑटोमेटिकली उसका डिलीवरी सर 6 मंथ शो करने लगा।
इसमें basically what is happening, because some items requires long lead time to supply. That is the only logic while we are giving additional 25% or optional clause. We are just, or the system is taking the initial delivery period of your own contract.
But
So,
इसमें स्टार्ट डेट तो जैसे हम लोग एडिशनल क्वांटिटी अगर प्लेस कर रहे हैं तो इसमें स्टार्ट डेट फिक्स नहीं।
Start date will always be there. Start in
किस आइटम की बात कर रहे हैं?
Product में तो
सर हम लोगों ने एक कोर बॉक्स का ऑर्डर दिया था, इसमें स्टेगर डिलीवरी का ऑप्शन था, तो उसके अगेंस्ट में हम लोगों ने और
ये आप ये डिटेल दे दीजिएगा, हमें इंडिविजुअल केसेस को एक बार देखना पड़ेगा कि पीछे से कैसा बिड इशू हुआ था और उस डिटेल विल रिजॉल्व योर इशू।
सर डिटेल भी शेयर की थी हमने जब ये प्रॉब्लम आया तो
किसको शेयर की थी?
सर अभी आशीष सक्सेना सर ही हम लोग के साथ नोडल ऑफिसर है,
ओके,
तो उन्हीं को शेयर की थी, तो उन्होंने सर बैकएंड से अभी उसमें ऑर्डर में अमेंड किया है, बट ये मतलब रिकरिंग ना हो, ये जैसे हम लोग एडिशनल क्वांटिटी दे रहे हैं अगेन एंड अगेन ये प्रॉब्लम आएगा तो
नहीं, नॉर्मली तो डीपी प्रोपोर्शनेट ही होनी चाहिए, मतलब अगर आपको लग रहा है कि सिस्टम मॉल फंक्शन कर रहा है।
नहीं सर, जेम एड्रेस किए हैं इस चीज को, एड्रेस करके दे आर शोइंग द इट इज शोइंग इन द सेलर्स डैशबोर्ड,
Okay.
but the contract is not amendable that they said, and it is seen in the seller's dashboard and they are supplying. But why cannot we make this thing by default in the system? Why this contract cannot be amended in case of additional quantities? Additional quantity.
Okay, this seems to be a technical glitch. We'll find out.
Sir, I have one question.
Sir, I have one question. सर अपन जेम में जो बीट करते थे, जेम में पहले बीट करते थे।
I believe that no query should be remain unanswered. So this would be the last query of today's session with GEM.
Sir, I have one question.
परचेज प्रेफरेंस का जैसे ITC सेलेक्ट की है, परचेज प्रेफरेंस का अभी ऑप्शन आता ही नहीं। अभी प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है जैसे L1 50% बैंड, अगर परचेज प्रेफरेंस का अगर ऑप्शन आ नहीं रहा है तो अगर L1 सपोज L1 आ रहा है EMD और EFD जिन्हों पे किया है वो L1 आएगा, MSE L2 आ रहा है, तो अगर परचेज प्रेफरेंस का ऑप्शन अगर इनेबल नहीं हो पा रहा है तो सिस्टम रन कैसे करेगा L1 50% बैंड?
इन ITC केसेस,
ITC सर्विसेज के लिए जैसे ITC अपन सेलेक्ट करते हैं तो परचेज प्रेफरेंस का टैब अभी फिलहाल जेम पे अवेलेबल ही नहीं है।
हाँ, वो चूंकि सर्विसेज में स्प्लिटिंग है नहीं ना, इस वजह से प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। होपफुली दिस प्रॉब्लम शुड बी रिजॉल्व्ड इन ए मंथ और 2।
बट ये सर पहले इनेबल था, अभी लास्ट 3 to 4 मंथ से ये इशू आ रहा है।
हाँ, अभी तो क्या है कि सर्विसेज में MSC होता है तो 100% उसी को डाल देता है अभी आज की डेट में जो है, बट विल थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा इसको डेवलप कर ITC के केस में।
बट उसमें सर अभी काफ़ी इशू ये आ रहा है, कितने रिप्रेजेंटेशन जो MSC की तरफ से आ रहे हैं, तो उसका रिप्लाई क्या अपन दे सकते हैं?
करवा लेते हैं चेक इसमें क्या है।
Sorry sir.
Sir, I have one question.
Sorry to intervene sir. My question which was reference to 1 minute sir. 1 minute sir. My query is not addressed till now. Interest charge which I have spoke to you, wherein my ID has been charged.
You are from MOIL, na?
Yes sir.
We'll call you in GEM. Don't worry. Since you have lot of queries, we'll call you in GEM.
Yes.
Sir, I have only one question, sir. I am from GRSC Kolkata. Sir, with regard to this reverse auction, post tendering, now when we come to a price after reverse auction and we find that the price is not matching our expected price or estimated price, is there any option that we can do a price negotiation? It is nowhere written and there are questions raised by audit and financial concurrence.
After RA?
After RA. If the RA is part of the NIT in GEM and we have conducted the RA, but still we have not achieved the desired price. So can we conduct a price negotiation post RA and then the final outcome be again uploaded by the bidder through GEM and we can make the order?
Negotiation है after RA? No, that's okay. But in case
अगर वायर बोलता है तो we can facilitate from back
system. At present, system does not allow, but
system is allowing. So system.
No. After RA, not after bidding.
System. Sir, it is like this. I will just clarify. System is not disallowing. Like after RA, the system is concluded technically. But then we can always have a pre-NC price negotiation offline, and whatever is the final outcome, that we can ask the bidder to upload in again through the GEM portal. So it is a roundabout way of doing it. It is not done systemically. So if you can regularize this, either it is yes or no. But then the question from audit is that
whether it is permitted, ethically and legally,
No,
it is
see,
permitted.
whether buyer should go for negotiation or not, it is his call. I mean, GEM will not advocate whether you should go for negotiation or not.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the queries, participants. And we will definitely provide the email ID to you in the lunch break, and you can write down to GEM, and also you can share the views
just a
and
second.
queries with DP.
Excuse me. Just 1 second. Sir, I wanted to make a comment here on behalf of my ministry. See, GEM portal is a much larger portal with the aim of making the entire public procurement process transparent, efficient, in terms of cost, in terms of delivery. It is not a portal that was just meant for implementing the PPP for MSC. It is catering to the much larger objective of facilitating public procurement by the government altogether. Having said that, there are certain features on portal which are really conducive for the implementation of the policy, and it seems that there are certain features which, right now on the face of it, we may not understand the rationale behind those additional features that have been introduced on the portal, but you may find them confusing while implementing the policy. So, there needs to be, I think, sir, some sort of a calibration on behalf of our ministry and GEM. So that way, I'm really glad that, and it is just like Secretary Sir has said, that we look forward to some positive, positive discussions and dissemination, so that, right now we have made a note of all these issues that you've raised here with us, and we would definitely take it up with GEM portal, so that, their team and our policy at large can be, very peacefully applied for the betterment of, for the achieving the objectives of the policy at large, and also making the public procurement a lot more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maan.
No. There can be multiple primary. No. There can be multiple.
No, sir. No, sir. You can
Once
create
again,
multiple.
I request the participants to please mail the queries.
I would request, please send your queries through email. Please provide them,
Surely.
and then we'll respond to each of you.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Team GEM, for answering the...
We do have.
A lot of FAQs are already there, but if you feel on a particular topic it requires more enhancement, we'll do it. नहीं ऑलरेडी हैं, कैटेगरी वाइज ही हैं, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि कम है तो और डाल देंगे. Okay, let me respond. The problem is that every organization has to align its procurement procedure to GEM. Please don't expect that GEM will modify itself to the requirement of each and every CPSE or other organization. It will not be possible. So, I mean, to some extent, yes, we can modify, but
So once again, I request the audience, the participants, we are actually running short of time.
all these manuals will have to be
other
modified.
sessions as well.
All these manuals will have to be modified. There is no other option. Please tell your management to modify those procurement manuals.
Thank you so much, Team GEM. And thank you for answering all the queries patiently. We
Sir,
will be
interest देना
definitely
पड़ेगा.
answering the queries in email.
आप एक भेज दीजिए, मेल भेज दीजिए, विल रिस्पॉन्ड कहाँ जमा कराना है, इंटरेस्ट जमा कराना है, बिल्कुल करना।
So once again I'm announcing that we will put the email ID of Team GEM on the display in the lunch break. You can have that email ID and you can mail your queries through email.
जेम को, जेम
DOE को जाएगा सर।
नहीं, जेम को भी नहीं जाएगा, वो भारत सरकार को जाएगा।
DOE को जाएगा वो।
Sir, I couldn't get it.
Sir, once again I'm requesting.
There are DOE guidelines how to consider such bids. So when you place the contract, at that point of time you see whether it's suspended or not. If it's suspended, it has to be ignored. Yeah.
नहीं, please.
I think we allow now.
Yes, we allow.
Price bid will get opened.
We allow you.
There is no restriction on opening the price.
No.
No.
You will be able to
Your
see.
queries, sir, definitely will be answered through email. Thank you so much, Team GEM, for answering the queries. Any policy is not effective unless stakeholders' interests are taken into consideration. So we have representatives of various industries associations to share their views about procurement policy regarding MSEs. Here I welcome Shri Ravi Kumar Agarwal, Patron, All India Plastic Association, Shri Yash Chandar Jain, General Secretary, Okhla Industrial Association, Shri Neeraj Sehgal, General Secretary, Mayapuri Small Industries Welfare Association, Shri Vikas Jain, President, Gurgaon Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Rohit Rungta, General Secretary, Faridabad Chamber of Commerce Industry. So ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for our panel? I would like to invite Shri Ravi Kumar Agarwal, Patron, All India Plastic Association, to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
To all the esteemed members of the government, fellow members here, and friends from the industry, good afternoon. I mean, I have seen the lovely interaction with the CPSEs, and they are keen on purchasing from the MSEs, and it was very encouraging. But the only thing that struck me was so many queries are there, and with the CPSEs so well endowed with the financial and the intellectual infrastructure, even then so many queries remain. What will happen to the MSEs who are hardly equipped to handle these things with the government laws? I mean, this is intriguing, and this is what I would request. We don't have, I belong to an association, 40-year-old association of small scale and micro plastic processors. For 40 years we have been there, and so many government laws are there, it is not possible for the MSEs to cope up with them. So it was very encouraging, yes, but I feel slightly disheartened. Yes, we have queries. If a session should go on, we would involve at least 6 hours to answer all our queries. We don't know what is to be done. I mean, we have been left stranded, so to say. I chose this opportunity to raise some points regarding the MSMEs who are a small presentation, and I'll read it for you. Well, thank you very much once again to this body which invited me for providing us an opportunity to express our views. We are one of the largest associations of micro and small plastic processors in the country, serving their interest for more than 40 years now. We have gone through the list of items which the CPSEs are to purchase exclusively from the MSEs. Specific plastic items are very limited. However, we are mentioning some of the key problems faced by the MSEs. These need to be looked into by the authorities for the general health and upliftment of the MSE sector, which, as everyone says, is the backbone of the national economy. MSEs account for almost 40% of the exports and contribute over 30% of the GDP. This is the importance, and they need to be handholded every time by the CPSEs, government alike. Now, mention some specific problems. MSE sector, particularly the small and micro, my submission is should be dealt with separately as distinct from the large and medium. The simple reason is that this sector neither has the intellectual nor financial infrastructure to meet or comply with many regulations that are applicable to the large and medium, who can easily manage the requirements. A sizable percentage is still in the unorganized sector. The laws be framed such that they are incentivized to join the mainstream. This sector requires hand-holding from the authorities. The desire on the part of the authorities should be to handhold or teach them rather than penalize or challan them. We are specifically referring to the pollution control laws and currently EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations. These laws are very difficult to comprehend and more difficult to follow by the MSEs because of very limited finances and limited manpower. For plastic processing industry, second point is electricity is like raw material. A cursory look at the power bill will show that apart from the electricity unit charges for consumption, there are many heads of expense which defy logic. For example, there's a pension trust surcharge on fixed charges and on energy charges. Now, why should the consumer pay anything on account of pension of the employees of the power distribution company? Number two, it is the power purchase cost adjustment charge, referred to as PPAC in the bill. There are 4 different heads in it. PPC on fixed charges, on energy charges. We know that solar power is now available at a very low rate, and so are alternate energy sources. We are unaware of the origin and the calculation of this head in spite of 100 representations. In 2020, as the sector will know, the power distribution companies doubled the fixed charges for the industrial sector from 125 per kilowatt to 250 per kilowatt. On various representations, the power distribution companies have mentioned from the law book of DRC, which only a lawyer can understand. I tried, I could not. As for the industry, it was a rude shock. The fixed charges should be reverted to the earlier rate of 125 per kilowatt for old consumers. Yes, this could be changed for new consumers who would then be aware of the cost of the power they are putting. To revive and survive, the small sector needs total cooperation of the power distribution companies. Many schemes regarding cheap finance availability to MSME sector are mentioned, but perhaps not advertised properly. If a micro unit direly requires finance for immediate salary or electricity payment, it is not available. The requirement for requisite papers is almost impossible to meet, whatever point it may be. It may be the bank, the authorities, or whatever. A simpler method be devised so that the lending from the government is quick. This is not to say that it be not secured properly. Facilities. Another point is facilities for banking 24/7 must be made available to the industry, especially the MSE sector. Designated branches of interested banks be there in different parts of the city to carry on banking operations around the clock throughout the year with no holidays, who are more used to issuing checks rather than NEFT or RTGS procedure. This will incentivize the sector, even the unorganized one, to go through the regular banking channel. We have had a talk with the Honorable Finance Minister. They are looking into this, but still nothing has been done. In fact, this would be a win-win situation for all. Any bank which opts for this operation, RBI to make it optional. Now, another problem that specifically refers to the plastic sector, which is a huge MSE sector, is availability of plastic raw material at right prices and at the right time. There has been huge volatility, which clearly jeopardizes the small earnings of the sector. Rates are changed at will and at very short intervals, even 3 days. This plays havoc with the plastic processing sector, especially the MSE sector. We fail to understand why are the rates, both by the private and the government units in the plastic raw material sector simultaneously revised, upward or downward. To control this, we requested the government regulator be appointed for managing the raw material prices, who can keep the price stable at least for 2 to 4 weeks. Well, lastly, plastic waste is a meager 6 to 8% of the municipal solid waste. Most of you may not be aware. Yet, gets all the attention from the authorities and from the media. In spite of being one of the most useful inventions, plastic is being painted a villain by everyone. This negative image has to be totally changed for everyone's benefit. They do a big service, this sector, to the national economy and provides gainful employment to lakhs of persons. If the urban local bodies could do their job of collection and segregation properly, as they are mandated to do under law, the whole stigma around plastic waste will be removed. Plastic waste, trust me, will be a big source of revenue for the municipal civic bodies. Lastly, I would request the authorities, the CPSEs, etc., to help the MSE sector to improve their quality. I mean, it needs hand-holding. You need to tell them that this be made this way, so that they become suitable suppliers to the CPSE sector. They can purchase from the MSE sector irrespective of the fear that their quality may be poor. All the queries here seem to me that they are being forced to buy from the MSE sector. All the queries. They don't want to buy from them, maybe for whatever reasons, but they are being forced to do it by the authorities so that the MSE sector grows, government thinks it correctly. But if the quality is good and if the rate is good, why will they not go themselves and purchase from the MSE sector? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir, for your views. And ladies and gentlemen, this session is related to procurement only, so you can ask your questions about procurement. So, in the next I would like to request Shri Yash Chandra Jain, General Secretary, Okhla Industrial Association, to please address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Respected Atul ji, Animesh ji, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Okhla Industry Association, I am thankful to Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, for having given us an opportunity on this platform to express our views on micro and small units. We are also thankful to public sector enterprises who are participating in this event in extending their support to micro and small units by procuring material worth several thousand crores of rupees in terms of value from such units every year. In many instances, the technical support and assistance in procurement critical raw material is also provided to such units by public sector enterprises. While procurement by PSUs is a professional and transparent system wherein bids are invited and evaluation is done to award orders to the right bidder, but some of the measures are needed to widen the base of participant units. Some of the suggested measures are as follows: to provide a common registration to micro and small units. Number 2, to organize exhibitions for benefit of such units wherein products and items intended to be procured are displayed on periodical basis. To have a common inspection agency which will be responsible for quality of stores being supplied and also conduct periodical audit of units. To dispense with the practice of earnest money deposits, small units are already reeling under cash crunch, and by depositing the EMID, their working capital is blocked without any interest payment. Number 5, to release the payment of supplies made by such units in a time-bound manner. It is heartening to note that after the introduction of GST in 2017, it has proved to be a game changer, and all the units have been provided with a level playing field. Prior to introduction of GST, units were having unhealthy competition due to various central excise exemptions being enjoyed by many of the small units, thus giving them an edge over the duty-paying units while quoting the prices. While supplying material to PSUs, the MSEs must adopt the following three factors, namely, quality of the product by maintaining specifications, number two, price competitiveness, and thirdly, adhering to the delivery schedule. It must be kept in mind there is no room for inefficiency in the current scenario, and now it is only survival of the fittest. It will not be out of place to mention that MSA units are facing the toughest challenges due to rising cost of input, manpower, energy and fuel cost, combined with very high cost logistics and transportation. The manufacturing sector, particularly MSEs, are also facing acute shortage of blue-collar job workers due to better opportunities in other areas. While concluding, I wish for a long and healthy relationship between MSME units and public sector enterprises as a buyer and seller. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And now I would like to request Shri Neeraj Sehgal, General Secretary, Mayapuri Small Industry Welfare Association, for the presentation.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जो स्मॉल एसोसिएशंस को इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया। मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ हर विभाग का जो इसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं। आपको जान के खुशी होगी कि विभागों को अगर इतनी समस्या है जिसमें पढ़े लिखे क्वालिफाइड ट्रेनिंग लिए हुए लोगों ने जेम के ऊपर इतनी प्रॉब्लम बताई है, तो टाइनी इंडस्ट्री, मिनी इंडस्ट्रीज को कितनी प्रॉब्लम होगी। ऐसा इंटरेक्शन सेशन जो डिपार्टमेंट के क्वेश्चन इतने हैं, इसको मल्टीप्लाई बाय 100 करेंगे तो जेम से उतने हैं। जेम के अंदर जनरली एक ऑप्शन रहता है कि आपने कोट करा, सप्लाई करा, आपका कोई बात बनी नहीं वहाँ पर, तो वो आपको ब्लैकलिस्ट करने का एक ऑप्शन है। तो वो ब्लैकलिस्ट का एक थ्रेट जोन सा है, वन साइडेड है, बिना अपील के। आप अपील नहीं कर सकते, उसमें आप अपनी बात नहीं रख सकते। आपको ब्लैकलिस्ट कर दिया 3 महीने के लिए, आपका टोटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शट डाउन विदाउट कम्युनिकेशन। इज इट पॉसिबल? सो इट इज़ वेरी बैड, बहुत बुरा है। आप किसी को भी अपनी बात रखे बगैर, संवाद करे बगैर आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप बैन हो गए, और वो भी 3 महीने के लिए, 1 क्वार्टर के लिए। तो ये हमारी तरफ से एक सजेशन है कि इस तरीके का मीडिएशन सेंटर, अभी आप ही की प्रेजेंटेशन में था कि अगर आपके यहाँ पे कोई अपील भी करता है तो भी 10% शॉर्ट हो जाता है। तो अगर आपस में बैठ के बात भी करेंगे तो ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकती है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है जिसके लिए ज़्यादा दिक्कत है। मैम, आपने लिस्ट का कहा था कि लिस्ट ऐड करना है अभी आपने और आइटम्स का। हमारा सजेशन है कि म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन की अप्रूव्ड लिस्ट हैं जिसमें वो इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया को लाइसेंस देते हैं, वो लिस्टें भी आपके साथ होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि लाइसेंस टू मेक वो म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के पहले लाइसेंस से शुरू होता है, और वो लिस्टें आपकी लिस्टों में मिसिंग हैं। तो वो बहुत बड़ा गैप है जो उनसा भरना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैन्युफैक्चरर वहाँ से शुरू होता है। हर म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन से उसने लाइसेंस लेना है और उस लाइसेंस को लेकर उसने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करनी है, और वो उद्यम आधार में कैटेगराइज्ड ही नहीं है। तो ये बहुत बड़ा मिसमैच है। इसको एटलीस्ट अगर आप लिस्ट में कंसीडर करें, हमें बता दीजिए हमें कहाँ लिख के देना है, हम वो दे देंगे। हमें आप लोगों की तरीके से बहुत अच्छे से लिखना नहीं आता, क्योंकि हम एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं। हमको आपको हैंड होल्डिंग करना पड़ेगा, इसी के लिए आपके डिपार्टमेंट ने इतना बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइज करा है। हैंड होल्डिंग का मतलब है अगर बड़ा छोटे का हाथ पकड़ता है तो चल पड़ता है, तो वो वैसे करके हमें सबको उसकी ज़रूरत है, और वैसा कुछ होता दिखता नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे पास जितना उद्योग है उतना उद्योग आधार नहीं है, और जितना उद्योग आधार है उतना टेंडरिंग नहीं है। सिर्फ टेंडरिंग से भी नहीं होगा, बहुत कुछ ट्रेनिंग से भी हो जाएगा। बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, मैं यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को सुन रहा था अभी, सबकी ग्रीवेंसेस थी क्या किसी ने कभी आसपास के इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया को बुलाकर ट्रेनिंग दिया है कि ऐसे करके भी आप हमारे साथ बिजनेस कर सकते हो? कोई हाथ खड़ा करेगा प्लीज़, ऐसा ट्रेनिंग हुआ है? थैंक यू, एक ही हाथ उठा, बाकी है ही नहीं। तो सर आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है, उस ट्रेनिंग को अपनी वेबसाइट्स पे दे दें ताकि रिकॉर्डेड वीडियो से बाकी लोग फैसिलेट हो पाए। यूट्यूब से अगर हम बाकी चीज़ें बनाना सीख सकते हैं तो ये क्यों नहीं सीख सकते? तो आई अप्रिशिएट अगर आप ये कर रहे हैं, इसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन हम तक नहीं है, एसोसिएशन लेवल पे आती है तो मल्टीप्लाई होगी, बहुत जल्दी से हम सर्कुलेट कर पाएंगे उन सारी चीज़ों को। एसडीएमसी के लाइसेंस को जो उनसा है एमएसएमई की परचेज में लाना बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि एक स्ट्रीमलाइन बन जाए पूरी की पूरी। इसके सिवाय जेम के अंदर इतने सारे फ्लॉज हैं, किसी ने ये नहीं पूछा कि उनका टाइम लॉग क्या है, कि वो कितनी देर में रिप्लाई करेंगे। तो रिप्लाई वो अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे, वो ऐसे नहीं चल सकता है ना, आपका कॉस्ट लगता है, हर एक ऑपरेट टू कॉस्ट है, वो किसी ने मेंशन नहीं करा सर। यहाँ कोई बोल नहीं रहा है लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूँ कि वो रिप्लाई आता ही नहीं सर। कोई भी टिपिकल क्वेश्चन होगा वो अटक जाएगा, और वो जब टिपिकल क्वेश्चन अटक जाएगा तो उसके बाद वो काम ही नहीं होगा। वो दोनों तरफ से परेशानी है, खरीदने वाले को भी और बेचने वाले को भी। इट्स कॉस्ट टू नेशन है, वो जितना डिले होगा उतना कॉस्ट प्रोजेक्ट का बढ़ता है। तो ये डैमरेज है सर, ये मेरे हिसाब से ठीक होना चाहिए। जितना भी सॉफ्टवेयर्स अपग्रेडेशंस होता है वो हर ऑफिसर को ट्रेनिंग का मौका मिलता है कि उसको ट्रेंड करा जाए, लेकिन क्या कभी इंटरप्रेन्योर को ट्रेनिंग का मौका मिलता है? हमको अभी मेरे साथियों ने बताया 42 डिपार्टमेंट के स्टूडेंट हैं हम, 42 डिपार्टमेंट्स। अभी मैं किसी एक डिपार्टमेंट से एक दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट का पूछूंगा, वो कहेगा इट इज़ नॉट सब्जेक्ट ऑफ माइंड। लेकिन एक एंटरप्रेन्योर को वो पूरे 42 सेक्शंस आने चाहिए, 42 डिपार्टमेंट के लॉ आने चाहिए, और उस लॉ के अंदर सबसे पहले होता है व्हाई नॉट आई स्टार्ट पेनलाइज यू, क्यों ना आपका कारखाना बंद कर दिया जाए। पॉल्यूशन के अंदर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के अंदर कभी किसी ने एजुकेट नहीं करा, लेकिन बंद कर दे। कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है? ज़ीरो। बंद करने का ऑर्डर किसके पास है? गवर्नमेंट के पास। गवर्नमेंट ने कभी पूछा कि आप हो, एग्जिस्ट करते हो? क्योंकि आपसे हक ही नहीं मांगने आया कोई। जब हक ही नहीं मांगने आया तो लगा ये सब ठीक है, नो न्यूज़ इज़ गुड न्यूज़, बट इट इज़ नॉट लाइक दैट। अगर हमें नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर सबको कंट्रीब्यूट करना, मेरे यहाँ पे जितने लोग बैठे हैं मुझे नहीं लगता कोई भी पैशनेट से कम हो, वरना सब अपने अपने जगह से ऑफिस छोड़कर यहाँ पे आए हैं तो कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करने आए हैं। तो मैं कंट्रीब्यूट ये करना चाहता हूँ कि छोटे से छोटा बिजनेसमैन भी आप तक आके कह सके कि मैं आपके साथ व्यापार कैसे कर सकता हूँ। व्यापार में प्यार पहले आता है, व्यापार बाद में आता है। तो वो प्यार बनाना बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है, उस लैंग्वेज में बात करना बहुत ज़रूरत है, जो कि अभी मिसिंग है। बहुत कुछ है। मैं आप सबसे एक रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, आज उद्योग आधार अपने फादर या मदर से, आप सारे जितने बैठे हैं, से बनवाना कंप्यूटर चलवा के। इट्स नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। वो नहीं चला पाएंगे, उनको फिर एक टाउट की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। वो टाउट बोलता है मेरे को 5,000 रुपये चाहिए, उसमें भी वो गलती कर देता है क्योंकि वो ट्रेंड नहीं है। वो गलती की वजह से उसको, उसकी कंपनी को पेनलाइज करना पड़ता है, वो ब्लैकलिस्ट होता है किसी एक स्टेज पे जाके। तो क्या कभी हमने ऐसे मार्शल्स, ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स को हैंड होल्डिंग करी कि जिनको हम ये ट्रेनिंग दें कि ये ऐसे बनता है, और वो जाके इंडस्ट्री को करें ताकि स्टूडेंट्स को जॉब मिल सके और इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट मिल सके। माय सेकंड प्रपोजल सर, कि अगर ऐसा कर सके हम कि स्टूडेंट्स को ट्रेंड करें कि इस तरीके में टेंडरिंग में, जेम बनाने में हेल्प करे और वो सीनियर सिटीज़न की मदद कर पाए। इसके बाद आ जाता है फाइनेंस। फाइनेंस के अंदर यदि आपको इंपोर्ट या एक्सपोर्ट का पेमेंट करना है बैंक से, और आपके अकाउंट में बैंक में आपका पेमेंट भी है, तो भी आप पेमेंट नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि वो इतने इफ़ एंड बट्स लगाते हैं मैम आज सर, कि वो आपको इतना ज़्यादा पढ़ना पड़ता है कि वो समझ ही नहीं आता कि आप इंपोर्ट करने जा रहे हैं, एक्सपोर्ट करने जा रहे हैं, गुनाह कर दिया है। कानून किसी ने नहीं बताया, ये नहीं करा तो ये हो जाएगा। भाई साहब क्या करेंगे तो क्या नहीं होगा वो कौन बताएगा? तो वो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि क्या नहीं करें, आप सेफ रहेंगे। कोई ऐसा गाइडलाइन, ऐसा FAQ अगर इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्टर के लिए मिल जाए तो ज़्यादा बेटर है। ये एक केस स्टडी थी जिसके अंदर एक बैंक के थ्रू एक्सपोर्ट की पेमेंट करनी थी, तो वो पेमेंट करने के लिए पूरा एक हफ्ता लगा, मंडे टू सैटरडे, और उसमें बंच ऑफ ईमेल्स कि एक पेमेंट ट्रांसफ़र कर दीजिए मेरे अकाउंट से निकाल के दूसरे के अकाउंट में। सोल्यूशन ये बहुत सारे हमने सोचे तो थे, समय कम पड़ जाएगा, दिक्कतें ज़्यादा हैं, लेकिन आपसे उम्मीद है कि हम अपने दर्द को सही शब्दों में आप तक पहुंचा पाए। यदि आप चाहते हैं इंडस्ट्री को बढ़ावा देना, आप लोगों का साथ देना, तो बड़ों के नाते हाथ पकड़े। हम बहुत छोटे हैं, हमारे नाम में स्मॉल लिखा है, तो उसी के नाते से मैं अपनी बात ख़त्म करता हूं। और मैं चाहता हूं कि यदि आप लोग स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स को ट्रेंड करें और बच्चों को जो उनसा जॉब मिलेगा, इंडस्ट्री को रिकॉग्नाइजेशन मिलेगा, ये सेम चीज़ अभी MSME की हेल्प से मैंने एक बड़े स्मॉल लेवल पे खुद करके देखी है। और अपने मायापुरी इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में JJ क्लस्टर से 10 बच्चों को लिया, उनको मैं डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग और कंप्यूटर ट्रेनिंग करा के अपने ही एसोसिएशन के लोगों को हेल्प करने के लिए तैयार कर रहा हूँ। तो मेरा ये कंट्रीब्यूशन था। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Nicely spoken.
Very well spoken, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will be having Shri Vikas Jain, President Gurgaon Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for a presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers today. Animesh ji and Atul ji, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be present here and to raise our issues from the industry side. I may not have to add too many things here now because a lot of the things have been discussed and my colleagues on the dais from the other industry associations have also raised. But I would just like to briefly mention here now, Gurgaon Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are a nearly 45-year-old chamber based out of Gurgaon. We are representing about 350 industry members in the manufacturing, services, ancillary industry in the auto, garment, etc., starting from small industry, medium and large scale as well. So we have a wide area of memberships where we do a lot of collaborative works also with our large industries, like a lot of the auto ancillary who are members, they work around with Maruti or with Hero Honda and the likes. So just to quickly go through some of the issues, what we had thought of. One thing, this has been spoken in the morning about the dues from the various sectors of industry due to MSMEs. So I think that is something which we should look at to try to expedite as much as we can so that these MSMEs don't continue to be in the post-COVID financial crunch. Because now, after the COVID assistance, they are also in the line of fire by having to repay those loans or the credit lines which were provided in the next 2 years. The economy has started to look up, but then I think still the challenges on the ground remain as far as the financial stability of these MSMEs are concerned. As we said, through the TREADS platform, additional credit limits to companies to be provided to the PSU who are joining TREADS, and so that they can be allowed additional funding by banks to the extent of 50% of MSME annual purchases. So these could be probably separate line of credits given to people if they are having some challenges in making the payments across board. So that could be something where the banking sector could come and help them out. The third issue we're trying to talk about is eligibility of medium enterprises for facilitation councils. In the provision made in the MSME Development Act for resolution of delayed payments, the bills of medium enterprises have not been covered. So it's only remaining to tiny and small, micro and small. So we would request that the medium industry should also be included under the Micro Small Enterprise Facilitation Council for settlement of delayed payments from the buyers with the provision of payments within maximum of 45 days unless there is no specific terms agreed on a purchase order between a buyer and a seller. Because many a times also we find, even though we are talking about MSME payments to be made within a period of 30 days, etc., but a lot of the buyers are negotiating separate terms of payment, and once if an MSME or a micro and small industry has agreed to those payment terms, it loses its leverage to use the 30-day payment cycle, because it's a transactional cost and it's a transactional which has been entered into a contract with some of the buyers. This I'm not only just referring to the GEM portal buying or the PSU buying, but also to the private sector buying, where I'm talking about this issue. Friends have already talked about the high volatility on the energy market, on the cost of power, cost of fuel, manpower availability, etc. So there's been a heavy hyperinflation time which we are sitting in just now, and which tends to look that going in 2023, the hyperinflation will continue to be there. And that is where some of the MSMEs are suffering, because they take in order positions. By the time they have bid, the tender document has been closed, time has elapsed, those prices may or may not be valid anymore, as they would have been hit by the hyperinflation. So what we are trying to look at is here, that is some kind of insulation can be provided to them in the terms of tenders when PSUs are buying, that over a certain period of time, if there is a hyperinflation, there could be some indexation costs which could be factored in, whether, let's say, I would say for sale, it is with the steel price index, because if you are buying steel, so then, or steel items, you would probably link it to your steel price indexations, that if a tender is awarded and if there is a delay, so the steel price indexation formula could work either ways, upside or downside. The other part is also to that side, I would say, there are some PSUs, etc., who would be buying from MSME sector a finished product for which maybe they're also manufacturing the raw material. So is there something that those raw materials can be provided to them at subsidized costs, so that the overall cost which comes to them is still lower, and it can be a safety net for the MSME sector to survive the hyperinflation. Credit facilities, the share, what we talk about banking and finance to the micro and small industries or the medium industries as well, there has been a lot of impetus and thrust, but still when it comes to hard ground reality, I think it is different from what is being talked about as a policy. So still the entrepreneur who is there on the micro and the small industry front is struggling to get finances. There is talks about collateral free funding, but I think it's more on paper than in actual reality happening on the ground, that he is getting a collateral free loan. One issue again is the classification of MSMEs accounts into NPAs. I think the current 90-day limit, which can probably have a relook again for the MSME sector to be made to 180 days, given the hyperinflation which is ongoing currently, and the repayments which will come for the COVID credit lines or the ECGLS lines which were provided across to the industries so that they could help them. Apart from this, I would just also like to, listening to the questions which were coming on to the GEM team, I think there is a little bit of thought process which requires to be done. And I'm not kind of taming anybody or trying to put a blame across to anyone. But as many rules as we have in this country, those are the many loopholes the people try to find. So I think that is something which we really need to look at to see that the transparency and clarity across our policies are utmost of importance, so that nobody can try to find out loopholes to see how it is. Just to give you an example again, they were talking about traders. Now what happens if there is somebody who is not a pure manufacturer but is getting job work done? What happens in that case? I can go to a MSME manufacturer and say, you do job work for me and I will go. So I will become a pseudo manufacturer, but in actual purposes I may be still a trader. So how do we address that issue? Now we talked about startup exemptions or people who wanted to get into some services where they have no prior experience. So that could be another kind of a gray area where people want to just get into some tender because he has probably other business which is not doing well. So he wants to start going, as somebody mentioned about hiring of cars. So he says, okay, I can go and supply services of hiring of cars and I can bid in that tender if I get a business. I may not having the other business, but it's not my core area, but I will try to outsource it from someone. So that's an entrepreneurial bent of mind. We can't blame the entrepreneur as well for that, But then I think we need to be very clear on that side. I think the challenges which we talked about on skill development, I think that's a real challenge here today. And very good suggestions given by Sehgal Sahab that what he has done with the JJ clusters and trying to educate people. Today, sitting in this room, I also see an opportunity here maybe for the Government of India to get this digital transformation support to MSMEs from the tech sector. We are seeing that there are a big amount of layoffs happening in the private education, edtech, and technology and financial sectors which are happening now. So could it be a possibility where the Government of India could help in and say that, okay, we would recruit those people who are getting laid off on maybe even subsidized pays, not at the same pay scales, but as long as they can come in and educate the MSME sector for the different areas of work. As he said, Mr. Sehgal mentioned 42 departments. Yes, that's what an entrepreneur in India is. He is going to be a jack of all and a king of none. And then every time he goes back to a consultant, the consultant wants continuity, not a one-time solution. So he always keeps lingering on things for the MSME entrepreneur. One major thing which I have not been able to address and understand, and I would again request this August gathering here, if somebody can take it up. Today I want to go and get a home loan or a loan against a property on my residential or commercial. I can get a 15-year or a 20-year tenor at 8.5% or 8%. But if I want to go and take a loan for setting up and starting up a business, the banking norm says, okay, here you get a loan, 25% contribution has to come in from you, 75% the bank will give, but you have to pay back the 75% within 5 years, of in which you have to set up the factory, stabilize the factory, get your returns and pay the 75%. But again, at a rate of interest of 12.5%, not 8.5%, which is applicable for home loans. So why can't we get a rationalization done here in a means of financing, where a project of a home loan or a loan against property is a one-time investment? What is the economic value of it going forward other than just price escalation? Here, if somebody is putting up an industry, he is providing for employment, providing for taxes, providing for livelihood for many people. There's a continuity of business and investment and contribution to GDP. So why can't the MSME industry, or I would say even industry at large, be provided long tenor project loans of 10 years or 15 years? Why is it only limited to infrastructure projects? So I think that is something which we really need to look at, so that at least the MSMEs who start up can grow and become larger companies and not just work for 5 years for the banking and finance industry. And then land up, if not any cycle comes up and down in 5-year cycle, they land up being an NPA. Not taking much time, sir. I think there's also a lot of support which can come from PSUs. And where I always say is, at least for the landlocked part of the states in India, if I'm talking about Haryana, Rajasthan, Punjab, Uttarakhand, UP and Bihar, the exports freight subsidy could be a big gainer for this industry to be able to export their products out. Today, one of your PSUs is the largest freight transporter, that is Concor. Why can't Concor look at subsidizing freight rates for the MSME sector? It is one of your Navratan companies. The same way on the energy pricing. Today, if I talk about Delhi NCR region, we have been talked by CAQM that we have to move to gas, cleaner fuel, better energy, where the industry is willing to move. But today, the supply line and the cost of gas is so huge that a person cannot be competitive. So why cannot GAIL, who is again a PSU sector, or the oil companies who are PSU sectors, look at providing certain subsidized rates to the industry in the MSME sector who have moved to gas? So I would like to conclude with that, suggestions and thoughts. And once again, thank you very much for your time and patient hearing. And we hope to be able to engaging from Gurgaon Chamber of Commerce going forward with the various organizations. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And now I would be pleased to invite Shri Rohit Rungta, General Secretary, Faridabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry on the dais. This would be the last presentation of this session. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. No voice. Once again, good afternoon to everyone. So that makes me feel that we are still awake, though I know I'm coming in between you and lunch now. So I'll be very short and precise, since many of our colleagues, friends from different industrial associations have already put in various points which are very important for running an industry or for any entrepreneur to go forward along with the government schemes and norms. So let me tell you, yes. So though this is not the slide basically for the forum here, this is a business month. I feel that being an MSME, being a person from the industry for last so many decades, this business month becomes very important for any industrial person to take it forward for their organization with the government in line. So this is the business month. Just who we are, where we are going, how do we decide where we have to go, all are the very important points when we go forward with any business. And there are very important 5 stages of businesses in our lives. When we talk of businesses, yes, concept and startup. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is very keen to have these startups for any business organization to come up. How do we have the growth? How do we have the expansions in the businesses? Then there comes a stage when we have certain declines, and then we finally decide that we have to exit from somewhere, from some area. The most important areas Am I audible? I think the mic was better. Am I? Yeah. So according to me, the most important challenges of any business for running any industry, the very important inputs coming from human resources, equipments, machinery, infrastructure, materials, energy resources, space, availability of the space, land, subsidies on that, and the time. These are 6 important elements for any industry to run. And this is the MSME definition which we have been given to understand with perspective of micro, small and medium enterprises. Am I right? And I am sure everybody is quite aware of this definition. But there are few flaws or few improvements which actually is required on this definition. We'll talk of recovery and insolvency and bankruptcy code also during the time when I'll be presenting my issue. So I'll straight come to my issues and suggestions, what Faridabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry thinks, because there are almost 1200 MSME units which are covered under Faridabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is the only oldest industrial association formed in the year 92, and it's been 30 years when we have been working for all the industrial units covering all micro, small and medium enterprises. My colleague from Faridabad Chamber, who is also an advocate Supreme Court, Mr. Jitendra Gupta, who is also the chairperson of our MSME sector for Faridabad Chamber, is also over here to support me on this subject. The first important point is medium enterprises should be included in payment provisions of MSME Act. When we see the payment provisions of 45 days, we only see micro and small enterprises being covered on that act. Why not medium? It is because the definition of the medium enterprises has been increased from say 50 crores to 250 crores. And then because of that, the medium enterprises has been excluded from this act? No. We think getting the suggestion from various medium enterprises, this should be included in the payment provisions of MSME Act. Ma'am is sitting here. A lot of MSME people are also sitting here. We listen to them. So this is one of the important suggestions which I think should be there. There should be provision for delayed payment interest, if not adhered by PSUs. बहुत सारा बिजनेस हम जेम पोर्टल के थ्रू, बहुत सारा बिजनेस हम PSUs के साथ करते हैं, और उसमें सबसे बड़ा जो इम्पोर्टेंट होता है कि PSUs अगेन इज वन ऑफ द फॉर्म ऑफ अ गवर्नमेंट ओनली, पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस, पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट्स, चाहे वो सेल हो, चाहे BHEL हो, चाहे IOCL हो, जितने भी हैं, मगर वहाँ पे भी we have seen, we have observed that there are almost the payment issues of more than 90 days, 120 days, even it goes up to more than 150 days or 200 days. अब वहाँ पे अगर हमारी माइक्रो स्मॉल अगर मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेज अगर PSUs के साथ ही अगर ये पेमेंट अगर हमें नहीं मिलते हैं, तो इट बिकम्स अ मेजर इशू. देन व्हाट MSME Act says and why PSU, if PSU is not following, देन बाकी एंटरप्राइजेस कैसे फॉलो करेंगे, बाकी प्राइवेट सेक्टर को हम कैसे इंश्योर करेंगे कि वो पेमेंट को फॉलो करे. तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि अगर इस तरीके के PSUs हैं जो डिलेड पेमेंट्स अगर कर रहे हैं, तो MSME के एक्ट में ऐसा प्रोविजन होना चाहिए कि इस तरीके की डिलेज में कुछ इंटरेस्ट अप्लाई होना चाहिए, जिसकी वजह से PSUs आर ऑल्सो बाउंड टू गेट टू रेस्ट्रिक्ट देमसेल्व्स टू 45 days पेमेंट टू ऑल MSMEs. इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट काफ़ी सालों से चल रहा है. इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट के दौरान जब हमारा कोविड आया, तो प्री कोविड में इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट में द लिमिट वाज ₹1 lakhs. एम आई राइट जितेंद्र जी? इट वाज 1 lakhs. जब कोविड टाइम आया तो इंसॉल्वेंसी में इसकी लिमिट को 1 crore कर दिया गया. डू यू थिंक, और सिटिंग द पीपल सिटिंग इन द ऑडियंस, की 1 crore रुपए का हमने इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट कर दिया है, कोई भी माइक्रो स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज 1 crore तक की लिमिट में क्या इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट में जा पाएगी? इट्स अ बिग अमाउंट फॉर एनी माइक्रो और स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज. सो व्हाई दिस अमाउंट कांट बी रिड्यूस्ड फ्रॉम 1 crore टू मे बी लेसर अमाउंट, से 50 lakhs और 10 lakhs, और अगेन गेट बैक टू प्री कोविड लिमिट ऑफ 1 lakhs. सो दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, बिकॉज ये हमने अपने जब हमारा फोरम जो हमारा डिस्कशन होता है फरीदाबाद चैम्बर का, उसमें ये पॉइंट काफ़ी बार काफ़ी एरिया से सजेशन आया है कि इसको हमें करना चाहिए. तो ये हमारा एक सजेशन है कि अगर MSME एक्ट में इस प्रोविजन को चेंज किया जाए और दोबारा इस एक्ट में कुछ चेंजेस लाए जाएं. वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू MSME, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, कि उन्होंने बहुत सारे सब्सिडीज एंड स्कीम्स अप्लाई किए हैं फॉर बेटरमेंट ऑफ माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस. I am also representing All India Plastic Roto Molding Association. Last week I was in Goa and having a presentation on MSME. There were almost 750 delegates coming across the country and internationally also. Now the sad point was, इतनी स्कीम्स और इतनी सब्सिडीज गवर्नमेंट लेके आ रही है MSMEs की, बट आर MSMEs रियली अवेयर ऑफ दोज स्कीम्स? क्या उनको पता भी लगता है कि ये स्कीम्स हैं क्या और ये सब्सिडीज हैं क्या, और हम इनको कैसे अप्लाई करें और हम इनको कैसे एक्चुअली में अपने इंडस्ट्री में हम उन सब्सिडीज को हम उनका फ़ायदा उठा सकते हैं? देयर इज़ नो MSME सेंटर इन द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स who can really guide the MSME people, or they do such kind of small training sessions, small workshops for MSMEs, जिसके बारे में वो गाइडेंस दे सके कि ये जो हमारी सब्सिडीज़ हैं ये किस पर्पस के लिए है, कौन कौन से एरियाज़ के लिए है, और MSME उसको कैसे अप्लाई कर सकती है. देयर आर DICs, डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्रियल सेंटर्स. जब वहाँ पे कोई MSME के पर्सनस जाते हैं तो उनको ये जवाब दिया जाता है कि दिस इज़ द साइट, you can go through the site and then you will be able to know ki what are the subsidies. I mean, then why we have come to you? We know this is the site. MSME का एक साइट है, वो तो हमें भी पता है. हम आपके पास आए हैं कि आपको एलोकेट किया गया है डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर एमएसएमई की तरफ से कि आप जितने भी इंडस्ट्रीज की अगर प्रॉब्लम्स हैं तो उसको आप सामने लेके आएं और उसको आप रिजॉल्व करें. अनफॉर्चुनेटली इट इज नॉट देयर. दे ऑलवेज डाइवर्ट एवरी थर्ड पर्सन टू एमएसएमई सेंटर में आप चले जाइए या वहां चले जाइए. इज दिस द सॉल्यूशन? हमारा ये एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सजेशन है फरीदाबाद चैम्बर का कि हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक एमएसएमई क्लिनिक होना चाहिए. वो क्लिनिक का सिर्फ पर्पस यही है कि वो जितने भी एमएसएमईज, जितनी भी इंडस्ट्रीज, फरीदाबाद इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज ऑफ द कंट्री. एक समय में वो एक बहुत बड़ा हब हुआ करता था, आज भी है. देयर आर मोर देन 20,000 एमएसएमई यूनिट्स इन फरीदाबाद, मोर देन 20,000. सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि लोग आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, सब्सिडीज को अवेल करना चाहते हैं, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली बिकॉज ऑफ द लैक ऑफ ट्रेनिंग, द लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, दे आर नॉट एबल टू. सो आई स्ट्रांगली सजेस्ट, आई रिक्वेस्ट कि एमएसएमई क्लिनिक्स कुछ हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में फॉर्म होने चाहिए, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेशंस होने चाहिए, उनके द्वारा एमएसएमई को कॉल करना चाहिए और उनको बताना चाहिए, अवेल करना चाहिए, बताना चाहिए कि what are actually the subsidies which we can really avail. This is from the perspective of state government also and with the perspective of the central government also. Single window MSME centers. आज हमें अगर कोई भी पोर्टल में अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही है तो आई थिंक, जैसे हमारे कलीग्स ने भी बताया, इसके पहले भी हम जेम पोर्टल को देख रहे थे, इतनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं जब हम पोर्टल पे किसी चीज़ को चेक करते हैं और अवेल देखते हैं. अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसमें यही होता है कि आप अपने रिजॉल्व, अगर आपकी कोई क्वेरी है तो आप अपनी कंप्लेंट ईमेल के थ्रू भेज दीजिए. 6 महीने भी निकल जाते हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली कोई ईमेल का जवाब नहीं आता है. जेम पोर्टल की टीम यहाँ पे बैठी, मैंने देखा जैसे ही जेम पोर्टल की टीम गई, हाफ ऑफ द हॉल वेंट एम्प्टी. पीछे पीछे भाग गए उनके वो. वाई? Because there are actually the queries, so many queries from different set of people which are actually not getting resolved. So our idea is कि जब हम इतनी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जब इंडिया एक अच्छे इतना बड़ा फोरम इंडिया को इंटरनेशनली मिल रहा है और हम अपनी जीडीपी में भी इतनी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो हम ये छोटे छोटे जो प्रॉब्लम्स जो इंडस्ट्री के हैं, why can't we solve? तो एमएसएमई सेंटर्स बनने चाहिए, एमएसएमई सिंगल विंडो होना चाहिए, जहां पे आपका एक नोडल ऑफिसर होना चाहिए, जहां पे आपको ये क्वेरीज को हम रिजॉल्व कर सकें. हेल्प डेस्क, अगेन हेल्प डेस्क इज वन ऑफ दो सेंटर्स जो हमें लगता है कि हमारा होना चाहिए एमएसएमई के लिए. देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अदर इश्यूज, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अदर प्रॉब्लम्स, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के इश्यूज, एनर्जी के इश्यूज. रिसेंटली द मेजर इशू विच हैज क्रॉप अप इज द CAQM इशू, पॉल्यूशन का इशू जो दिल्ली एनसीआर में क्रॉप अप किया गया है, कमीशन ऑफ एयर क्वालिटी, जिसके तहत सारी एमएसएमई इस समय प्रॉब्लमैटिक सिचुएशन में बैठी है कि आप अपने जेनसेट्स को ऑपरेट नहीं कर सकते. उन्होंने बोल तो दिया आप अपने जेनसेट को ऑपरेट नहीं कर सकते, मगर उसके अगेंस्ट सॉल्यूशन उन्होंने कुछ नहीं दिया. तो क्या आज इंडिया 39.2% ऑफ द जीडीपी इज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड बाय द एमएसएमई सेक्टर. एम आई राइट और रॉन्ग? ये हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी बोलते हैं, हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर्स भी बोलते हैं कि इतना परसेंटेज एमएसएमई कंट्रीब्यूट करता है. तो क्या एमएसएमई आज इतना बैकवर्ड स्टेज पे चले जाता है कि उसको एक छोटे से छोटे नॉर्म्स को फॉलो करने के लिए अपनी इंडस्ट्री को बंद करना पड़ता है? तो मेरा ये एक बहुत रिक्वेस्ट है आप सब लोगों से, यहाँ पे डिफरेंट सेक्टर, डिफरेंट फोरम्स में बैठे हैं, एमएसएमई के लोग बैठे हैं, कि वो इन सब चीज़ों को देखें और हमारे इंडस्ट्री के प्रॉब्लम को उस पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें और रिजॉल्व करने की कोशिश करें. टू बी डिफरेंट इज द की टू बी सक्सेसफुल. येस, इंडिया इज अ डिफरेंट कंट्री, इंडिया इज अ डिफरेंट कंट्री. हम इंटरनेशनली बहुत ऊपर जा रहे हैं और हम इंडिया में इतनी बात करते हैं कि हम वोकल फॉर लोकल होंगे, हम मेक इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट बनाएंगे. तो अगर डिफरेंट अगर हमें रहना है तो हमें मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा. इंडस्ट्री और गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर को इकट्ठे मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा. हमें ये नहीं कि इंडस्ट्री एक तरफ काम कर रही है और गवर्नमेंट अपने हिसाब से काम कर रही है. दिस शुड नॉट बी द क्राइटेरिया. वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर so that we really get the success together as a country. So Faridabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry, this is our address. I am the Honorary General Secretary. Mr. H.K. Batra, who is the President. Finally, I should say, knowing is not enough, we must apply, and willing is not enough, we must do. Thank you so much once again for inviting us and giving an opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you so much. Pardon? Is it okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And now, I would like to request my colleagues to honor the speakers with a memento as a token of appreciation. Let us have a round of applause for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, speakers, for sharing your views. So, firstly, I would request my colleague to please present a memento to Shri Ravi Kumar Agarwal, Patron, All India Plastic Association. Now I request my colleague to please present a memento to Shri Yash Chandra, General Secretary, Okhla Industrial Association. Now I request ma'am to please present a memento to Shri Neeraj Sehgal, General Secretary, Mayapuri Small Industries Welfare Association. Now please give a token of appreciation to Shri Vikas Jain, President, Gurgaon Chamber of Commerce and Industries. And now please give a token of appreciation to Shri Rohit Rungta, General Secretary, Faridabad Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a short lunch break. It would be of half an hour only. And I would request each one of you to please assemble here at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Have enjoyed the lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see the email IDs on the display. You may note down it. Now ladies and gentlemen, to give insights on TREADS platform, followed by opening discussion, we have with us Shri Ketan Gaikwad, MD, CEO, Receivables, Exchange of India Limited, Shri Sandeep Mohindru, CEO, M1 Exchange, Shri Rajiv Kumar, Regional Head North, A, TREADS Platform Limited. Let's welcome all with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And in this session, Srimati Nisha Nambiar, Chief General Manager, RBI, she will join us virtually later. So, welcome, sir. Over to you, sir. MD and CEO Receivable, Exchange of India Limited, to please have some words.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's a bit difficult task for me to, to take the session, especially after the lunch, the wonderful lunch which we had over here. So thank you to the MSME Ministry and the Department of Public Enterprises for holding this session. It's very important that people should know about TREADS and how it is bringing about the change in the entire ecosystem and what kind of financing has been done by these three platforms. So I'll just take you to the purview of that. I manage the Receivables Exchange India Limited, which is the joint venture between SIDBI, National Stock Exchange, State Bank of India, ICICI Bank and Yes Bank. So these are the five shareholders. So we have been talking about MSMEs, the contribution to the economy. So there was a study which was conducted by GAME, which is a global alliance for mass entrepreneurship in May 2022. And it was very clear that, the delayed payments issue is creating a lot of problems. And the problem was, when they did the study along with Dun & Bradstreet, it was found that 10.7 lakh crore was the outstanding or the delays which were there for the industry as a whole. And out of that, 8.55 lakhs crores was due to the micro and small enterprises. And 70% of the micro enterprises had cash reserve which was lasting only for a month or so. So this is the major issue. And I've been told to talk about the rising cost of, how can we reduce the cost of procurement for MSMEs as well as the corporates through the TREDS platform. So these are the actions, which are the different actions which have been taken by the government. I will not elaborate much on that because you know about it. MSME Act came into being in 2006. 2015, the TREDS platform started, the discussion was started. Before that, the work had already started. And in 2017, when the TREDS platform went live, it was made mandated that all the CPSEs, public sector units should come on the TREDS platform. Then in 2019, there was a utility platform set up, which was to spot the payment defaulters, to name and shame them. And we did the TREDS integration in 2020. So, when we talk about the delayed payments and how it affects the cost, this was a game study. This was a study which was carried out by the game in May 20. So when you delay the payments to the MSMEs, so the buyers delay the payments to the MSMEs, it actually leads to the working capital crunch. And this actually leads to the high interest cost for the MSMEs from the FIs. Actually, the MSMEs never have the funds in place, so they actually have to borrow from the banks. And this is a time-consuming loan process also they have to undergo. When the prices increases for the MSMEs, there's a cost of production also which increases. This is a time-consuming, again, we have to have a time-consuming loan process for them. And when there are delays on account of the loans not coming in place, inventory management not happening, and there are delays, and you have unhappy buyers. You might say that, look, we have the liquidated damages clause in the contracts, but this is not something which is palatable for the corporates also, that when there are some delays to the corporates, when the payments when the supplies don't happen on time. So the delayed payments to the MSMEs actually leads also to the delayed payments to the banks for which the loans have been taken by the MSMEs. And there is a decrease in the credit ratings because obviously when there are overdues, when there are reportings in the MSME, SMA1, SMA0, SMA1, SMA2, you have the decrease in the credit ratings. And effectively what happens, the prices increases for the MSMEs. And actually when you talk about increase in the prices for the MSMEs, this actually gets passed on to the corporates also. So overall, it has the study conducted by GAME, which very clearly said there is a negative impact on the GDP also because of this. So how is this TREDS going to affect, or how is this TREDS solving this problem? So the TREDS is a digital platform which came into being in 2017. Till now, between the three platforms, you'll find it unbelievable, but we have done transactions worth around 1,20,000 crores. We have around 37,000 MSMEs. We have around 2,500 corporates which are there on the platform. And this is nothing but this is a platform which has been set up for the MSMEs to do the discounting. I do not need to elaborate this on it because you guys already know about it. So this is just an illustration that, you have this MSME supplier, you have the buyer, this is an electronic platform, the invoices are placed on the platform, the invoices are accepted. So it's very important that the invoices need to be accepted by the corporate. And why it is important is because the performance risk and the other risk is not taken by the platform. It's basically when the invoices are approved, these invoices become available to the financiers who bid for it. And basically, the bidding on the invoices happen only because this is predicated on the risk of the corporate or the CPSEs. That's how it is. And when I'm talking, when we keep on talking about this particular platform to many countries altogether, this is a very unique platform. I am a banker. I have been a MNC banker for the last 25 years. And we never have this kind of a system anywhere, not in the banks also, where you do a receivables purchase program for MSMEs. And this is something unique which India is doing. And this is something which is very, very unique and which they want to display to the world also. So when the bids happen, there's a competitive rate which goes on over there. And the counterparties, whoever is a party which is accepting the, bearing the cost has to accept it. And once that is done, the MSM, there's an obligation which is created. and the MSME gets the payment the next day. So this is how fast digital it is happening. So we have seen many of the corporates, switching on to the TREDS platform, because they find that, when they have to procure some goods from the corporate, from the MSMEs or the other suppliers, the LC mechanism is not there. The LC mechanism is not required. So you have the corporate who buys from an MSME, he finds, we have many testimonials where the MSMEs say, where the corporates say that when we upload the invoices, the process is very simple. The invoices are loaded, the invoices are accepted, the bid happens, and the MSME gets the payment on the next day. And on the due date, we debit the buyer on the due date. So this is how it happens. Now, how is it important? And what we have seen over a period of time is that when the treasurers of corporates who have adopted the system, they're increasingly going towards the TREDS platform. Why they are saying that why is this platform only for MSMEs? Now, this is an MSME gathering, so I have to talk about it. They also say that why can't we have this platform even for non-MSMEs also? Why so? Because they have seen increasingly that this is reducing the cost of financing which happens. Effectively, they end up negotiating with the sellers also that, look, if your payment was supposed to come in 45 days or 30 days or 35 days, if you're getting the payment on the third day or the fourth day, we need the reduction in the cost. And that is happening. We have seen many of the corporates negotiating the rates for reduction in the rates over there. So normal process, the interest is borne by the seller uploads the invoices are accepted, and the invoices go for the bidding. And once the bidding happens, the best rate goes and the corporate accepts it, and the finances get the money on the due date. But what is important? What is important and what we should know is that for the sellers, for the MSMEs, it's very important because this is lesser. The cost of financing is very less. It's quicker. It's within 24 hours. Once the acceptance is done, the payment is assured to the once the acceptance is done, the payment is assured to the MSME. And the MSMEs have access to multiple financiers, because today if he gets the financing, he might be doing it with one or two financing banks. But here he has access to these financiers who go and see his, they do the financing over there. It's without recourse borrowing, so it's cash. It's completely cash. There is no recourse at all for the MSMEs. And it's lower cost of fund. We have seen increasingly that the cost of funds keeps on going lower and lower because there is a competitive bidding. The priority banks, the banks have the treatment of priority sector lending for this particular set of invoices. It's a government initiative, so government has decided or has declared right from day one that all the invoices which are financed on the platform are priority sector lending. As far as the buyers are concerned, we have seen that there is a lot of traction over there with the buyer, with the supplier, because what we have seen during the COVID period, it was the most increased usage of the TREDS platforms. All the three platforms have actually witnessed a double-digit growth, during this COVID period, where they found that the MSMEs, the corporates were thinking that if, in a supply chain, it's the weakest link. That's how the strong is your supply chain. So if the weakest link also breaks, then, the supply chain there is an issue of the supply chain breaking down. So we have seen that the corporates have renegotiated. They have ensured that, the weakest link also, the MSMEs get the payment on the due date, before the due date. It strengthens the relationship. We also talk about seamless integration. So we have the issues about, many of the CPSEs requesting that whether we can do the ERP integration, which my Sandeep is going to talk much about it. And most of all, it complies with the MSME Act. So there are times when, the payment cycle or the working capital cycle of many of the corporates or the PSUs, their realization is not due. So that is a time when, and they want to make the payment. And a classic example I can give you is where we have gone live with many governments. We have gone live with the Goa government. And there the issue was that during the COVID times, the government of Goa had to make the payments. And as you know, the tourism of the Goa government depends completely on the tourism economy. So during that time, during the first wave, they initiated a process of getting registered on the TREDS platform. Why? Because they wanted to ensure that the infrastructure projects come online and they can make the payment to the MSMEs, the contractors. So they came on the platform. They had the extended payment terms with the MSMEs, where the MSMEs were getting the payment immediately once the invoices were uploaded, and the government had sufficient enough time to make the payment on the due date. So this is the very interesting part. This is when we actually got started. When the TREDS platform got started, over a period of time, what we have seen, the corporates where the bill discounting was happening at around 8%, 9% over there. the rates have come down to, for a AAA rated corporate, the rates have come down to below 5% also. For a AA rated corporate, it's around averaging around 5.88. And in fact, it had gone to below 5% also. And for us, A-rated corporate, it was 7.65. So this is a very interesting graph for you to note that, look, the rates of interest is also going down. So it's very effectively good for your procurement as well as the MSMEs financing. And the rates you've seen going upwards because of the repo rate movements, repo rates additions which have happened over the past 3 months. What we have also seen when you do a comparison between the corporates and the CPSEs, because of the stability of the corporates, because of the stability of the CPSEs, despite the repo rate increases, the rates for the CPSEs have not gone so high comparatively. So when there is an immediate effect of the corporate, when the repo rate increases, the rate gets increased for the corporate. But for the CPSEs, still the banks are willing to go a little bit additional line and say, okay, fine, we can still finance it. And we have seen the increase vis-a-vis the repo rate is very less compared to the corporates over here. And lastly, this is the one that, when the volumes are increasing, what we have done between the three platforms, what we have seen is when the volumes are increasing between the three platforms, the uptake of the platform is much more higher for the corporates as compared to the CPSEs. It is coming down on a platform. It is 14%. For 14%, it has come down to around 8% now over there. So this is what it is. So yeah. So when we do the supply chain, when you do the TREDS platform, so it is effectively that when you do the timely payment to MSMEs, there is no working capital crunch. This is our understanding, and there is no high interest rate for the FIs. And effectively, we are stopping the vicious cycle of high interest, the delayed payments and all that. So this is what it is. And why should you choose TREDS? It is regulated by RBI. It aids CPSEs to comply with the MSMED Act. We have around 55 finances on the platform. You can extend your payment terms to a certain extent. And state government and CPSEs can track the payments effectively, and lower cost of funding leads to the lower cost of procurement. This is the testimonial which was given some 3 years back in 2020 when the platform has started for BHEL. The association of BHEL had actually given us a letter saying that we have done 300 crores of payments through the TREDS platform, and we have saved the association or the members have saved around 6 crores. It was in a matter of 6 months. Yeah, so that's what it is from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful explanations. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Shri Sandeep Mohandru, CEO MN Exchange on dais. Welcome, sir.
This is the pointer. Change नहीं हुआ, इधर change नहीं हुआ. अच्छा. पर change नहीं हो रहा. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Ketan. And really grateful to the Department of Public Enterprises, MSME Ministry, and the Scope Association to organize this. Really well organized session. People are speaking from the heart, and it's well articulated, the whole flow of the session. Chetan has already explained about TREDS as a concept to everyone, and I'll just add or complement 1 or 2 points in that is that, like Chetan said, private corporates have adopted TREDS. So if cumulatively we have done 1,10,000 to 1,20,000 crores, out of which large part or the lion's share is by the private corporates because they see a value in cost reduction for their company. And as we have the largest of the largest corporates now as public sector enterprises here, we see a lot of merit in if these public sector enterprises also adopt it in the same quantity, besides the social cause of supporting the micro and small that we've talked about, it'll bring down the cost of doing business for you. And the interest graphs that Chetan has reflected really talk about it. So if the cost of funding for your supplier is coming down to 6% because of your goodwill, then obviously the cost of supply to you will come down. And that's the message that the private corporate is actually carrying. I will just give you a flavor of the kind of banks that are today participating on all the TREDS platforms. So this gives you the liquidity on the TREDS platform is 50 times than if your supplier is dealing with one bank or two banks. So it's a completely game changed. You are democratized. Nobody has to sign an agreement multiple times. Only one agreement signed by the public sector enterprise, one agreement signed by the supplier, and he can use this for his multiple customers, whether it is an oil major, whether it is a private corporate, whether it is a BHEL or anybody. And same goes for the public sector enterprise. I mean, the SME may be registered for another PSU, but if he's working with you, he doesn't need to register again. So that's the kind of convenience and the digitization that has brought. Now, this is exactly what I was wanting to talk about, that, and which Ketan also touched. TREDS as a concept is very unique globally. Like in India, we have developed Maharatnas and Navratnas, and many of you are from those companies. Like this, TREDS is emerging as a different level of fintech from India. And that's unique because the financial infrastructure in the country has enabled it. It's just not the technology from one side, it's from the government side and from our side and from your side of adoption that this model is being adopted by many other countries outside India now looking at India. So why not these CPSEs adopt it and benefit from it? So my topic is that how do we make it convenient or beneficial for the CPSEs by using digital tool or by ERP integration. We have interacted with almost 30 to 40 CPSEs so far, and all of them we have seen are very, I would say, matured and very high on the tech side, on the digital side. They have good ERP systems running. They have so many units of manufacturing across India, and the invoice payment, invoice approval is touching many touch points across India. So if the invoice has to be discounted, it has to flow through many hands in a PSU enterprise, and therefore ERP integration will help you digitize it more and more, and our endeavor is that it doesn't increase a bit of work for you. It should be so digital that it is seamless. So going by this concept, what I wanted to tell you is that a successful supply chain finance program is the one which is seamless, which does require harmonization of your processes in the ERP system with our process. And that's what we bring as a solution to you, that whatever is your process of approval, whatever is your process of parking in the ERP system, posting, all that we take over by way of digitization. How do we do it? How I will reflect in the upcoming slides. The ease of use that we bring will help you do multiple fold of volumes. I mean, each PSE today that we are dealing with is having minimum 500 crores to 1,000 crores worth of payables for the SME, and the number of invoices and the volumes are very large. And many times the senior management has a view that the double payment should not happen. The payment from the unit should not leave, and when the financing is happening from here. So the control aspect and the ease of use, these are the 2 points which we have tried and covered by way of this ERP integration. The last point that I will also reflect is the increased mobility. How can you use your mobile phone more and more for doing TREDS or for enabling it for your benefit and for the benefit of your SME? So now on the ERP integration, the first and the foremost point is the vendor onboarding, which is from your system to our system or from our system back to your system, that this vendor is there and he's working for your PSE enterprise, and we want it mapped in your ERP system that this vendor's invoices are routed through TREDS for early payment. This step is very manual in many PSEs with us. However, through an API integration with largest of the large Maharatna today, we have integrated it and it happens automatically. So that's one small step of direction that I'm trying to reflect. Now, once the vendor is integrated on both the systems together, now comes the checking of the invoice. That means the supplier has uploaded the invoice and now somebody in the user team, in the finance team, has to see that the invoice is as per the PO terms and it is rightly approved. That process is also automated. That means we ping your ERP system again through an API. If that invoice is booked in the ERP system, we pick up the value that is booked, and therefore from your side, any other additional step is not required. So to that extent, it is digitized. Now the most important part is that the liability, that means the payout to the supplier, which has to happen on the due date, it should not happen that from your ERP the payment run happens and the payment flows to the supplier from your ERP system as well. So while we are pinging your system, we also halt the invoice for payment and we transfer the liability from the vendor to the exchange. So this movement is also managed by us so that the double payment or any fear or any manual movement is completely avoided. So to this extent, the digitization has been done for this entire process, followed by repayment updation, followed by automated reconciliation. So these are some of the reflection of the examples to which extent the solutioning can be done, and it is no extra work for a CPSE. In terms of enhanced control, as I said, data is stored in a central database which is duly audited, which is within the firewalls. There is mitigation of risk of the double payment, and this integration is through host to host or API or file-based integration. Whatever is the methodology yours IT team advises, those modules exist. This I have already covered. Mobility is the last point I will just pick up here, is that TREADS is available on mobile. So any approver, any authorizer from your CPSE side as well as the MSME side can, using mobile phone, do the entire transaction. So it's that simple. People are logging in from 1,500 cities in India and using TREADS as a mode of early payment. So the ease of use, the simplicity, the digitization, and we being in India proud of being digital country, I mean, this is something on the platter which is available for the CPSEs now. Look forward to have you more and more on TREADS. Thank you.
Very nicely presented, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite on the dais Shri Rajiv Kumar, Regional Head North, TREADS Platform Limited. Welcome, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rajiv Kumar, representing InvoiceSmart, TREADS platform. So InvoiceSmart is a joint initiative of Axis Bank and Metal Junction. M Junction is again a 50% JV of Steel Authority of India and Tata Steel. So my topic is TREADS platform, leveraging TREADS platform for improving vendor payment cycle. So most of the process flow has already been covered by previous speakers. So just I will take you to the core issue, that is of problems of delayed payments. So there is a vicious circle. This is a vicious cycle. It starts with delayed payment to MSMEs, leading to increased cost of production. If there is a delay in the payments to the MSMEs, they will be forced to borrow from even money lenders at a very higher cost. And that is inbuilt in their cost of production. So your product cost will also go up, and then there will be delay in delivery also. So that leads to many a times rejections. So because of rejections and all, again there will be a delay, or altogether they won't be getting any money from the buyer, and that leads to default with the banks. So any default with the bank will lead to downgrading of the credit rating of the seller. then again that will lead to increased higher interest rates and again increased cost of production, so that will go on. So trades platform, it's a solution for improvement in vendor payment cycle. So the process flow, I will not go into the details. In the factoring, like where the vendors, they come on the platform, upload their invoices, get the invoices accepted by the buyer, and then financing takes place. So over there, the trades enables MSMEs to await early payment and convert their receivables into cash immediately. This shortens their working capital cycle and their fund requirements. So this is a big relief for the MSMEs as far as their fund requirement is concerned. And in the second model of reverse factoring, the buyers which are having cash flow mismatches and are not able to meet their MSME obligations on time, trades helps them, these buyers, to make MSME payments on time. Like if it is 45 days, trades helps them to make the payment on time and help them avail extended credit period. They can pay back to the bank, say after 90 days, 120 days, right? So that will be their cash flow mismatch also, and MSMEs will also at least get the payment on time. So this is like all about how trades will help in improving the vendor payment cycle. In whether it is factoring or reverse factoring, it will at least curtail the vendor payment cycle of the MSMEs. And in reverse factoring, at least they will get the payment on time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your well-spoken speech, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving forward, we are going to have an open discussion on issues and concerns of CPSEs with respect to trades. And to respond the issues and concern, we have our esteemed panel who is already on the dais. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us here Srimati Nisha Nambiar, Chief General Manager, RBI. She has joined us here virtually. Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening to everybody.
Hope you are doing well, ma'am.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. So, ma'am, do you want to say something to our participants?
Yes, I think that this is a very good initiative that has been taken by the Department of Public Enterprises in association with the MSME. As has been pointed out by the speakers before me, the RBI came out with a framework on the threats primarily to address the problem of delayed payments to MSMEs. And this is basically arising out of a concern that MSMEs form a very important segment of the economy. They contribute in a very significant way to employment, GDP, exports, etc. And therefore, credit flow to MSMEs is very vital. Under the MSME Act, the RBI is tasked with framing the credit policy as far as MSMEs are concerned. And one aspect which affects the flow of credit to MSMEs or their credit cycle is the relatively junior position that they stand in with respect to larger corporates, which affects the payments, their payment cycle. So essentially, we wanted to solve this problem, and that is why the TREDS platform framework was put in place. So it is open to entities to set up the TREDS platform. Currently, we have 3 who have spoken about their respective platforms before me. We also have now issued in-principle licenses to 2 others. So we expect that with more participants coming into the space, there will be a choice that is available both for MSMEs as well as for the larger corporates. Now, the expectation from the large corporates is basically to onboard onto the TREDS, and since there are so many advantages to be reaped by being on this platform, they can not just benefit themselves, but also benefit the MSMEs. And from the MSME associations, especially which are represented here, our expectation would be that you promote awareness about the TREADS platform among your members, so that they also are motivated to come onto these platforms and participate in this invoice, in the system. As you would have seen from the presentations, there are a lot of operational benefits, a lot of operational efficiencies to be derived by being on the TREADS. And so the appeal to the CPSEs would be to take advantage of these, and those which have not onboarded onto TREADS may please consider doing so. In any case, it is a mandate from the MSME ministry that all CPSEs should be on the TREADS platform. So we hope that with the kind of exposure that you've been given today to the operational details of TREADS and how they work, etc., that the ground has been created for you to move on to these platforms if you have not considered it in the past. So with these few words, I will stop, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? So now we are moving forward for the open discussion. We have our esteemed panel over here, and I would like ma'am to please stay connected as our queries, to answer our queries and questions. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Myself, Parag Burman from Oil India Limited. Oil India Limited is already onboarded in JAM portal as well as TREADS platform. So one very generic doubt has come to my mind after listening to your very nice presentation. So actually, oil, most of the procurement, MSE related procurements we are doing from the JAM portal. And in the JAM, we have two payment terms. One is GPA, JAM pool account, and one is offline mode. So we have already integrated the JAM portal with the ERP platform. Now the thing is that, so as a end user, we always find it difficult to maintain one more portal, frankly speaking, like a TREADS platform and all. So this is suggestions if we'll have the TREADS platform link with the JAM portal, like whenever the vendor will upload any invoice in the JAM, because we also have the VIM vendor invoice management integrated with the oil's ERP system. So if the vendor will upload in the JAM portal, automatically it will be linked with the TREADS if they want to get the benefit from the TREADS, so that we will not have to maintain a separate platform, and thus we can, I think, avoid the duplicate payments. So that is my query, sir.
Yeah, just to tell you that, look, we are integrated with the GEMS portal, and we are working towards the sandbox testing where the invoices which come on the TREADS GEMS portal can come also on the TREADS portal. But there is a consent which needs to be given by the supplier. So that means, first of all, in addition to you writing in your purchase order, when you give the purchase order to the MSME, that whether your payment can be happening through the TREADS portal. At the same time, the MSME also has to give a consent over there. There's a drop-down option over there, which he has to select it. So we are working with the GEMS, so in another matter of just 2 or 3 months, we'll go live, wherein the transactions can flow, the invoices can flow into the TREADS platform, whether the consent is given. Then again, it will follow the same process where acceptance has to be done by the buyer. And once the acceptance is done, the payment will happen to the supplier, and a reverse feed will go to the GEMS portal, which will update the RTGS, UMR, and whatever the number, which will go there and update saying that the payment has happened through the TREADS portal. So it's already there. We already integrated, but not a single transaction has happened for the last 3 years. So we are working towards fine-tuning it. All the 3 platforms are integrated.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sujay Chakravarti, GM Commercial from Gardner Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, Kolkata. We have already on board through Invoice Smart, but regret to say that the response so far has been very lukewarm. uniform and not very encouraging, both from the side of the buyer, from our side, as well as the supplier, the MSME vendors. There are around 500 to 600 MSME live vendors we are dealing with, and we had interactions with them on this new technology for payment. But it appears that they are not interested for two factors. That is, there is a bill discounting, whereby there will be a loss or there will be depreciation on their vehicle. There will be an amount which they will be losing in any case. That is number one. And number two, the delay, what you are saying, is mainly post-acceptance of the invoice. Now, post-acceptance of invoice, the delay in our type of organization is not to that extent long lead time. From the gate entry of the material to various core activities, making of the GRN, scrutiny of the invoices, it may be due to those activities the delay happens. And at times the vendors also they falter to submit all certificates and documents along with the materials for which the delay happens. But after the invoice is accepted in our system, in our ERP system, post that activity to the processing of the bill and the remittance to the vendor's account does not take a long time. That may be restricted to maximum, say, 10 days or even less. So the question here is that on one account we are facing this challenge that the MSME vendors themselves are not too much interested to go into this platform. Without their consent, we can't make these conditions in the NIT or the tenders we are putting either through GEM or any other portal. And the other one is that we ourselves as buyer, we don't see that much advantage that the timeline can be reduced after post-acceptance of invoice. Because before that, there is no such integration possible in my opinion.
You want to take it?
Go ahead. You want to take it?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll answer this question more, and you've touched the point very well, that many PSC says this, that invoice approve होने के बाद मैं तो instant payment कर देता हूँ, तो delay है ही नहीं, right? But the various statistics are showing different kind of numbers. Now, when we engage with the PSC and when we compare it with a private corporate, why is it that the private corporate is going by leaps and bounds on the volume here and versus a PSC, and the challenge still remains on the table, what you are saying? So essentially what we have experienced is that the time of receiving the invoice to its approval, let's say in a 45-day window, is approximately 30 days to 35 days in the case of a PSC. And that process can be simplified, can be made simpler if we all partner together to say that we have to make the payment or we have to enable the payment on an early basis. And that early basis is through TREDS. The cash flow for the PSU is not impacted with that, right? So to approve the invoice from the received state to the date when it is ready for payment, if that period can be reduced from 35 days to 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, and that through an ERP integration, one of the ways is the ERP integration, and of course the process realignment has to be done internally in the PSU also. So that will give the window to the SME to get his invoice discounted well before time and therefore reduce his cost. That is one point. Now the second point, why is the MSME today in your example not interested in getting it discounted? Because he's feeling that I have to make an extra payment of interest for getting my own payment well on time. Now today any MSME cost of borrowing is not less than 12% if it is collateral based. 11, 12 in that range with the kind of repo rates today we are in. And if it is non-collateral based borrowing, then it is ahead of 15%, 18% and so on and so forth. On the TREDS, because of the goodwill of the buyer, and especially in the case of PSUs, the rate of interest will be anything between 6% to 7, max 7.5% per annum. So the savings on his overdraft facility, CC facility, which he would have borrowed at 12%, 11% is also on that. So 7.5 versus 11. Now if he has a borrowing cost higher than 11, then of course the savings is 100%, right? So, if you are enabling this for him, why change in your process? He will be a happy customer. He will bless you and us. So that's the experience on the private corporate side. On the public sector side, that digital transformation of approval of invoice has to take place. That thread has to be streamlined a little bit more. That's how I would put it.
GRSE, in fact, was the first CPSE which was onboarded on our platform and integrated with ERP. So that was the first CPSE. And yeah, there has been some challenges from the vendor side, like they were not opting for availing early payment for a shorter tenor. But we need support from both buyer and the sellers. Once that offtakes, then we have seen in like Steel Authority of India, like sellers, they are opting for availing finance for a tenor of even 5 days. Even if they are getting payment 5 days in advance, they are opting for it. Because in absence of that, they would be approaching their banks, branch managers for TODs, temporary overdraft, sanction of temporary overdraft limits. So on Trades platform, that issue gets resolved.
So what Rajiv is saying is that even if the payment cycle is that out of 45 days, let's say the PSU continue to approve in 35 days, say for example, the MSME still feels interested to get it discounted for 10 days left because his cost of borrowing is coming down for those 10 days. However, if we modify our process of approval, then he can save much larger value.
Good afternoon. It's Shankarrao from HPCL. Adding to what he told, actually public sector mainly the problem of funding will not be, I feel at least for HPCL, the problem of funding to making payment to vendors is very, very less. So the issue of the vendors, MSE vendors coming to and use this platform, whatever the feedback from the vendors also, see the process of getting the invoice approved, that is the main delay happens. After getting the invoice approved, the payment, even we also give, not through platform, if the early payment we have to do it, there is an interest, we'll charge it, and special approval will give it, and we give the payment directly to vendor. So is there any system in you making the, instead of invoice approving, so as soon as you submit the invoice, if there any not the full payment, because you don't know whether the invoice will get approved or not, if there is a chance like advance of 40% or 50% on the invoice submitted, then the vendors maybe feel more of this platform instead of waiting till the invoice approval.
No, the current process is not like that. It's a factoring, and wherein the buyer, which is the PSE in this example, has to approve the invoice for its, so that there is no dispute on the invoice tomorrow. And the payment percentage, that is 50, 60, 70, whatever, that can be made as much once the invoice is approved, even 100% it is paid today. Current process is not for, without approval it is not there.
Okay.
Sir, what are the charges the seller has to give for onboarding to their portal?
No, it's a very small amount. It could range the onboarding charge could range anything between 3,000 rupees to 5,000 rupees.
For small companies, for small MSEs, this could be a very big charge. So can you waive off for public sector companies for their vendors?
For the suppliers of public sector companies, yeah, this can always be considered.
So do you have to give a special request or?
No, so as and when you are interested, we can always relax it. That's not a problem.
Okay.
So normally at the time of onboarding, the buyer itself negotiates that, you should not be charging my suppliers. So at that point of time, we don't charge.
No, recently we had a very bad experience. One of our suppliers approached and he was asked to, pay 5,000 rupees. Then he declined it. So that's why I asked this question.
Sir, from NSIC. My question is, I see the benefit to the supplier and how it is benefiting to the PSUs. That my query is. And as the cost reduces, next question is, the cost gets reduced for the PSU, as you said. But how it will suffice as there is no negotiation allowed in the purchase procedure with the L1? Is it not leading to the, after tendering process, finalizing the L1, and further it is reducing the cost? This question comes to my mind. How should we address that?
Yeah, so normally, madam, what happens is when the buyers are very clear, so it doesn't happen at the first instance that the charges get reduced. Over a period of time, what happens is that when the supplier is a regular supplier, the buyer says, okay, fine, what payment used to get it in 45 days, now you're getting in 3 days or 4 days. If you're getting 3 or 4 days, look, let's sit across a table and negotiate. And this is the work of the purchase department, and they're doing it successfully. They're doing it in many PSUs also, which are working fine in saying, okay, fine, we'll make the payment through the test platform, and you will get the payment within 10 days, 15 days or whatever, once the invoice is approved. And we have seen it. We have seen it where the supplier is willing to give that particular reduction in the interest. Because look, we all are businessmen. We know very well clearly that if my payment is going to come after 45 days, it is well known, studied also, no one is going to pay out of his pocket. So that margin is loaded, that I am going to get the payment after 90 days. That margin, the cost is already loaded by the supplier into that procurement. So that times the procurement departments sit across the table and discuss with them that about reduction. This is seen in the largest corporate. We have seen in the very largest corporate which is doing the transactions through us. They have seen effectively that the rates have gone down, and they have negotiated pricing based on that.
That's what my query is. We can't go for negotiation after the tendering process.
After see, it's a process. I said it's a starting. So you get the supplier on the platform, get him started. It's not that you have a perpetual agreement or a perpetual contract for him. So the next contract, we have seen it in cases of corporates also. In cases of corporates also, where they have seen the reduction of the interest for the PSUs, where the suppliers were getting the payment within 45 days, and vis-a-vis the 7 or 8 days, they're asking for reduction, and it is happening.
So as per the terms of the tender, you will have, while you are crafting your tender, you can have payment terms. And in payment terms, if the payment is within 15 days, this is the discount you will source. If the payment term is 15 to 30 days, this is the discount, and if the payment is 45 days, this is the discount. So typically in the tender, the payment terms are now mentioned, and it is mentioned that this early payment will be enabled through TREDS. So the vendor then accordingly quotes according to that.
Has to be addressed through the tender document.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello. See, currently, as per the Ministry of Finance circular, GEM pool account is required in the GEM. And as per that, within 10 days of the acceptance of material, the payment will be made. So from that, in that context, why should the sellers onboard TREDS? When he's going to get the payment within 10 days.
It's a part of the negotiation, if I'm wrong, because I had the same problem, I had the same issue with the GEMs also when we were talking, that look, today if you're saying that, if the amount is less than 10 lakhs, I need to put the money in GEM pool account, or if it's above 10 lakhs, I need to put the money in GEM's account, in the GEM pool account. Why should you put it? But I think that has been resolved. I think that the new procurement policy says that you can go for your terms, payment terms. It need not be 10 days. It is something like, I am buying from Amazon, and if I'm buying from Amazon, if Amazon starts telling me that, you put the money into the account because you want to procure some goods over there, I'll say, boss, I have my credit card, I'll pay my credit card, which is TREDS. TREDS is akin to a credit card only, that 45 days you get a credit period over here.
So from the buyer's perspective, now how do we address this? Whether I should go by GPA or through TREDS? How do we decide?
So,
let me put it another perspective to you. How we are addressing the vendors on the GEMs is, if you're getting paid in 10 days, very good. Otherwise, opt for TREDS and get your money early. and the PSU will pay in the 45 days to us. So, so now extrapolate it on from the CPSE side. CPSE today have once we are live with with GEMS, you have an option that you can route all your MSME payments through TREDs which are procured through GEMS. You don't need to create a pool account.
The challenge will be to manage both the payment options or multiple payment options simultaneously, monitoring all those things. That will be a little bit tricky.
Yes, so that is where automation we will work with you shoulder to shoulder to ensure that we are giving you all the functionality into your accounting system, that it is simplified for you. We've done that for very, very big oil majors, PSU oil majors. So similar thing we can show it to you.
Sorry to say that, because in the defense public sector units, it's not feasible because of the air gap requirements.
Oh, okay.
So we cannot be on the internet.
Okay, so we'll have to work out a solution for you.
And why was it missing? Because when, let us say that if the vendor has initially opted for TRDS, but he doesn't opt for the discount later on, he's not getting a discount, appropriate discount. Naturally, it will fall back onto the GPR, whichever account. So that's why I say that when you have to manage multiple payment options, then it is going to be a very challenging task for the PSEs.
And I agree with you. So that's what we have simplified it with automation. We can show it to you.
But one last thing, I don't think, I think that's for the procurement policy which has been amended last November. I don't think you need to put money into GEM pool account. It can be an OD account also. And it doesn't get debited. You have to make the payment.
So, what I was mentioning is from the Ministry of Finance circular. GEM goes by the Ministry of Finance.
It's a Ministry of Finance, it's a procurement.
Guidelines are there, but they are still following that.
I was told by a very higher up person that, no, that there is no, earlier there was an issue where you had to put that money into the GEM pool account, which is obviously a treasurer will have an issue that if I have to procure something where I'm getting a credit term of 45 days or 90 days or whatever, and if I have to pay an advance money into the GP account, then I have an issue as a treasurer.
No, the difference now is that the funding need not be done at the instance of the contract. It has to be funded before the delivery. Before the receipt of the delivery, the funding has to be done.
But the debit does not happen automatically, right?
Debit will happen if you don't make the payment within the 10 days of CRSE.
So that is
80%, that is automatic, that is there. So they are following the circular, that's what I'm saying. Then there is already a guideline from the Ministry of Finance on the GPA side. And now if you have to implement TRDs also, that's again contrary to both the things. And or managing both the things, starting both the platforms simultaneously is going to be a challenge.
Good afternoon, I am SK Tata from TCIL. Suppose the buyer doesn't pay you in 45 days, what you do?
Interesting question. So what happens is it follows the ODU process. So in a normal banking system, when you have done a bill discounting against your limits, if you do not pay on the due date, what happens? So you get classified as an overdraft, or either you get classified as a OD account on day 0. Then you have SMA 0, SMA 1 and SMA 2 reporting happens. So that means you will get reported as a defaulter.
No, actually we have got payment terms with the MSEs back to back. Sometimes it is on back to back, means that is once we get from the client we pay to the vendor. So but we don't know, sometimes it gets delayed for 6 months, or even if the payment terms are for 60 days. Then in that case what are the conditions?
Exactly whatever I said, that if it's an overdue, so RBI says very clearly that has to be settled outside the mechanism, but it gets reported into the overdue mechanism for in the banking system. So whichever bank has done the financing for that transaction will get it reported as an overdue bill, and it will go through the same process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the TREDS is for domestic payments, and for foreign payments, the similar platform called ITFS has been set up. You may want to Google it and you will get the reference of that. Yes, International Trade Finance System.
So in GIFT City, just to elaborate a little bit further, that in GIFT City we have in Gandhinagar, under the aegis of the Prime Minister's office, International Trade Financing Platform has been set up. So wherein you will have the same kind of facility wherein you'll have the exporters, importers coming on the platform and doing the transaction. You'll have financiers also. So that's going to be the thing over there. But it will not be the same way mechanism where you debit and credit. It will be a foreign exchange transaction.
Yes, all three are on the GEMS.
So all three are integrated to a single connector. So we all are integrated through to the
So
GEMS.
how will be the buying organization? How will be the linkage?
For
So
you-
all the buying organization has to be on all the three platforms?
No.
Up
So-
to you. You can be on one,
Yeah.
two, three, all three, or one or two.
No, because if the
It's
buying
your
organization
choice.
is only one platform,
It's your choice. It's your choice. But at the end of the day, if you are with one platform, the transactions can flow through the one platform over there. And then once it comes over there, it will follow the same process.
but will it be transparent to the the vendors and or the buying or we have to select? Because how it will be? Okay, that will be the operational part.
Operational part is the moment the invoices come on the threads on the GEMS portal.
No, in terms of selection of the platforms, kind of.
Yeah. So it will
Because
come.
let's say that.
So it will go and do an internal check. Internal check with so the moment the invoices come on the platform, it does an internal check whether the buyer is there, the seller is there. If the buyer is not there, reject. If the seller is not there, reject. If both are not there, it rejects.
Right.
So that's how it will happen.
Yeah, so the invoice of your seller, which will come on GEMS, will hit all three platforms, and whichever platform the buyer-seller combination is live, that means you are also there and the seller is also there, that on that platform, that invoice will get posted for discounting.
If the buyer is on all the three platforms?
If buyer is on all the three platforms, the vendor is on all the three platforms, then it's a choice of the vendor. He wants to select which platform.
So still it can happen, but through the dedupe mechanism of blockchain mechanism which we have, the financing will happen only on one platform.
Hope so.
It will.
No, it is already like all the business that we've done so far, no duplicate financing has happened on any of the three platforms because we are all connected through blockchain.
Sir, this is Ajay from HPCL. Sir, how do you integrate this trades platform through interface with the SAP system? Because if any corporate is going for some upgradation of their SAP system or ERP system, so in that scenario, like what is the methodology that one adopt? Like one has to approach you directly for integration, or there is some sort of lots of some process need to be adopted at a corporate level for integration and all?
Yeah, so we have a standard connector for SAP. For SAP and Oracle, which are most common softwares used, we have standard connector. We will be able to give you, and that connector is there with the FICO module as well as the newer versions of the SAP on the cloud. So we will be able to deploy that connector with you and tweak it to suit to your accounting needs.
That connector will be in the cloud, or?
That connector will be on the cloud or on your cloud server.
Okay.
And using that connector, we can be online with you.
Okay.
Sir, in addition to purchase, we'll dispose scrap. It will be also crores of rupees, and auctions will be through MSTC. Is this trade platform between the scrap disposal in MSTC platform? Means we are the sellers and the scrap vendors are the buyers. So there also the transaction so much will happen. Is there anything in the trade platform?
So on trade, sellers can only be MSME.
Oh.
Our request is pending with this RBI, where we have requested that whether we can do non-MSMEs also. Because, and that has been pointed out in the Niti Aayog report also, that why the buyers also, it's one of the reasons why buyers are not preferring the TREDS platform, because they have stated this as one of the failure, where they are very clearly saying that there are if it is a direct payment to the corporate, they have to do it a direct payment. If they have to do a non-MSME, then they have to do a separate payment. If it's an MSME where they have to do directly, it has to be direct payment again. If it's MSME on trades, they have to do the payment. So for that request, many corporates are coming forward and saying that, look, this platform is there for non-MSMEs. Can you also do it for non-MSMEs also? So we have requested RBI. So all the three of us have been requesting RBI to, allow us to do non-MSMEs, which need not have a priority sector lending treatment. So it's there under discussion.
Because many of these scrap vendors, okay, they may not be MSME. There, you see, generally when we'll sell the scrap, PSU will ask 100% payment, maybe 10 crores ka scrap lot I'm purchasing. Entire thing he has to pay, then only he will take the delivery. So there they face the problem because that much huge investment they can't put it. So if you see like that, this platform, if it is applicable there, it may be used.
If we don't have other queries, we can conclude the session.
Yes. How do you handle the case where there are corporates for projects are being handled by these lenders? In between the lenders are there because we cannot make the direct payments.
Sorry, I didn't get it. I didn't get the question.
See, in case of big projects, we have the lenders in between, financial, and we normally give our advice to the lender, then only they make the payment. Whereas in this case of trades, payment is done automatically. Lenders are also in between.
So this normally on the payment, see what you're talking about, that might be where the project closure has been arrived by certain banks, correct?
Yeah.
Correct? And that's, so when you allow those payments to happen, those are normally for the capital expenditure, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
But for working capital, I don't think that should be an issue, because this is working capital. So working capital where you have to make the payment to a supplier. If you want to buy a pen, you will not ask a lender to make the payment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for
Yeah,
capital projects only.
so capital projects, see capital projects, this is only the platform only for working capital up to 180 days or a little bit here and there, but nothing beyond that. So that means you cannot do capital expenditure payments on the trades platform at all.
Okay.
Correct me.
Hope we don't have other queries and all the queries are answered. Thank you for
Advance
the
payment is
queries.
not allowed. It's against shipment and post acceptance. So that is currently not allowed as per the trades guidelines. Trades guidelines is very clear. It's post shipment and the acceptance is being done by the buyer, the corporate or the CPSEs. Only then it will be allowed. Sorry?
Sorry?
I didn't get it. Can you take the mic, please?
In trades platform, FAQs are uploaded or not, so that a beginner MSc can learn things very easily and he can get answer to his question and feel familiar with the trades platform.
Right, so FAQs are there on the respective websites. Please log in, you will be able to see the FAQs. And we also have helpline number as trades on all the 3 websites may be there. So you can or even call the helpline number, we will be able to answer your queries.
We have seller RNs also who will be guiding you.
I hope there is no other query. Ma'am has a query, I think. Please hand over the mic to ma'am.
Once the bill is processed through trades, is it mandatory to be payment to be made through trades only?
Very clear that once the payment has happened through the trades, because once the factoring unit it becomes a factoring unit. The moment the invoice is accepted by the buyer, it becomes a factoring unit and it gets financed by the financier. So then there are multiple financiers on the platform. So the necessity that it has to happen through the trades platform only. It cannot be handled outside.
This question came because there is a mandate, there is a circular that all bills have to be processed through trades only.
So I think your question is, if you have subscribed to trades, can you make payments outside trades also?
Yes.
Right, so if you have discounted the invoice on trades, then the repayment will happen through trades. But if you have not discounted payment on trades, you can make direct payment.
Okay.
Which you currently are also doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, to conclude this session, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ma'am Nisha Nambiar for joining us virtually and sharing her views. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I would like to thank all our panelists who are right now sitting on the dais. Thank you so much for all your explanations and all the answers to the queries. So ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to conclude the session,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists? We have a mobile over here on the dais. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now conclude the session, and for which I would like to invite Shri Animesh Bharti, Department Economic Advisor, Department of Public Enterprises, and Shri Atul Sopati, Director General Scope, on the dais. Can we have a round of applause for Sir?
First of all, I would like to thank all the participants who have participated wholeheartedly in our sessions. It has been a long session. We have not given you much free time, but you have paid for it, and therefore you should try to extract as much as possible. We have been in DPE continuously tried to engage with CPSEs for all the issues that are important to, for the government. And procurement from MSEs and the effort at increasing usage of trades has been an important constituent of our policy. I would request all CPSEs to call the tradespeople in their vendor development meeting so that they are able to educate the MSE vendors in joining trades, because we have also kind of sought some response from CPSE as to why the trades platform was not being used very effectively, and it has come to light that many MSEs who are vendors of these CPSEs have not registered on trades, and therefore there is a need to create more awareness of trades among the MSE populace, and CPSEs also need to take some steps, because it is an important step. Wherever there is delayed payment, the working capital of MSEs get affected, and therefore even as a progressive hand of the government, the CPSEs should also take an important step in bringing, trying to bring more and more MSEs on the trades platform. You are all aware that there is a shortfall in procurement of CPSEs from the SC/ST and women MSME entrepreneurs. The first target probably of the Ministry of Small Scale Industry was, medium and small scale industry, was to reach the target of 25% of the total procurement of MSME, which we have crossed. Now their second target will be reaching the SC/ST and women entrepreneurs, and you will take a positive step in that direction, I'm sure of it. There has been continuous problem with operating the GEM system by the PSEs, and we are well aware of that fact. And that is why we had, despite the fact that the GEM people had an important engagement today, we were able to convince them to join us here for a brief question answer session. I'm sure as I was listening to the question answer that was being put forth and the way it was being answered, we need a more greater deliberation on the GEM issues, and we'll try to hold a one-to-one seminar with the GEM people very shortly for the CPSEs, and we hope that CPSEs will show a similar participation enthusiasm that they have shown today. As you are all aware, a 5-mark weightage has been given to ensuring timely payment to MSME vendors through GEM in the MOU, which has been introduced from this year. As this is now effective, I'm sure usage of trades will increase considerably in the times to come. But as I have mentioned earlier, there is a need to educate the people who are the beneficiaries, who are likely to be the beneficiaries of trades, both by the PSUs as well as by trades people, to join the system, because unless they join the system, there is hardly anything that one can do about it. DPE has also recently directed all CPSEs to include a clause with reference to payment terms through trades platform in the standard tender document of PSUs. I'm sure the procurement people will see to it that this guideline of DPE is followed in right spirit. One other problem that we are facing is that not all PSUs are reporting data on the Sambandh portal in a timely manner. We would request all PSUs present here to at least open the Sambandh portal once a month and update the data, because it helps us know what is the amount of procurement that is taking place by the CPSUs and what is the kind of delay that is being faced by the MSME vendors. I thank all of you for participating actively in this workshop. Hope to see you very soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Atul sir to please say something to our participants.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So all good things have to come to an end, and a unique platform where policy makers are there, where the buyers are there, PSCs, and where the other enablers are there, as well as the suppliers are there. And this was very interesting, involving as well as the experience sharing program, which I feel. And I was very happy to see the kind of excitement was there, the kind of involvement was there during all the sessions. In fact, the commitment was there, the conviction was there among all the employees from the public sector enterprises. And I like to compliment them and congratulate them, because this is the DNA of public sector enterprises. In fact, I am very happy that this particular program, as I mentioned in the beginning also, got an overwhelming response. I mean, more than 77 public sector enterprises, they came forward to participate in this. Over 200 participants, 200 were there from the public sector enterprises. 5 industry associations were there, and you have seen that all the resource persons and experts were here. And I'm sure that a lot of your queries would have been resolved. In fact, if I see that, I was just seeing the program can be divided into all the 3 P's have been covered: policy, procurement, and payment. All the things have been covered. Initially, we talked about policy, then procurement side, we had talked from the MSME also, from the GEM portal also, and the payment, this was very knowledgeable here. Knowledgeable panelists were there, and we learned a lot about the payment portals also. And I'm very happy that this particular program has led to, in fact, a lot of prospects. What are the future of the MSMEs, how we can collaborate with them, what kind of handholding we can do that. It has also projected some of the problems also, and definitely some of the proposals in form of the suggestions also, which I'm sure that policy makers, Department of Public Enterprises and MSME have taken note of it, and they will be taking it forward. I am very thankful to Department of Public Enterprises for showing confidence in scope, for associating, for organizing this program, and I am personally very much happy the kind of program which has been there with the involvement of all the participants here. Another point which I like to mention here, that whatsoever presentations were displayed here, all the copies would be sent to you shortly. I think we have already collected all these presentations, and emails have been shared. They will be shared again with you. If any issues are there, you can directly talk to them. And I know that some of the areas like GEM, etc., things could not be fully covered because the paucity of time. But frankly speaking, I was personally, having come from the public sector, I was personally overwhelmed. I mean, the people were very curious to know. Normally what happens in most of the workshop or programs you go, people remain sleepy. They just listen to them and just go away. But here the involvement was tremendous. I mean, let's give the big round of applause for all of the participants there who were so much involved there. He has already mentioned, my economic advisor, that they will be conducting another program for the GEM specifically, and I'm sure that other focus programs are there that will also be organized under the aegis of Department of Public Enterprises. If any specific suggestions are there, any negatives or positives about this program, etc., you're most welcome to share with us. We have our emails address so that we will get a chance to improve all these things. Once again, thank you very much from core of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such precious words, sir. With this, we have come to an end of the workshop. I hope this workshop was fruitful and helped you in clarifying your queries regarding procurement process. We are very thankful to Animesh Bharti, sir, for his gracious presence. Can we have a round of applause for sir once again? And we are extremely grateful to you for your time today, sir, and guiding us on this very important subject. We are also very thankful to DG Scope and dignitaries for their time and guidance and their support. Our humble thanks to all the speakers for interacting with the participants. And last but not the least, we are grateful to all the participants for attending this workshop and taking keen interest in the subject. Thank you all once again and have a very nice evening. And please join us for high tea. Thank you so much once again.